let's track daily at least Nutrify and towards your website site, you will see hashtag responsible nutrition. We need to purchase that you I and that's what you need to do it is that you put my name. Let's try to make at least 100 more right now. So I mean, what you need to do it is I. So what you will show it is that please put your initial that. And you wish and info plus I expect. Okay, Arpit, can you put my name, please? Pledge to take safe, that's safety initialized food mark, steps towards responsible nutrition. And you will be nominated from police, RX partners, your client, or family member. And I nominate Arpit, safe, that's safety assurance food digital evidence steps towards responsible nutrition. To be the part of this, you will be nominating two of your colleagues or partners. What you need to do is then pick up any picture of yours from your computer or your mobile phone. Okay, Arpit at IMC Digital to see your picture coming here. Though it's mine to be the part of this coming. Hashtag responsible nutrition. Go ahead and download it. What you need to do it is then you'll be able to download the image, any picture of yours from your computer or your mobile phone, and you will get to see the picture coming here. Stick it in LinkedIn. So it's my name. So my request to all is that please spread the industry where it hashtag responsible. You will download the image. Then you can go about posting it in LinkedIn, Twitter. So my request to all is that please spread, share the industry with hashtag responsible nutrition. And I'm sure that all of you are well aware of it. But those folks who may and may not be aware of it, for them, hashtag responsible nutrition is an initiative to
You need to monitor the food regulatory landscape because that's going to impact the viability of what your ingredients are or what claims you can make or what government authority is interacting with. And then unique market and registration requirements are very different market to market, particularly when you go from the US market where there's no pre-approval and then you go international, you have to create new documents that you didn't have before. So all those factors are other considerations that feed what your strategic priorities are going to be. So in terms of aligning your strategy, if you are marketing-led only and you don't consult with regulation, you're going to want the best claims, the fastest product, the formula exactly as it is, competitive edge, but you're really not going to have any regulatory feasibility in that. You might be a drug in every market and not launch for 5 or 6 or 7 years. So you need that regulatory overlay. But if you just go to a consultant with 10 products for 10 countries and say, tell me what to do, that consultant blindly in a vacuum is going to say you got to reformulate, you got to register all your ingredients, and you want to go to 10 markets, but you can only go to 2. That doesn't match up with your commercial consumer insight and commercial opportunity to succeed. If you don't pair those things up successfully, then you're not going to have a long-term success for whatever your international expansion is going to look like. So if you build this out, you do want to evaluate multiple strategies because of that complexity, so you can overlay what is the most important for you and for your specific business. You want to get that early regulatory feedback, whether it's in-house, consultant, distributor. You want them to provide you strategic guidance, not just a spit back of the regulation. That's not going to help guide you for the long term. And so one strategic consideration is you got to launch fast. I'm going to build out the couple of questions that I most often get when I'm working with an international market or representing anybody globally. You want to go fast. So if you want to go fast, you got to go to markets where your product is compliant as it is. Because if you have to reformulate, you're talking 8 months to 2 years. That may not be what your priority is. Are you willing to avoid markets where the product's compliant, but you've got a 6-month or a 2-year registration? That alone might impact your strategy to get into the market quickly. So you need a thorough regulatory review early to help give you directions of how many products are really feasible from your portfolio, how many markets are really feasible to launch within the next 12 to 18 months. Super important to get that. It may be as simple as just modifying your claims. Your product may be compliant, but you want to make a really unique claim. That may bump you to a higher regulatory classification and cost you a year or more just in the claim language itself. So are you willing to dilute your claim to get to the market fast? Do you have any novel ingredients that would give you another 12 or 24 months of a registration for an ingredient? And even if your product's compliant and you're set and you've got your strategy, you also have importation requirements. Are you set for that? Do you know how to get government-issued seafood documents, gelatin documents, things like that, just to import the product? You also, other strategies that were listed there, can you produce it locally? Can you take your formula, find a local manufacturer, and maybe that's faster than another strategy? Or can you acquire a license locally, which can help you bypass that registration model? May not be the perfect scenario, but it does get you speed to market opportunities. One of the most common things I get asked is, how do I take my product from the US out? This scenario is true for any country. You want to take an India product out to another market, you're going to have these considerations. The reason I would use the US is because we have sort of the broadest open regulatory environment, and so it's kind of the best-in-class example template. So what happens if I get asked, I want to take 10 US products to 10 countries, the reason US products don't travel is because we have very high ingredient levels in the US, say 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C. That's probably a prescription drug in another country or not permitted. So that could be an inhibition. We have very high overage permissions, up to GMP levels in the US. When you start to do candy-like forms, you have very high levels, or probiotics, very high levels of overages. When I say high levels, I'm meaning you have a label claim, you're talking 100% more, 200% more, 800% more. Those generally aren't permitted, those overages in most markets. We have novel ingredients in the US that often aren't permitted or would have to go through their own unique novel food registration in another market. Additives and excipients, so tableting agents, flavors, colors, all of those have different regulatory limitations around the world. So you have a product you think is great, you may need to reformulate just to remove titanium dioxide, my favorite excipient, or reduce an artificial sweetener to a compliant level, which totally changes your strategy and changes your ability to launch that product. Can we go back? I just want to close out that last slide. Same with claims, and then also in the US, if you want to export to a registration market, you have to build a dossier. You don't need a dossier in the US. Are you willing to go through that? Is your supplier willing to give you all those technical documents that they didn't have to do because it was launched in the US? The supplier strategy for international expansion is absolutely critical, and you'll see that come up in a second too. And also stability data. Do you have the right stability data and the right zone of stability data? So you want to take your product, but you may need to create new stability data from scratch, which can cost you a year or two. So how important is that to your international expansion and your prioritization of your strategy to win? So now you can go to the next slide. Can you go next? So another critical one we've talked about, novel dosage forms are emerging, not just the tablets and the capsules that we're used to, the pharma side of the ceutical piece. First thing, not regulatory, does that flavor resonate? You take a great tasting Indian product and send it to the US, is the US consumer gonna want it? That's more of a commercial insight piece you really need to consider. And then is that dosage form recognized? Can you launch a beverage as a supplement? Can you launch a gummy in a market, a lozenge? Is there a risk of that flavor deteriorating, of the gummy melting together when you go to that market? Do you have a supply pathway that lets you keep the integrity of your unique, great tasting product throughout the supply chain? Refrigeration, things like that. Overage limits, I mentioned before, often don't translate from a high overage gummy type product to a market with very specific overage requirements, so you need to strategically consider those. And then these great tasting products tend to come from food companies, gummy, candy companies. How are they set up to register a product like it's a drug almost? Are they gonna get you the technical documents you need to get that product approved? Are they gonna get you the right dietary supplement technical information? Absolutely can be a pitfall if you don't start strategizing around it very early in the process. And then I mentioned artificial sweeteners, colors, flavors. Those are mixed in the bag with excipients, but think about it. In the US, if you use ACE-K at a high level to make your product taste good, low sugar, you bring that somewhere else where the ACE-K sweetener level is 10% of that, you now have to reformulate not just to that level, but redo the whole flavor profile to make it still taste good with 10% less of whatever that sweetener is. So all of those considerations are super important when you're talking more of the flavored type supplements. And the last one here for novel ingredients, does your product have a novel ingredient? How critical is that ingredient to the success of your product? Because it's gonna cost you a lot of time and investment to get a new ingredient approved. If it's super critical to the success of your product, then you need to go into your strategy recognizing that you've got a safety dossier you need to submit, you've got a partner at the raw material level that you need to bring along for the ride because they're doing all the hard work in working with the governments to get the ingredient approved. Does that ingredient get you claims? Does it get you exclusivity? You need to consider all those value propositions to make sure that's the right strategy for your business. And then just the other considerations are just other aspects of the supply strategy on the bottom. If you're creating a unique formula for a small market, you need a supplier that's gonna work with you on a low MOQ. You're not always gonna be able to share the same product with a big market like in India, and China, US. You need a supplier that's gonna work with you and give you a cost-effective product and a long-term supply strategy to make that MOQ work across time. The unique dossier requirements, of course, are a complexity you need to consider as you go to different markets with different detailed technical requirements for their dossier. You need to be prepared for that. Same type of document, certificate of analysis, might differ by country. So you need to understand how willing you are to manipulate that information to get an approval. So we'll go now to the last slide, which is simply sort of a multiplication table in a way. So you take the number of products you have, if you can go forward just to the last slide. This is basically the number of products you have, the number of ingredients in those products, the number of countries you want to go to, the number of possible strategic regulatory classifications in those markets. All of those things get multiplied to add to the complexity of this. But if you go back to those strategic considerations, what's going to make your business successful? What's the most important to you? And you keep that as your North Star throughout all of this complexity. The complexity is not going away, but if you have your North Star, your entire organization goes along what's most important to you, and that gives you a way to strategize how you can be successful. So thank you for your patience through the technical difficulties. I hope that was informative for you.
Thank you very much, Rush. Thank you very much. It was indeed an insightful message to us. So what I have recapped here is, it requires a strategic blend of compliance, innovation, and advocacy. And I believe that by emphasizing on responsible nutrition and sustainability, we can enhance building the customers or consumers' trust, aligning with the evolving regulatory part. Thank you very much, Rush. Okay. So we can play the partner's message, please. We can play the other partner message, please. So meanwhile, anyone would like to have a question for Rush? Because I've been asked to invite the other guest, keeping 2 minutes in mind. So anyone has a questions for Rush in his previous presentation? Okay. Well, thank you very much. The next presentation will be by Mr. Sameer Desai. So I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Sameer Desai, Vice President of Marketing, Clinical and Commercial Operation Asia Pacific at Align, with over 29 years of experience. Please come on stage, sir. So I'm giving just a brief about you. Okay. So he would like to do his, the talk would be on consumer health market in APAC, insight and innovation. I believe his session will help us in product development, fostering trust, addressing the health concerns, and appeal to the environmentally conscious consumer, thus creating a competitive edge in the market. So with this, over to you, Mr. Sameer.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, guys. Do you have some energy here? Cool. So before I start off, wanted to just address the elephant in the room, right? What's a guy from an orthodontic technology company coming and talking to us about vitamins and supplements in APAC, right? So just want to give a bit of a brief background, guys. Can we move the slides? That's not working. So just want to give a brief background about myself, just to tell you why I'm here. So I've started off life in brand management in P&G, Kellogg's, and Friesland. I've worked in the Middle East. I was head of consumer healthcare marketing for GSK Consumer, which is now Haleon. I've moved to the UK. I was global innovation director at GSK in the UK, handling multiple categories, and I did entry strategies for India, China, Brazil for their oral care business. Then I moved on, and when GSK acquired a dermatology company, I was heading up the commercial operations for Asia for dermatology, which included cosmetic dermatology as well as pharmaceutical dermatology. And then I joined Mundi Pharma as global head of consumer. So I joined as employee number 1 to set up their consumer healthcare business and expanded that from a couple of markets in APAC to expanded to global, so launched across Europe, across Latin America, across North America as well. And then I've done quite a bit of work with Abbott in terms of helping develop their consumer health strategy for their pharma business and for the COVID portfolio as well. So I worked with Abbott Devices business as a consultant and also with the Abbott pharma business as a consultant to develop the consumer health portfolio. And now pretty much I've joined Align Technology, which is an orthodontic, digital orthodontics firm. We've got a brand called Invisalign, and I head up marketing, clinical, and commercial operations for Asia Pacific, based out of Singapore. And I also sit on the board of the World Federation of Advertisers, so I'm on the global executive board, and I was the vice president for Asia there as well. So we've got a bit of background in VMS, in consumer health across Asia Pacific, done a bit of entry strategy work across pretty much every market in the world. So just to take on in terms of what are the markets we look at within APAC. Now, this is data I have from Nicholas Hall, so I've got permission from them to reproduce the data here. We know Nicholas Hall is one of the top firms that covers consumer healthcare. And the data I'm showing you here is data that is excluding India, and this pretty much covers the VMS category. So there'll be some categories that won't be covered. And if you look at IQVIA, you look at Nicholas Hall, there will be differences in terms of data. So take this as guidelines rather than taking this in absolute terms. What I've done is I've changed the data to show you what the 2023 market size is for each of these countries, what the projected market size is going to be in 2033. And that gives you what is the forecasted growth coming in millions of dollars in each of these markets, and the CAGR coming in there. So no surprises there. If you look at China, China is the #1 market. Unfortunately, this covers the entire thing. So the first on the top is China, if people who can't see that. That is expected to grow about $9.2 billion over the next 10 years. So largest market there. The second one is Indonesia. That's going to grow about $770 million over the next 10 years. So it's a very significant potential in the market. Followed by the third one is Australia, New Zealand. Now, Australia, New Zealand is already a mature market. It's pretty much, if you look at it currently, it's the third largest market anyway. It's about a $1.2 billion market. But Australia is going to grow about $500 million as well. So very significant growth coming in. And then if you go down the chain, you've got South Korea, which we know is a large market. That's going to grow at about 375 million. Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand. So unfortunately, guys, I don't think you can see this part of the slide, so you don't know which countries I'm talking about. So I'm just going to talk about, this is China, you've got Indonesia, you've got Australia, New Zealand, and then you've got South Korea, and then you've got Philippines coming in the top rank. So that gives you a good idea in terms of which are the markets that we should be looking at. These are directional numbers because these are forecasts based on what Nicholas Hall is projecting. But I believe I've worked with Nicholas for a lot of years, and directionally they're pretty accurate numbers in there. So keep that in mind. The second thing to look at is really in terms of which are the categories within this that are growing well, right? And if you look at one of the top growing categories is probiotics. And the markets I've listed out are the top growing markets within that segment, right? So if you look at probiotics, you've got Japan, South Korea, China, which are 3 of the markets that are the fastest growing there. And the reasons they're growing is very simple, right? There's an increased awareness of digestive health, and there's a lot of data coming out, there's a lot of clinical data coming out around the benefits of probiotics for digestive health. And there's an increasing prevalence of lifestyle disorders, right? So we know that stomach issues, gut issues are increasing because of lifestyle, because of various foods that people are eating. And probiotics is gaining a lot of prominence there. The second category that's growing really fast is omega-3 supplements. Again, very significant awareness growing in terms of what's happening with heart health, right? I think during COVID time, a lot of people started researching, started figuring out in terms of what do I do with my life. And heart health was one of those things that really came up. And again, there's increasing data coming out showing the benefits of omega-3 on heart health. And the same point of time, these 3 markets are the hotspots in terms of also a lot of lifestyle diseases, right? So the incidence of cardiovascular health issues in markets specifically like Malaysia, Singapore, Australia is quite significant. And that's causing a lot of growth in this entire category. The third one is collagen supplements, the one at the bottom, right? And collagen supplements, again, are gaining a lot of traction. I've seen at the back also, we've got a couple of collagen supplements in place. We were discussing last night also about collagen supplements and why that's growing. And that's because a lot of focus around skin health and just looking good, right? So anti-aging beauty is a core phenomenon that's going on. And again, no wonder in this one, obviously, number 1 markets, South Korea and Japan. That's where really the entire skin craze has started, and that continues to grow. China's taking on very, very well, so a lot of growth in China around collagen supplements as well. And you can see that what's happening also is a lot of functional foods and beverages coming in with collagen, which is just increasing the awareness of collagen as a device. And you can see, right, if you come to Singapore, I'm based in Singapore, Malaysia, you go to Japan, Korea, people are drinking away collagen drinks, right? You just take a sachet, you drink it, you take bottles and you're drinking it. So a huge consumption going on in this entire category. There's still obviously not as much science that's available, so huge potential for people to add in a lot more value add from a science perspective and a data perspective to show how this can work. Because there's still question marks in people's minds as, does it really work? Does drinking collagen really help? So I think evidence-based marketing here is going to be really helpful. Get in your data, get in proof that this actually works, and work with dermatologists if you can to get this in. But this is a segment that's really growing very, very fast. So if you look at the numbers in terms of how does this translate in terms of category sizes, the top one is the tonics and cure-alls, right? So that's pretty much all the tonics that you have, which has always been the largest category. And that's going to grow at about $2.2 billion across. So these are just all kinds of tonics, vitamin supplements that people are taking for just improved vitality, improved health. The next one is very interesting. Second fastest growing is vitamin D, single supplement vitamin D. Now, COVID brought in a lot of awareness of vitamin D, the importance of vitamin D. Markets like India, where we saw that vitamin D3 consumption, even 60,000 IU dosages, really helped in terms of heart health and reducing deaths due to COVID. So vitamin D played a huge role, and I think that entire segment has started to grow and will continue to grow in the next 10 years. And that currently is not as large a category as you can see, right? So vitamin D currently is actually not even in the top 8 categories. But that's where the forecast is, a lot of growth is going to come from. So combinations of vitamin D supplements is going to be a really core area for any of you interested in terms of getting into this segment. Very attractive opportunity here. The next one's probiotics. We already talked about it. That's going to grow about $1 billion just in these markets, right? So all of these numbers, again, are excluding India, excluding the nutrition powders and stuff. It's just the VMS areas. Fourth one's joint health. Joint health, again, is a big segment coming in, followed by vitamin C. So again, just as you're looking at increased bioavailability of vitamin C, all the variations coming in, the more you can differentiate the product, the more value add you can get. That's an area that's growing very fast. Followed by herbal and natural supplements, and then vitamin B coming in as well. So vitamin B, single vitamins, and then combinations growing very, very fast. And next comes in fish oils and omega-3. Right, so there's multiple categories depending on where your strength is. There's more than enough opportunity. Even the smallest category, if you look at, which is just vitamin E. that's going to grow about $220 million over the next 10 years. So still a very, very significant potential in each of these markets to grow. Now, Russell's talked a lot about the challenges from a regulatory point of view, right? And this is something we really need to keep in mind, that every market operates differently, not just from a regulatory point of view, right? The consumer dynamics are different, the cultures are different, the go-to-market strategies are different. And a lot of companies make these errors. When I was at GSK, we were doing the market entry strategies for emerging markets. And the first thing was, and I'm talking still 2007, 2008, the first thing was, let's take the European model, let's take the Western model, and plonk it into these markets, right? And it just doesn't work. So I did a really customized strategy for India, customized strategy for China, a very customized strategy for Brazil. Because all those three markets had very different dynamics, and one size fit all just did not work for each of these markets. So really need to keep in mind that you just can't replicate the models. If you're an Indian company right now looking to go into Philippines, and if you think that all the models that work here are going to work there, that's not true. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's very easy to say, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. But then you still go ahead and do what you think is what you know. And that doesn't work. There's a lot of risk associated with that, right? So if you look at it just from a regulatory point of view, and Russell's an expert here, so I'm not going to talk so much about it, but every market has a bit of nuances from a regulatory point of view on how you register nutraceuticals, right? In a lot of these cases, you'll see you need local representation. So that's a compulsory one. The language challenges are phenomenal in a lot of these markets. Markets like Thailand, even after you get approval, every single piece of material that you put in for advertising, even if it's on your website, needs to get approved by the regulatory authority. So there's a lot of expense there just to advertise these products, right? So it's not just sufficient to say, I've got regulatory approval and now I can just go in and launch. You can't. You've got to then go through and say, have a local representative who's going to spend the time, go to the regulatory body on a regular basis to just get approvals done, right? Some of these guys have got very complex requirements from a documentation point of view. So need to keep in mind in terms of what your needs are. GMP compliance is quite different in different markets as well. And markets like Philippines, and Vinay is here, right, who will vouch for this, there is very inconsistent interpretation of regulations in cases, right? So just because you've done one doesn't mean that everything else works as well, right? So things have gotten better, but there are always nuances in each of these markets which you need to take care of. Now, initially I'd planned for a much longer presentation, and then Amit said, we have only 15 minutes. So I'm not going to go in through a lot of detail. I just want to end with one example of where I thought that we'll have such a simple task launching into a market and what happened there. So this was 2018, and I was looking to launch medical nutrition into Vietnam. Now, Vietnam, as we know, is Abbott's second largest market in the world after the US for medical nutrition, especially the powders, right? And very attractive opportunity. So we developed the formulations in-house. We had a very, very good formulation developed here in India, done with a global manufacturer, a global partner from a formulation perspective. And we started looking into it, right, in terms of how do we go to market. And we assumed our current distributor is going to be able to help. And we are a pharma company, we're a consumer healthcare company. I was at Mandi Pharma. And we reached out to the local distributor and said, we want to go to market, and figured out they didn't have a clue of the entire category, right? So we started looking around. I went into the market. I just literally did 6 days of just market visits, just going across Vietnam, figuring out what the distribution channels were, talking to distributors. And very interestingly, you figure out that there is almost zero pharmacy contribution. So the chemists, as they exist in India, pretty much don't have any medical nutrition supplements that they're selling, right? So you're like, that should be the most obvious place, right? If you look at the supermarkets contributed only to 9% of the business. So you're like, there's no pharmacy, supermarkets are only 9% of the business, so where is it all coming from, right? And then you figure out, you've got this phenomena called milk shops. So milk shops account for 85% of the business. 85% of medical nutrition in Vietnam, it was sold through milk shops at that point of time. And then you can say, and then I took these pictures, and if you look at the milk shop, from the outside, it looks like a pretty small shop, right? You look at this and you say, they've just got all these milk powders stacked up, one against the other. And then I went in. And here's what I saw. So this is a video that I took inside the milk shop. Pay close attention to the scale. Guys, can you just play the video? So just look at the scale of what's there. Yeah. So that's the scale. Literally thousands of packs inside one small frontage, which the frontage was 6 feet, 7 feet. But once you go in, it was just massive, massive. So then you figure out and say, that's very interesting. And then I said, okay, now what kind of distributor should we look at? And now notice something very interesting here. You see they sell milk, but they also sell whiskey and they sell alcohol. So they only sell 3 products in the milk shop. They sell milk powders, they sell whiskey, they sell alcohol, other alcohol, and they sell biscuits, right? So actually, if you're going to go to market, an alcohol distributor might be a great idea for you to get in touch with and start distribution with them because they've got phenomenal coverage of the milk shops there, right? Ultimately, we did take an alcohol distributor, as in you're a pharma company, you can't be tying up with an alcohol distributor. But it just shows you that unless you go into the market, dig deep enough, you're not going to be able to figure out the nuances. And that sets you up at risk because I would have just launched with supermarkets and pharmacies as my core channel and selected a distributor who was a consumer health distributor to get this done. But we got in a distributor who had phenomenal coverage of the grocery stores, had very good coverage of the pharmacies as well. And so we expanded the distribution there. But it just shows you the value of the insights there that you get, right? So just going to end with, guys, APAC, as we said, phenomenal potential. So there's lots of money to be made there, but you've got to put in the rigor. Like any other market, you've got to put in the rigor of taking a checklist and saying, have I looked at each of these elements, right? In terms of distribution, in terms of go-to-market, in terms of consumer and their challenges, what they have, how do consumers behave? Each of these things, you'll have to invest in detail. And if you can't do that, the best thing is get a good partner. Get a good partner, don't try to do it yourself because that's a recipe for disaster in a lot of cases. So that's just a checklist. Happy to connect, guys, at any point of time. I'm here for the rest of the day as well. I've given my LinkedIn profile as well if you want to connect, but happy to chat at any point of time if any of you need any help of any kind. And Amit's here as well, so you can get in touch with Amit. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate the time. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Samir Desai. As I mentioned you that these are the insights what you get here, not the Gen AI tools, not the Google. So you did talk about the localized marketing approach and the evidence-based marketing. Thank you very much. And in fact, the milk shop was something new to me. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So the next speaker we have is Mr. Sin-Sa-Ku Sen, a dedicated leader in field of nutrition, research, and industrialization. As the Vice President of Japanese Natto-Kanese Association, Sin-Sa-Ku Sen has played a pivotal role in promoting responsible nutrition practices globally, particularly in the area of thrombosis prevention. I welcome you, sir. Please come on stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Shinsaku Takaoka, Vice Chairman of Japan Natto-Kinase Association and Director of Japan Bioscience Laboratory. Today, I want to introduce natto-kinase. Here are today's topics, and I want to talk about these topics. And I would all to know about natto-kinase in 15 presentation. Yeah. Please let me explain what nattokinase is. And nattokinase is serine protease found in natto. And nattokinase is dissolves the fibrin. In other words, it dissolves blood clots without inhibiting wound healing. The activity is indicated with FU, which means phenolitic units. Next, I want to explain what thrombosis. Thrombosis is a scab made with hemocyte and platelet tangled with fibrin to prepare injured vessel. When a blood vessel is injured and bleeds, a thrombosis is formed to heal the wound. Once the blood vessel is repaired, the thrombosis is broken down by plasmin, a thrombotic enzyme in the body. However, the thrombosis can't be removed if fibrinolytic activity is decreased to various reasons, such as aging, stress, and so on. Here is a raw material, NSKSD, nattokinase. NSKSD has more than 20,000 FU nattokinase activity per gram. Also, NSKSD contains no vitamin K2 and has no smell of natto. Recommended daily dosage intake is 2,000 FU per day, and it's equivalent to 100 milligrams of NSKSD raw material. I'm going to explain efficacy of nattokinase. This is effect of nattokinase on improving blood flow. Nattokinase promotes the improvement of blood flow by increasing the amount of it. Left image is a placebo, and the right image is nattokinase. The top is a middle finger, and the middle is the back of the hand, and the bottom is the back of the foot. As a result of this study, and compared to placebo, nattokinase is more effective on significant improvement of blood flow. From this result, nattokinase is expected to be a supplement for improving blood flow, targeted at cardiovascular diseases, lifestyle diseases, and its preliminary diseases. Let's look at the effect of nattokinase on blood pressure. This study was conducted to examine the effect of nattokinase on blood pressure in subjects with prehypertension or stage 1 hypertension. The red line in the graph shows nattokinase, and the blue line shows placebo. Compared to the placebo, significant reduction was observed in systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure and renin activity. Renin activity is also an enzyme that increases blood pressure. It is known that the disease of the renin activity induces the decrease of the blood pressure. This study examined anticoagulation and thrombosis with a single oral dosage of nattokinase 2,000 FU. A single dosage of 2,000 FU nattokinase brings two effects to healthy subjects. The first effect is a thrombotic effect, such as FDP and D-dimer. The second effect is an anticoagulation effect such as antithrombin and 8-PTT, and so on. As you can is an organization that certifies the quality of nattokinase. Fifth, our nattokinase meets the standard specification of fermented soybean extract by Japan Health and Nutrition Food Association. Last but not least, our nattokinase holds a process patent in Japan. Fake nattokinase may not have been confirmed to be safe, or its nattokinase activity may not meet the standards. Furthermore, some of them may contain other enzymes that may break down protein which is necessary for the human body. Please let me introduce the JNKA mark. JNKA mark is allowed to be displayed on the products certificated by Japan Nattokinase Association. The only product that certified the standard criteria are allowed to display the JNKA mark. Here is the regulatory status of NSKSD. For example, in Japan and Korea, our nattokinase is regarded as food with function claims. Our nattokinase holds GRAS certification in US and novel food certification in Europe. Also, products using our nattokinase is registered in Southeast Asia, such as Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore. NSKSD has approval in overseas and is currently sold in more than 35 countries. Our nattokinase is produced in GMP and ISO certified factory. We have certificate of halal and kosher and GRAS. Here is an example of products using NSKSDs sold in various countries. They are sold in United States, in South Korea, and in other Asian and European countries. Please let me introduce the relationship with Rising Sun and wabi-sabi. Rising Sun and wabi-sabi became the first distributor of JBSL nattokinase in the Indian market. And JBSL and Rising Sun will work even more closely with each other. Rising Sun wabi-sabi products will have QR code on each supplement packet for authenticity, and the QR code is directly link to JBS website and database. Also, JNK mark will be given for natto kaisen's product to be released from Rising Sun and Wabi Sabi. Currently, our Rising Sun, only Rising Sun and Wabi Sabi products will be certified by JNK in the Indian market. Finally, we have received a message from Dr. We are close to. Dr. Junichi Niyomiya is a cardiovascular internal medicine specialist and general internal medicine specialist and cardiovascular surgery specialist at Shinagawa East Clinic. Speaking of a relationship with JBSF and Dr. Junichi Niyomiya submitted a paper about clinical study to effect and safety of natto kinase administration, cardiovascular partner with warfarin. JBSL's natto kinase was used in the study, and it was found the combination of warfarin and natto kinase caused no side effect. Here is a message from him.
インドの皆様、こんにちは。東京にある品川イーストクリニック等で循環器内科専門医、一般内科、心臓血管外科専門医を務めております二宮純一と申します。私は2008年に株式会社日本生物科学研究所のナットキナーゼと抗凝固薬であるワーファリンとの併用試験を実地し論文を投稿しました。日本で売られている芝居の納豆にはビタミン K2 というものが含まれています。このビタミン K2 は正常な血液凝固プロセスにおいて重要な役割を果たしておりますが、ワーファリン等の抗凝固剤が処方されている血栓症の患者には納豆の摂取を控えるように指導しています。それは薬であるワーファリンの効き目にビタミン K2 は弱めてしまうからです。また日本生物科学研究所のナットキナーゼにはビタミン K2 を含んでおりませんので、ワーファリンの効き目を弱めずに併用しても問題ないことが分かりました。またコロナウイルスに感染した後、咳が止まらず息切れがするなどいわゆる後遺症が続くことがあります。この症状に関して医学界の意見は様々ですが、一説ではコロナウイルスの感染症によってできた微小血栓や炎症が原因と考えられています。コロナウイルスは人体に感染した際、細胞の表面に表在する受容体に結合し、ウイルス外膜と細胞膜の融合を起こすことで脳を含めて全身の微小血栓を作り、炎症も引き起こします。この微小血栓は体の中にある血栓溶解酵素によって溶けにくい性質があり、臓器や末梢の細かい血管が詰まることでいろんな不調を起こすことがあると言われています。ナットキナーゼを摂取すること、この微小の血栓を溶解する可能性があると言われており、特にアメリカではナショナルジオグラフィックなどの雑誌でこの可能性について記事が掲載されたことによってナットキナーゼのサプリメントの販売量が大幅に増えているようです。また別の意味で低用量ピルによる要するに、妊娠の予防とか要するに生理痛の改善のために低用量ピルをしばしば飲まれている女性が全世界的に増えています。それによってピル自体は血栓を作る副作用があります。そのため私自身は低用量ピルを服用される女性にはぜひそれと合わせてナットキナーゼを服用することをお勧めしています。実際私自身の患者様で2人の方が低用量ピルで血栓を作り私の外来に来られました。その2人の方ともナットキナーゼを次回から服用することによって現在は血栓の再発はございません。最後に日本生物研究所のナットキナーゼが皆様の血栓に関わる重大な病気の予防に貢献できることに大いに期待しております。
Again, here is today's topics. If you have any questions please come to our booth over there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure that the Japanese food natto is going to be quite popular after this particular session, which has got the fermented properties of natto canis. Thank you very much, and we look forward for our partners' content. Thank you. Thank you. With this, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Gianfranco Poracchia here on stage. He is an R&D leader in consumer healthcare space, having a very dynamic international experience from the ideation to commercialization. He has been involved in innovation, early stage research, product development, project pipeline management, especially startup partnership, and many more. So, R&D in dietary supplement is vital for ensuring responsible and sustainable nutrition. We believe that it drives the innovation and evidence-based practices for the sustainable. I look forward for your talk on these lines. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very pleased to be with you today for this presentation. So today I'm going to speak about the evolving R&D and the landscape in which we are operating. And definitely there is a lot of changes, right, going on. So somewhat the way to access the business has been made much more easier nowadays than it has been in the past. You know, the fact that we can commercialize through e-commerce, the fact that there is plenty of CDMO, CRO here to develop your product, the fact that we can access to a lot of formulations and claims from the EI is making the way to enter into the business and the category much more easy now. But at the same time, the consumers are also becoming much more demanding, which is also creating some its own challenges. And as we have been hearing for the past 2 days, the regulatory landscape is also becoming much more difficult to navigate nowadays. The food supplement industry has been under-regulated for a lot of years, but now the regulation is strengthening, and it's something that we shall not underestimate as we are moving into the category. From the player's point of view, if the cake, shall I say, is becoming bigger and bigger, and again, we have been speaking about the size of that business, which is going to come to 100 billions anytime soon. This is also attracting a lot of new players. So shall it be the small startup, but it's also the traditional players who are right now trying to get the bigger slice of that cake, and this is creating a lot of competition. So the competition is also creating a lot of opportunities, right? And right now, one of the big challenges that we are facing is how do we navigate from the niche expectation from the consumer through the mass production that many of us are targeting and which has been our operating model in the past. So, of course, as we said, there is this personalized nutrition, which is today at the centerpiece of this niche approach and the consumer expectation. And again, the fact that now people can access to DNA testing, the fact that there is all of those EIs model, which are offering guidance to everyone on how to personalize your medicine, is creating, as I said, a lot of opportunities. And we have seen that as well yesterday, you know, and again today, a lot of people are speaking about responsible nutrition, which somewhat is a way of giving you what you need, no more, no less, and what I need might be different than what you need. So again, this is moving to this personalization element. Nevertheless, we are, as I keep saying, we are also in a system where we are used to do mass production. So how do you reconcile this? How do you find a way to make it accessible to everyone in a meaningful way? I'm not going to speak too much on the way you access to your consumer. This is, again, very well known by everybody. But again, today, the e-commerce is creating a lot of opportunities to access to your consumer, to create some fidelity with your consumer. But I would say this is not the most important part of the conversation of today. What I wanted to have a quick chat on is actually what I feel being the two big trends important for our business and important for the R&D. And again, we spoke a little bit about that again this morning. The first one is the need to have science-based evidence. You know, the time where we could just drop a couple of vitamins, 1 or 2 minerals in a pill and make a big claim is gone, is long gone. Now people are looking for true science-based evidence. Shall it be the consumer? Shall it be the retailers? Shall it be actually the regulators? So we have to develop strong clinical capabilities. We have to demonstrate the efficacy of the product. And this is something quite new in this food supplement industry. And it is something which is not necessarily that easy to demonstrate because there is a lot of surrounding factors that also will influence on how the product will perform and how you as a human being are gonna react to the product which is given to you. The second big trend is the sustainability. And when I speak about sustainability, I don't necessarily want to speak about sustainability in a sense of the packaging. Everybody can think about how can I reduce my plastic, how can I get FSC certified papers and this and that. But I think what is becoming more and more important for us, and especially in our industry, is how do we cultivate our product? How do we cultivate the herbs? How do we cultivate the extract? How do we create those ones? How do we integrate this regenerative agriculture? Somewhat the food industry has started that with the deforestation and the palm oil, the cacao. And now this is something which is becoming more and more important in our food supplement business as well. Another element that I wanted to discuss with you is, the trends, the technical trends, the ingredient trends. You know, at times we all get very excited because there is something new which is coming, and we believe that this is going to be trendy and that's going to be lasting forever. And I want to take two examples. The CBD. Many of us, a couple of years ago, thought that the CBD was going to be, the new golden age. And we have seen tons of CBD supplements popping up here and there. And I was going through so many trade fairs, so many presentations where CBD has been front and center of everyone. And I don't know about you, but for the past 2 years, CBD, I'm not hearing anything about it. CBD is dying by itself, I feel. So by opposition, I'm taking the probiotic. So today, everyone is speaking about probiotic. So are we gonna feel and see the same thing with the probiotic that we have seen with the CBD? My guess, my personal guess is no. My guess is no, because I feel that probiotic or prebiotic or postbiotic somewhat has been there for centuries and millennia. I mean, it's like fermenting the food has been the first way of preserving the food. Fermenting the food to create new tastes, new flavors has always been there. Fermenting the food for its own benefits has been known by many civilizations and many traditional medicine. So I'm fairly believing that actually the probiotic will have a big success. Now, will it be probiotic as we all look at it through the strains, or will it be rather prebiotic or even postbiotic? That I think is yet to be seen. Because from time to time, I think we are demanding a lot to the probiotics, so to the bacteria, right? Well, actually, we can get a lot from what of the bacteria is doing by actually feeding with either the postbiotic, which has been somewhat what the fermentation was. When you were fermenting the food, it was not necessarily to get the microbes, but it was more to get the output of this fermentation. So I believe on the postbiotic probably a little bit more than on the probiotic. And I believe a lot as well on the prebiotic, which is how do I develop and nurture the good microbes that you need to have. Because who can define what is the single strength that we need to have in our guts when there is billions and billions of different strains in each and every one, and those strains have to be different from country to country, from geography to geography, because we all feed differently, and therefore we need also to have that diversity of microbes. So at that stage, I was planning to speak a little bit of regulatory, but I came to the conclusion that there is no need, because so many people have spoken about regulatory, and so many people are much more knowledgeable than me in the regulatory aspect. The only thing I want to say is while regulatory is complex, that's a given, regulatory landscape is evolving big time. And faster and faster than what we can think. So last year we had the crisis on the ETO in Europe. We now have that same crisis which is popping up in Asia Pacific, Singapore, and I'm telling you it's going to pop up everywhere. In the coming years we are going to have the PA issue, which is going to pop up as well. We have seen that even in India, regulation is strengthening. The Ayush ministry is strengthening big time the health claims that people can make. And I'm not going to explain too much what is happening right now with the Panajali case, but this is having a lot of implication. And very recently, I just got to know that the Supreme Court now is asking for somewhat pre-approval of some of the health claims. So this is, I believe, fresh from 1 week or something like that. So this is to say how fast the regulatory landscape is evolving. So as we are reaching the end of this quick talk, I wanted to reflect on what is needed to be successful in our business and what is needed to be having a successful R&D. You know, we need to have a strong R&D, and obviously the R&D will never be as strong as your team and the constituent of your team. So when we are creating a team, when we are hiring people, what should be the core criteria that we may want to consider for hiring people? Of course, everybody is going to look at the technical. This is traditionally how you select your new hire. But I would advocate that we need to look at other kind of competencies. We need to look at the can-do attitude, the innovation approach. But in the innovation, I would say the can-do attitude, having someone who just want to try something. Having someone who is very resilient, because sure enough, we are gonna fail. We are gonna hit a lot of roadblocks, and we will have to be able to rebound from that. We will have to be able to swiftly shift the gears and the target. And everybody has spoken a lot about the speed. And so this requires this kind of mental capabilities of rebounding, shifting, trying new things over and over. But maybe the most important element, I would say, for some of our R&D people is their ability to collaborate. I think we have to understand that we are moving from a research and development organization, a research and development framework, to a connect and develop. There is so much science out there, and today we are seeing this. So much people bring their own piece of science, so much people bring a very specific part of the solution, but no one is able to make it a real product. So actually, to make it a real product, you need to be able to connect multiple pieces together. And this is what you need to have as a core capabilities from your R&D scientists nowadays, is the ability to collaborate and to collaborate fast in order to bring the product to market. You also have a team, of course. And so how do you make your team evolve for the existing one? So most of the time, I think what is missing on the existing staff is their business capability, business acumen. They are very good technical people, very, very strong scientists over the years, but their ability to interact with the business, the ability to capture the business trends, to come with an affordable solution is at times missing. At least this is what I have seen through my journey in many companies. Their capabilities of collaborating as well is often missing. Very often when you try to ask an existing scientist to collaborate with outside parties, they feel that you are not trusting their capability to innovate. They feel that you are challenging their science, you are challenging their creativity. You are threatening their future. They can actually have a lot of resistance, and we need to find a way to make them to understand that no, a lot of wrong things out there. So it's like when you go on the web, it's not because you make a research on the web that everything is coming out of Google is making sense. That you need to apply good judgment. So we need those scientists to be able to scan what is out there and to understand what is meaningful and what is not. So it's like when you go on the web, it's not because you make a research on the web that everything which is coming out of Google is making sense. You need to apply good judgment. So we need those scientists to be able to scan what is out there and to understand what is meaningful and what is not. And the last thing, which is, I think, essential, and I'm somewhat surprised because we have not spoken too much about it today, is the consumer centricity. Many of us are coming from the pharma. And in the pharma, it's a prescription business. In the pharma, your first customer is a patient, not a consumer. In the pharma, your first consumer somewhat, or your first customer is the physician. And the way we think about that in the pharma business, you know, it's completely different. I can give you a pill. The pill is going to be bitter. The pill is going to be difficult to swallow, but nobody minds, nobody cares, because you'll take that pill for 10 days and you will be cured. In our food supplement business, people have choice. People hopefully will take your product for a long period. So you have to think, you have to find a way to make this product appealing for the consumer, because otherwise they will not stick to your product. So the consumer centricity is an essential element. It's an essential element that needs to evolve in our core R&D, especially if our R&D is moving from a pharma business toward a new food supplement business, because many of our scientists are not thinking consumer-like. They are more thinking about therapeutic targets, and they are missing one big element of the success criteria. So that's going to be just like the conclusion for today. So sure enough, in this new area where everything seems to be easy to be done with the e-commerce, everything seems to be easy to be done with the CDMO, everything seems to be easy to be done with artificial intelligence, I would advocate that you still need to have a very strong R&D to be able to navigate and to have a sustainable growth in your organization, but you may need a slightly different R&D with slightly modernized capabilities. The two that are the most important, as I said, for me is ability to collaborate and ability to integrate consumer centricity for all of what you are doing, so front and center of your R&D. Thank you so much.
Well, it was an indeed session, indeed insights what we gained. And let me recap what I learned from him is that the entire focus was that scientists should move out from working in silos and try to connect and develop and get the business acumen and the more sense of collaboration towards the commercialization of product. Okay, thank you very much, sir. So now the next session is going to be a roundtable panel discussion. The topic on enhancing nutrition outcomes. And I would be requesting the team to come here. And meantime, let the people let them set up the stage.
CFAM is known for its high-quality natural ingredients across the dietary supplement and alternative medicine industries. But what makes us so confident in our product? Trust between the consumer and seller is crucial. So ingredient quality must be backed up by reliable, transparent data and a system to manage it. We have nothing to hide here at CFAM, which is why we have partnered with Tag One to solve this challenge and keep our consumers' trust intact. Data from the first mile, the farm, all the way through processing and distribution is pulled into the Tag One blockchain where information can never be manipulated or altered. By leveraging Tag One, CFAM ensures complete end-to-end transparency across the supply chain.
So the next session is a panel discussion, a topic on enhancing nutrition outcomes, the role of rigorous R&D and clinical trials. And to add on to the gene insights, let's also try to see if we can focus on the connect and development part of it. So the R&D and the clinical trials are the crucial for improving the nutrition outcomes. They validate the nutritious product, explore the new ingredients and ensure their effectiveness and the safety contribution for better health for individuals and environment. So I would be requesting Dr. Raktim, Dr. Rarchana, Dr. Madhavi, Dr. Babu Sivi, Dr. Tahir, and Dr. Baidyanath Mishra to please come on stage. I believe the panel discussion will be much more insightful because 4 of you get more time. Okay, so thank you very much, and I would hand it over the session to Dr. Raktim. Please, sir.
Good morning once again to everyone. I think since today is the second day and the day started though a little late today. So one of our panelists had to catch the flight. Dr. Tahir is a toxicologist, so he had to leave. Sorry for that. But okay, we have a very exciting and diverse panel today. Thank you, Nutrify, today to offer such a wonderful panelist and such a diverse panelist. I mean, we have an expert working in, Dr. Madhavi, who is from the Sun Pharma, is the R&D head, clinical nutrition, Sun Pharma. So we have Dr. Babu from R&D head, Himalaya, and we have Dr. Vaidyanath Mishra from Dabur. Okay, so I would like to break the topic first before we get into the discussions. Like, we are talking about nutritional outcome. So we will start from Dr. Mishra, that how do you define when we say that nutritional outcome in a...
Yeah, good morning to all of you, and also good morning Dr. Atim and Dr. Babu and Dr. Madhvi. It is a beautiful question, like to define the concept. So now basically whenever we read the pages in our textbooks, in medical textbooks or R&D textbooks or any internet pages, every consumer nowadays want to be healthy. Every consumer want to be live longer. Every consumer want to be live beautiful. So the nutraceutical, for me as a scientist, into the formulation and medical affairs, for us, nutraceutical is not only for good health, also for creating a balance between health and mind. That is called wellness. So for me, like, consumers should look like I have to take my nutraceuticals, a supplementation, my food product, to keep me healthy, both by physically, mentally, psychologically, so that I can be more efficacious, I can contribute for my performances more better, and I can be one of the best citizens.
Okay, so basically you are trying to say that how consumer perceives is about his overall well-being. That is how the nutritional outcome has been defined as per you. Yeah, Dr. Madhavi, you want to add?
Yeah, I fully agree with him, what he said. There is a lot being catching up in terms of consumer awareness, and the expectation around commercial food and Nutra is a lot in terms of health benefits from the consumer. There is a lot of ask from the consumer today that the food, the commercial food or nutraceutical options or functional food options which are available need to be healthy. And when we say they are healthy, we need to kind of prove that these are healthy options. So in some way, the benefits of a particular product or an ingredient need to be called upon to convince that, yes, definitely it is efficacious, it is going to give the respected benefit to them. That's something being looked upon by most of the consumers and even the healthcare professional who also prescribe these products. Beyond this, I think in consumer domain, it's very well respected, and ask is for clinically proven as a claim on the product, which is very important for many of the consumers, which would kind of assures that the product is good or the ingredient is good to give benefit.
Oh, yeah. Great. So clinical nutrition aspect you have added well. Okay, Dr. Babu, I would ask you to emphasize on how do you define the rigorous R&D? In the topic you are talking about role of rigorous R&D. How do you define rigorous R&D for everybody?
Again, good morning. Good morning, everybody. And, before I get into the question, I would like to clarify, because yesterday when we are looking into the summit, there were two questions being discussed. One is many of are in the opinion that, the nutraceuticals are natural ingredients. Subjecting them to the clinical trials is very, very difficult. But, the most of the nutraceuticals are natural ingredients that are today, and most of those clinicals are available, all right? The only thing is that how best the clinical protocol it would be, if it is a placebo-controlled, okay, double-blind, multicentric clinical trials. So this is absolutely possible that what we do today for APIs, the clinical trials for natural ingredients or nutraceuticals, it is absolutely possible. That's the first point I would like to put, because that is what it is define the R&D. The second is, we have been discussing on synthetic versus naturals, right? So yesterday also this question come. Like when we are talking about synthetics, as you all know, synthetics are pure molecules, okay? For example, to make it more simplified, talk about vitamin C. So you have a vitamin C from synthetic source, but you also have a vitamin C from natural source. But as long as you are comparing the pure vitamin C, either synthetic or natural, you don't see any difference. The most important thing is when you are developing a vitamin C from natural sources, there are issues with the synthetic vitamin C. For example, it's the stability, okay? And the vitamin C in the gooseberry, our own amla, has its own beneficial, that it has got more antioxidant activity than synthetic, because there are many natural compounds around vitamin C that make it more stable. So we should understand much, much more about the natural ingredients, how these are, beneficial. Now coming to the robust R&D, now you can see most of those nutritional products or nutraceuticals today based on the information in the literature, okay? The most of the claims are made based on the, the clinicals that are available in particular ingredients. So manufacturers or formulators take that information and put into their strategy of R&D innovation and try to fix that how best those clinicals data that is available can be explored for your label claim. In this case, you might find in the literature there are a number of clinical trials. Unfortunately, like APIs, in case of nutraceuticals or natural ingredients, it is not the data that is available today. The most importantly, how that particular ingredient has been manufactured, the process by which that kind of ingredient, because we are not talking about here pure molecules, right? If there is an ingredient, for example, you talk about turmeric, you talk about ashwagandha, if you are using in the nutraceutical products, the entire data that we refer that clinically that is available, that does not mean, or you can generalize all ashwagandhas available in the market can have same clinical, because referring one public literature that is available. The most important thing, the IP, the investigational product that is used for that particular clinical trial has its own merits and demerits. Therefore, that is very important for industry when there are ingredients that are trending today, but unfortunately some reports come say particular ingredient that is causing toxicity. So that entirely, put it on blame on the ingredient that has been developed. So it is more related to understanding the process by which these nutritional or natural ingredients that are developed. So entire our strategies basically would be around how, these ingredients are developed. So just to give you one example, suppose you take any naturality claim. Okay, somebody says that particular natural has 50% claim, a particular compound. It's not important that how much percentage that you have in the product. The most important is what is the rest into that product. That is most important. That is what it determines the safety and efficacy of the product. Yeah.
Oh, great. So thank you for the explanations. Now, so you rightly said there are three parts which I could get it. One is the infrastructure you are talking about. Second, you are talking about the process. And third, you are also highlighting about the clinical part, outcome part of it. Now, aligning these three are the most difficult part, I believe, that gives a robust R&D as a definitions. And that's we all struggle, and that's how then differentiation's been created. So infrastructure, process that you are following, and the clinical outcomes related, evidence related infrastructure that we do it. So great. So let's get into the subject. I will start with Dr. Mishra first. So nowadays we talk, there's a lot of buzz on the safety and efficacy, and we are, as the regulations becoming stringent, we are more focusing on the safety and the efficacy. Now, in an R&D setup, sitting in R&D, we understand that what safety means. We take some terms, we do some tests, we write a paper and we call it. But when it comes to the consumer, he sees only the label, right? So how the consumer perceives the safety in a finished product?
Okay, Dr. Atim is a good question. As a medical affairs, we always deal all sorts type of level claims and competing to the entire international regulatory. Nowadays, I should agree in one term that consumers are growing more knowledgeous than the scientists, and the thanks to Google. Like now, earlier, whenever doctor prescribe a medicine, he takes it wholeheartedly, do not asking any more question. Today, being I am a doctor, if I write a medicine to a patient, he will immediately Google it and say that, okay, doc, this is the medicine which is banned, contraindicated, not well for me. So immediately react it back rather than accepting it. So it should say that in metros and non-metro cities also, the level of consumer awareness are increasing thanks to the internets which are happening now. So coming to this concept, whatever you said now, few days back there was a very echo in the ecosystem by the social media that sugar became a big issue in the labeling. Sugar was not a so big echo around 6 months back. But now sugar, somebody has raised the concern in the consumer panel by the social media. So various issue challenges came in the sugar. Okay, they wanted, even my daughter, which is a 13-year-old, telling me, Papa, this product contains sugar. I should not eat it. I should not take it. A small 13-year-old daughter, which she was not telling me a year back. So when a small child, a small younger generation people can able to know the safety of my product, so I should vote that the adult citizens also are aware of that. Second thing, now there is another concept consumer is also telling about the fiber. Fiber is a very scientific colloquial language. We speak in different medical conferences, scientific conferences, but nowadays people speaking about fiber is a great task. I should say an example, Dr. Atim, like on 28th on the Delhi, so Government of India, Department of Ayush, who is having a collaboration with FSSI, also for 343 plant to go into the nutraceutical and health supplement. So there was a program called Pragati 2024. Now Government of India is creating awarenesses from the technical part of industries and assuming that what are the safety measures we should take a common man can understand. So they are explaining in such a way that the labels should be so simplified, the labels should be well communicative, and as you know in the regulatory, the label is not mean what is present in front of my eye. Label is also include what is mentioned in my website, what is meant in medical communication, what leaflet I give to my doctor. Everything comes under a medical communication, a part of the label. So now I should say that as consumer is creating their awareness, industries also should be cooperative to make the labeling more informative, more supportive, so that the scientific basis of nutraceutical can grow, not the non-scientific, because there are so many nutraceutical companies, sorry to say, are available, approaching us having without any data. So we should explore our possibilities to protect our world, to protect our consumer interest by self-generating our own inherent R&D technologies and communicating consumer the right thing so that consumer can trust the product wholeheartedly.
If I may add,
Yeah, please.
So I think what he said in consumer lens is also what is getting important and catching traction is also clean labels today. That could be also one of the things which would be regarded as a safety part of the product, because consumers are looking at clean labels not to have artificial sweeteners, colors, preservatives, and so on. So that would something, a clean label would also kind of ensure the safety from consumer point of view. Yeah.
Great. So one thing you mentioned very rightly, that the communicable way of putting labels so the consumer can understand in the layman language and they read it right, because it's very important to read it right. Sometimes the confusion creates further confusions and they create a lot of other things. Great. So in continuation this discussion, since it is getting more interesting, so Dr. Babu, I would like to ask you, probably like companies like me, there are a lot of companies who would be looking for this answer, that while designing a clinical study, how the safety parameters can be emphasized? What are the basic guidelines that you would suggest?
Again, when we are developing the product, basically the nutraceuticals, most of those ingredients are well known. Like if you talk about a particular geography, for the country like India, most of those botanicals which are a part of the nutrition or nutraceutical products are the part of our own diet, okay, or it is well known. These herbal or botanical or any natural ingredients are not the foreign matter to our body. So it is already taken into in understanding that these botanicals are safe to consume because we relate with that. The most important is how we do the process, okay, of those ingredients. So when we take those all into considerations and we are developing a clinical protocol, the most importantly which we have to see is what are those other ingredients in your product that may have a safety, the information that is available. And, the protocol will be in such a way that you will have an inclusion and exclusion criteria for the benefits that you are doing. And of course, the selection of those subjects which we will enroll for a clinical trials also take part, very important role in understanding what kind of safety parameters that we would look to, what is our end targets in the process of the clinicals that we look into. But again, I will go back one step. When the robust R&D product is developing, at the same time, the communication between the R&D scientists and the medical professionals, the most of those, the FIs that happens is first we should understand and the medical community to be convinced that the products or ingredients that we are using in products have its own safety. So in general, in the product development, that is the lack of, understanding of the science. Because even yesterday also you have seen, there were some comments that, it's very difficult for medical professionals to accept the natural ingredients. This is not because they're against, but this is because there is a lack of knowledge or there is a gap in understanding the importance of this. Now, another most important thing, unlike your APIs, we cannot establish PK studies or pharmacokinetics bioavailability in a holistic natural or botanicals. Therefore, it's very important to put that clinical studies. Then most importantly, another thing is you find some clinicals in the literature where the subjects are 15 subjects, 20 subjects. Probably those were done to understand how the ingredient is behaving. That does not mean that clinicals are only enough to establish the safety of your product. Maybe that is only the basis, that's selection of those ingredients. It's a responsibility of the manufacturers or industry to ensure, take that available information and clearly drop the protocol. Today, the clinical protocols is no less than any allopathic products for nutraceuticals, and we have that GCP guidelines and all. So I think, these are all considered for the safety of any product to take into. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
That nicely explained. So now, we call it this is the age of nutraceutical science. There are a lot of R&D terminologies are going out and being talked by the marketing. Okay, to bridge that gap, we say medico marketing. I don't know what it means, but this is a very common term, medico marketing. But it means that a lot of medical terms or R&D terms been used by the marketing to promote the product. It has got an advantages and disadvantages both. When we don't know a full meaning of it and we use it, and then there are a lot of other problems we land up. So, Dr. Mishra, I have one question. Now, bioavailability is one word which has been rampant used by the marketing or so-called medico marketing in the communications. And most of the time I have seen that it has been half-cooked. So, when you're formulating a product, how do you see bioavailability as a subject?
Okay, that is again good question. When I was in Germany a month back, So the presentation happened to the regulator and he asked me, "Ki doc, in the Ayurvedic or nutraceutical, Dabur is one of the largest organic, which is now 13,000 crores, the fourth largest company in India. So how do you feel that bioavailability of curcumin?" That's a very simple thing. He asked me, how do you establish? So what I replied to him, I want to reply to all of them also, hopefully it will be helpful. So bioavailability for nutraceutical is not exactly how bioavailability in the synthetic drugs we measure. So bioavailability of a nutraceutical ingredient starts itself from the saliva, because nutraceutical contains a complex food matrix. It is not a single molecule like, say, I can say statin. It does not contain one ingredient. I say rifampicin, it does not contain one rifampicin. It contains multiple ingredients in one part of the nutraceutical. For example, like many people are there who are the well-known suppliers or vendors, like flavor. One flavor we say. One flavor contains almost all 30 to 50 ingredients are there in one single flavor. Same way, a single nutraceutical, maybe it is 1 spoon of protein powder, or 1 spoon of a simple powder, whatever we take as a fiber, or it is 1 peel which gives me energy, or like 1 tablet, like today morning there was discussion about one ingredient, nattokinase, which I was listening now. So whether it is 1 tablet, 1 spoon, or 1 tablespoon, it contains multiple food matrix. So the matrix starts from its own assimilation, starting from the saliva, then it goes to the stomach, mixes with the fluid, then assimilation happens, goes to intestine, again assimilation happens, and which cannot be consumed, or there is endogenous receptors are not there. The molecules are vital for the body, but it has excreted either by the sweat or by the your motion, whatever way. So bioavailability of nutraceutical is very complex to mechanism to understand. Still, the scientists, we are trying to explore, but presently I don't have an answer for that.
I can a bit elaborate on that. So when we are talking about botanicals, right? So as long as we are within the permissible limits of these representing the whole spectrum of natural compounds, that herbs, because there is a purpose of each phytochemicals in the herbs, right? Some of those compounds is actually benefit, but other compounds also give you synergistic action. So, and some compounds is also provide the bioavailability. So what happens in the search of pure molecules with the background of drug discovery? Most of those herbs are explored to isolate a compound. Therefore, once you isolate a compound, it is like an API. Most of those natural compounds are devoid of bioavailability. That is for sure. You talk about curcumin today, you purify 99%, it has got less than 5% bioavailability. Then millions of dollars spent on that, how to improve the bioavailability of curcumin. But you go back to our own traditional way of using the turmeric or the turmeric extracts. There are many compounds in turmeric itself acts as a bioavailability improver. So you need not to purify the 95% of those compounds. You have to selectively use the natural compounds that are available in the botanicals. That will enhance the bioavailability of the therapeutic compounds present in the herbs. But that again, base herb to herb, okay? So it is more important when we are using natural compounds or botanicals, we need to strike a balance up to what level that enhancement is enough to deliver its best benefits, including the bioavailability. Yeah.
Excellent. I think in clinical nutrition setup, the bioavailability plays a big role, and there is a lot of working around on this specific field. So it itself is a big subject to discuss. So I will go to Dr. Madhavi now. You are working in one of the top-notch pharma companies and driving the nutraceutical science. It's great to see. So, now we are talking about bioavailability. We talked about safety. Now, so end of the day, it is efficacy which everybody looks at in a finished formulations. Now, when it's the pharma, it has got a very stringent way of bringing down the efficacy as a outcome. When it comes to the nutraceuticals, it has got its inherent challenges to go towards the efficacy when designing a study. So, a nutraceutical science head driving a pharma and talking about efficacy, designing a study. How do you look at? What is your take on that?
I think that's a great question, because the moment we try about randomized controlled trial or the trial which would give you the efficacy, it's always looked upon as a drug, which are maybe molecules which have direct actions, bioavailability, the mechanism of action is quite well established. But when we were talking about, as Dr. Mishra mentioned, the food matrix, the ingredient matrix of a nutraceutical or a food supplement, it becomes a very complex challenge. Though always the endeavor is to have the best, matrix-related study design being selected and have high standard for clinical trials. It does have a lot of, challenges. To start with, if I can cite, have a placebo. Having a placebo itself could be a challenge. If you select a format, something like a powder nutrition supplement, having a placebo of same color, same flavor, similar texture does show a challenge. You need to really decide to have and really work on the R&D team really has challenge to work on a similar, product as a placebo. That's something. And then again, the manufacturing such a product is expensive and adds a lot of cost with such a product. So having a placebo. Secondly, if you want to give a certain kind of delivery of the product, say product has to be mixed in a milk or some other food, right? So it becomes complexity increases really from the efficacy point of view, because to achieve the same compliance by every subject of the same protocol for using the product becomes a challenge there. So that also the kind of delivery you need to take into consideration, that aspect is very important. Thirdly, I think very seriously talked about is inclusion and exclusion criteria. So I would like to say here definitely, because nutrition is usually in adjunct with the mainline therapy. Maybe there is a disease condition, or maybe people where we're using the test product, they already have comorbid condition. This may throw a challenge in terms of subject selection, and the filters are much more really, by the end, it's very difficult to recruit subjects actually in this study, because you have so many filters to kind of go through. So that throws a challenge. I would like to cite an example. We were looking at an effective protein supplement on muscle health, basically muscle gain and strength. So there was a challenge to get subjects who didn't have comorbid condition, metabolic conditions in age of 40 to 50. Because all metabolic conditions, be diabetes, pre-diabetes, hypothyroidism, would have some effect on the outcomes. What we were looking at is, the isometric and muscle gain and so on. Muscle metabolism would be affected during these conditions really. So not having these conditions and getting subjects 50 plus, 40 plus was really a big challenge, and we had to filter it down. I think beyond this, I would also, so it depends on the objective of the study. We need to kind of filter out and decide what to select and what could be, tolerated, what cannot be. You really need to lay down those criteria before designing a trial. That's very, very important. I think also most importantly, when we were talking about the R&D part of it, it's very important to have the science design or the product which is going to give you the claims in a trial need to be fixed. Because most often it happens in Nutra, because you have several ingredients, say a product containing 20 to 30 ingredients maybe. The moment you change ingredient profile, the study results may not be applicable, So that's very important aspect practically to remember once you decide over the trial. You need to kind of fix the science engine, which is something is going to give you the result, which should not be changed later. So those are the decisions which are very important and increase the complexity when you're designing a trial and when you're doing the analysis as well. Yeah.
Great. So basically, you are one of the strategies that you are focusing on to address this to efficacy, inclusion and exclusion criteria to be tightened, to be seen very cynically, considering the comorbidity, considering the other conditions of the subject, right? Great. So we have to close on time. So I'm going to touch another very most ignored and most important and very close of my heart topic, that is drug-nutrient interactions. So Dr. Mishra, I'll come to you first. That this is a subject I think we talked very less, and from a consumer perspective and kind of lifestyle that we live today, that's become very, very important. And why don't you, first you tell me, why don't you talk? Why we don't talk about drug nutrition, nutrient interactions much when in our formulations of the product? What is the innovation?
Okay, it is a very good question. And again, I'll go to practical matter. Like few weeks back, there is a protocol approved by All India Institute of Medical New Delhi, which is my own formulation on the bacosides, 50%. And that trial, we are making 300 mg for the road traffic accident cases when amnesia happens. Like what is the effect of amnesia if a person is taking bacoside 300 mg in a road traffic accident? So different types of presentation happen in AIIMS New Delhi, and finally the product got approved to be taken. So now the one question they asked me in the department of neurology, because this trial is happening neurology. Now the doctor has asked Dr. Bednath, why or what are the studies that Dabur has done before I take this study for such a type of prescription drug, okay? So now whenever you say drug interaction studies for nutraceutical, if you take the botanicals or if you take the protein supplements or take the plain fruit as a food product, there is a definite interactions happens with the drug and the nutrient. The same thing I replied to them, like a person is taking grapefruit juice and immediately taking statin, the statin interaction happens and statin doses will not act the way the doctor has prescribed to him. For example, like in Russia, people take alcohol and immediately take the product which will be reducing their hepatic damage. But there is interaction happens, alcohol and other products should not be taken together. So there are certain histories are there. Even one pharmaceutical company has come up with a very innovation when they provide the ferrous sulfate along with the citric acid. The doses come down, but still then it is more efficacious. Okay, I do not want to tell the name, it's a public forum. Same way, like the nutrient has an interactions within the drug, and all the pharmaceutical or the manufacturers should do the studies. Like today morning, there was a discussion, again I want to live on this nattokinase, which I really like it, but the company did not present. What happens whenever you are giving a medicine for 200 mg? What happens when a person is already taking other cardiovascular drug? What happens to that? He explained about the positiveness, but what interaction happening there? But like suppose there is a product is there which is having a supporting system for calcium. Always we doctors, every doctor you go, including myself also, you always say, do not take the synthetic drugs along with the nutraceutical together. Always take 1 hour gap. Always take 1 year gap whenever taking a product of synthetics and the nutraceutical. This is standard proverb, always we doctor prescribe. Calcium, one example is that, which reduces your observation of other nutrient by 90%. So yes, the companies has to start more on drug interaction. Basically, the common mechanism called cytochrome P450, which is basically neutral as a marker. People has to study that what happened drug interaction. That is requirement, I also feel on that.
Great. So I'll come to Dr. Babu, so we're running short of time, so we will go a little faster. You know, we use the term malnutrition very often in our daily practice. And, I have seen when Nutrify was launched, that time Amit was very vocal about it, that, the population which is nutrient deficient, calorie sufficient populations and lifestyle disease population. He was very, very active on that, vocal on that particular. So now in a clinical setup, if I break down the word malnutrition and if I say that it's undernutrition and overnutrition, what is more important for you in a clinical setup and why?
I think both are very important. Okay, the first thing is when we talk about 100 nutrition. Okay, any medicine, any supplement that you give, it is not that that is actually going to improve or impact your health. It is also equally, a kind of symbiosis or synergy between all the nutrients that you take. So the first thing is it should be, because that is why in the clinical trial the food intake, diet is also very important part of the protocol. And to look into these observations in kind of inclusion criteria. But at the same time, overnutrition is also detrimental. Okay, and as you rightly said, and we have discussed, the overnutrition also causes a lot of interactions, and that may lead to, in your clinical setup, the results which come from the investigational drug may be surprise. So in a clinical setup, when we are developing the protocol, we need to be a balance. Okay, having the nutrition, it cannot be malnutrition for sure, but at the same time, it cannot be overnutrition. Okay. So that plays.
So do you say that nutritional assessment has to be in the practice for, because unless you do the assessment, you can't...
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what I would like to say that.
Great.
Okay, yeah, but if you come out of that clinicals, then even if you go today, doctor, the most importantly, the drugs that are prescribed, along with that, it is always, suggested what kind of the balanced nutrition that you should take apart from this. So this is exactly the same that reflects when we do the clinicals.
In addition to Dr. Babu's reply, like I agree on that also. Like we may read many articles, okay, where people, because this is also, as a scientist, this is also our concern. Like many nutraceutical yesterday also I've seen so many booklets where vitamins has been added to botanical randomly, without having any study whether this gives more nutrition or less nutrition. Because the single disease, which is a disease increase in India, is called hyperchromatosis. I don't know how many people know. Hyperchromatosis happens when people are taking without a binder. The iron they're taking consumably randomly, either doctor prescription or by the self-medication by nutraceutical people when online they're purchasing. They don't know how much I can absorb my iron, what is my iron content in the body, whether I have a binder or not, they don't understand. When the people are taking more such products that lead for the hyperchromatosis where the liver get damaged. Same way the vitamins, which are two types, water soluble and fat soluble, the fat soluble vitamins are more dangerous than the water soluble. So, yes.
Yeah, I think just to add here, you really need expertise in terms of what to be combined, how to be delivered, proper screening. I think these are very essential aspects when you're looking at R&D as well as the clinical trials. Yeah.
See, I work in cancer nutrition space, so I see that more than selling a product, or selling a concept, we focus more on the nutritional assessment for the cancer patients before that, which is a very, Western countries it is a practice, but where it comes to the India, it is less in that. Anyway, so last questions I will go to Dr. Madhabi in this context only. Yeah. Why the randomized trial in nutraceutical sector are much lesser than it is needed, and what do you think, how it is going to impact on the overall efficacy and the quality of the product in the market?
Right. So as I was sharing earlier, the aim is always to achieve, the great standard, the gold standard in clinical trial. But there are certain challenges what we discussed. And more part, like it again depends on the objective of the trial. It also depends on the format of the product, what you like to put into the trial. For example, for a Nutra product in a capsule or a drug format, it's still easier to do in a randomized controlled trial as compared to a functional food or a powder nutrition supplement. It may throw a lot of challenges which I talked about earlier. So again, it depends, why randomized controlled trial, because there are certain challenges what we discuss. Beyond that, as we were talking about, Nutra becomes a very complex, matrix. And when we talk about nutrition as an exposure and looking at the causal relationship on various outcomes what we're looking at, it is very, very complex affair. So many a time designing a trial which through efficacy may not be really possible. So it best may be suited for certain things that we go for. What we call today is, real world evidence that is very commonly used in Nutra segment, where you do a lot of observation, come out with the findings and, how the product is doing or how the ingredient is doing, and then design further trials. So again, the format, what you're looking at is an end outcome, which would determine the study design. So in nutrition, we do have a lot to start with epidemiological studies and data, which may not be so much on the drug domain, but which is a starting point for many of the ingredients and nutrition as an exposure, where we go on epidemiological data, observation, and then randomized control trial. Having said that, the objective and the set format of the product, which would determine the design, though the endeavor is there, Dr. Babu was talking about it, yes, we can do a drug-like trials, but it may not be possible for all kind of, products or ingredient that you have in the market.
Thank you all speakers now. So I think I will stop here, and today we touched a lot of sensitive topics like drug-nutrient interactions. We talk about the efficacy, we talked about the other aspects of the designing a clinical trials and the consumer perspective also. So end of the day, it's very clear that, regulations are something different. We need not to wait for regulation to be stringent and then we will develop our process. It's a mindset. So end of the day, R&D is completely a mindset. So once we formulate a product, once we create our documents and evidence for the products, I think we should more focus on we should build our mindset whether we want it or not, is irrespective of the regulations. And that is the stake today. I will end the session here today, and any questions, if it is, please, Dr. Babu.
Just to add the point, when we are talking about clinicals, drug-drug interaction and all, as you can see, particularly in this industry, there are a lot of startups or new companies coming up. The more and more, the much more important is the collaboration between academia and industry, because all companies cannot afford to do the clinical trials. So, but then there should be a collaboration from the, startups or bigger companies or academia, medical institutions. Unless we do and we create that culture, it's very difficult to, conduct the clinical trials for every product from all the sections of the industry. Yeah.
That's a very
Thank
good
you.
point.
Any questions to the panelists? Yeah.
Very good session. This is Dr. Nandan from Reddy's. I'm heading the medical affairs. Very, very interesting conversation. One question is, how do you plan a clinical trial, especially with the multi-ingredient formulations, in an organization where eventually the organization will look at cost cutting, either reducing the nutrient levels or changing the supplier of that ingredient. Like, let's say at the beginning you might be importing from Europe, and then the pressure to start with the Indian supplier. So do the study results still stay relevant, or how, any experiences? Would love to hear your feedback on that.
I have one beautiful, no, take your chair. So I have a beautiful experience on that, which just now Dr. Babu said is the academia-industry relationship or coalition. Like in my organization also, I have started a lot of academia interactions or tie-ups or collaborations. And we are doing the studies whichever earlier the CROs are costing us around 50, 45 lakhs, which are doing the 1/4 cost of that. Because we are entered into, like I just told AIMS New Delhi, then other medical colleges also entered. So where we have started such interactions or collaboration, where there is an interest between both organizations ties, they also take publication, we also take publication, and that way we can be grow, which just now Dr. Babu said, and that is one of the methodologies I can say. Number 2 should be there, break down the studies into 1 or 2 centers, like multi-centric study, keeping one investigator as the prime investigator whom we want to be, that also. Or third, you can say that like you can continue CUTs, consumer utility trials, whichever you don't need ethical committee to approve that one. By CUT, for example, we say just now completed CUT on our Chyawanprash, whichever are going for the memory and cognition. We have done 500 students in 3 hostels, or say like ladies hostel, boys hostel, in different parts of India, which costed us few lakhs. And then after result, we have entered to a tie-up with another medical college in Bangalore, which is the trial are happening. So that way we can have a number of reports coming on CUT, and understanding that we go to the centers. Third way is that, like you continue with the bioassays. Bioassays are all the markers, generated efficacy studies done by the very, very simple and lowest cost at your own center, or you can tie up wherever required, count down that studies and reduce your marker whatever required, and then go for the certain medical colleges by multiple, so that you can have a number of customers, number of patients you are getting, but timing is cutting down, which is one part in the clinical. The cost of the human resource is too high. So to that, I have implied in my company is that cutting down that studies in 3 parts: bioassays, 1 fast study, then our coming the studies which is CUT, and then third I go for the multi-centric studies with 50, 60, 70. By that I have 1,000 people completed, good to go to the market.
I would like to add here, I think what he also meant was we changed the ingredient in the trial. So for example, if you looking at a particular extract, which was, procured, sourced from, say, Europe, and because of the cost constraint, today we have changed the products, the source of the ingredient with the Indian supplier, and the ingredient is different. Will the trial be applicable, the result? That's what he meant. So, yeah. That beyond the cost of the trial, I think this is another thing to kind of dwell on. So I think it's a very valid question, and all of us do face this challenge most often. I think it's very important for us to kind of consider the property of that particular ingredient when we are sourcing it. I've recently faced that in my organization. So it's very important to look at the metrics, the property, the composition of the ingredient, what you are kind of, replacing with, that it becomes very crucial. So the extract composition, I did find studies existed comparing, 2 types of abstract, which we were kind of looking into. So I think you need to do a due diligence, that seeing that the property of the ingredient which was put in the clinical trial was very similar, then I think there would be a call to decide whether we can make the claims and see the validity of the trial results. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? Any questions for the panelist? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Epstein and all. Thank you. So it was quite an insightful session wherein it started with, in a very single line, to understand that consumer is the king and the consumer wants to live for 100 years healthy. Then based on the needs and the want, the new the new ingredient discovery is going on. So with this, let's get into the next session, and the next session is, let me turn back my page here.
Every solution in the world ultimately originates from the sources and resources that the earth gives us. If processed with devotion and care, the smallest of elements and ingredients can make a huge difference, contributing to a better and healthier world. Barents continuously works on delivering better solutions for our customers and future customers, better solutions for the life science and specialty performance ingredients industries, better solutions in everything we do. Our logo serves as a powerful symbol representing the essence of the Barents story. The red dot is reflecting our pursuit of growth and continuous improvement and our unwavering commitment to our employees, customers, and long-term principles. Driven by the powerful blend of entrepreneurship, partnership, and knowledge with over 2,500 employees in almost 70 countries, 53 state-of-the-art application labs continuously supporting our customers in human nutrition, animal nutrition, personal care, pharmaceutical and performance materials, sourcing, formulating, and distributing to create the best portfolio in the world. Barents, always a better solution.
Thank you. Well, we'll get into the next panel discussion. It's quite interesting. So if you look at it, it's a circle wherein the needs and the want of the consumer went into the R&D. Now the product is into the market. So the discussion is on building sustainable brand in volatile VMS market. I would be requesting Dr. Vikram Munshi and Mr. Brijesh Kapil, Mr. Sri Ram, Mr. Abhijit, Dr. Mukund, and Atul Suri to please come on stage. Well, please. Meanwhile, they are coming on the stage, so let me add few. Please come on stage. So I strongly believe that the branding promotes responsible nutrition by building trust, educating consumers. It helps in product differentiation, and the most importantly, it brings influences the behavior of the consumer towards the healthier and sustainable choices. I'm sure that the session would be more focused on the social media part, wherein the challenges leads with the misinformation, influencer marketing, comparison culture, diet culture, and the advertisement part of it. So over to you, Dr. Munshi. Thank you very much. So Mr. Sriram, please. Yeah, he did wave his hand. So thank you very much, and over to you all.
Should we start? Yeah. So again, thank you for Nutrify for giving us this opportunity. Personally, it's always a learning for me to have such a erudite panel. There are some old friends over here and some new friends. And as you very rightly said, typically we have a lot of discussion on how do you get a product, all the technical part of it. We had a very interesting discussion yesterday also. But it's not about just getting the product. I mean, if everybody has invested a lot of time in building capacities, doing the research, finally it's about building a brand, right? The product has to grow. Otherwise, how will it be an asset? So I think it's very good that we're having this session. Now, building brands, the topic, as very rightly said, is sustainable brands in a volatile situation. Now, sustainable means we're not talking about the eco-sustainable thing. We're talking about how do you hedge brands against volatility. And what are the volatility which typically one watches? So volatility comes into three sectors typically. First is your regulatory. I think we've talked a lot about regulatory. Second would be your demand constraints, demand fluctuations. And third would definitely be supply, right? So we have a very erudite panel over here which will cover all these three things, factors, and we'll go a bit deep over here. So let me first introduce one by one. So on my left, we have Abhijit Basak. Abhijit Basak comes from a very distinguished background of consulting, and currently he's the Vice President of Corporate Strategy at Alchem. So this is Abhijit Basak. Pleasure to meet you, Abhijit Basak. Brijesh all of you who are in Nutrify, Brijesh, you would know Mr. Brijesh Kapil. In fact, Dr. Brijesh Kapil, right? You don't have to be very modest. Come on. Dr. Brijesh Kapil. So he's the CEO of Amul Pharma. And more than that, he has huge experience in PNG and we share the same alumnus, Ranbaxy. So typically he is known as the Revital and Volini man. So we'll hear more about him. Dr. Mukund Kamath he has worked in pharma, OTC, nutraceuticals, right? He has close to 2 decades of experience. He has worked in I think Colgate-Palmolive has been your, one of your alumnus, and currently he's working as an advisor from over Colgate-Palmolive. And Mr. Shriram Balasubramanian, Director, Strategy and In-Licensing of Zuventus, again a very old friend of mine, and had the pleasure of interacting with him. And more than anything, I am very selfish as a as a moderator, because believe it or not, I get to learn more than anybody else, right? So without further ado, are you ready for the questions? I may change the questions also. No. So Abhijit, good to have you here. Let me start off with you. In this thing of volatility, right? We're talking about mergers and acquisitions. Do you really believe that mergers and acquisitions can be one way to build sustainable brands in the VMS? And if yes, how? What are some of the do's and don'ts?
So typically, when you think of mergers and acquisitions, you're trying to plug a gap. So it may not be building your own brand through mergers and acquisitions.
Right.
But if we stretch the definition a little, you spoke of 3 types of volatility. I'll bring in a 4th type. See, I'm now representing a pharma organization.
Right.
And typically, we would have, say, a pipeline of 100 products, SKUs, lined up in a year. And that's not always going to be equally spaced out over 12 months. So that's where sometimes the inorganic part comes in. And like I said, stretching the definition a little bit. So on one hand, you have M&A. You're trying to buy out a company because you want certain capabilities. Next, you could be buying out certain brands, which fit in well with your own brands. But for whatever reason, you may not have invested in-house in them. Third would be when I'm purely going partner, right? So a lot of the CDMOs in this room, or P2P suppliers, technically it is still inorganic from the in-house R&D, product development, brand building perspective. So extensions, that's where the extensions come in very well. So if you look at our own portfolio, we've got some names which are sometimes even bigger than the company, right? Say A to Z as a franchise, which is our vitamin and mineral franchise. Tomorrow, if I want to bring in A to Z for X, now that X could be anything. We already have women. Tomorrow it could be kids, it could be a segment, it could be eye health, anything.
Eye health,
right? But if I find a product out there that's exciting, fits an unmet need, why not license it in or acquire it, whatever it might be, and in future it's still a to ZX. So very easily and well integrated into the Alchem system.
Right.
And I may want to do that at a time when I know my in-house pipeline will see a dip. So
and you're being able to forecast that.
Again, hypothetically, if I think there is going to be a dip around January, February, and I go inorganic and figure out 2-3 options which can come in and fit, plug that gap, so that the field also has something to get excited about. Why not?
Right. Wonderful. So when you're talking about, I mean, I'm glad you gave the example of A to Z over here. And do you believe in, I mean, when you're talking about mergers and acquisitions, in nutraceuticals where typically people talk, ye to fad hai, ye jo cheez hai, does in this space, can it actually help reduce that risk?
Great point. Now, typically when we say something is a fad, and gentleman over there had talked about social media. It's a double-edged sword. You can use it as a tool. So take a category. Take antioxidants for the eye. You look at a trusted industry standard database, be it AIOCD, be it IQVIA, I'm ex-IQVIA by the way, you'll get a certain size. That size may not cover brands, D2C brands that are today playing on the Amazons and e-pharmacies and so on. They would not be part of the database. Now, a myopic way to look at the world would be, hey, you know what, X category is only 50 crore because that's what's showing in the database.
Right.
And then you look at the number of likes of the top product of that search on an Amazon. You see a 5,000 reviews with 8,000 likes.
Correct.
And you're like, what the hell? This can't be a 50 crore market. It's possibly a 500 crore market.
Correct, which is not reflecting. Wonderful. Thank you. I'll come back to you on this. So, Mukund, over to you first, right? So, when we're talking about health and trends, right? How far do you feel that, because everything is about, we've been talking in the last 2 days, understanding the customer needs, right? What role do health and trends, analysis of health and trends play a role in building the sustainable brands? And how can my sub part of this is, how can companies stay and anticipate these trends better? Because typically what happens, I mean, you've seen it, as you very rightly said, this market does not exist. Why should I go into that market? And then when suddenly somebody tells you, oh, no, the competition is going, let me also, and then becomes a red ocean. So how does one stay ahead? How does one analyze the trends and stay ahead of these trends? That would be my question to you.
Okay, good question. In fact, 2 questions. So I'll start with the first one. I think in my experience, the good part about being a marketeer is because the consumer is always evolving, unless you listen, you will be obsolete. And preferences of consumers are changing every single day.
They are changing.
In fact, there was some study that came out last year by Accenture which was talking about 63% of the people are actually looking for brands and switching to brands that are now part of their belief systems. It might be sustainability, organic, wellness, whatever that might be.
Right.
But the fact is that, so this is one. Second is people are now moving from a therapeutic approach, thanks to COVID, now into a more wellness space. And that is also changing perceptions and beliefs. So earlier, what was considered, if it's medicinal, it is going to be more effective, has now moved to if it's more organic based, it's probably safer while being effective. So these are some of the changing behaviors that have come in and are a reality. As manufacturers or as promoters of brands, we need to therefore be attuned to this. So it's very, very important. And I think it plays a pivotal role. That's the first part of the question.
Right.
From how do companies stay ahead? I think there are a couple of things that we need to look at. While the commonest one, like you rightly said, is to look at competition. Because in my experience, again, it's not the number 1 player in the market which is usually as hungry as the number 3, number 4, and down the line.
Well said, yeah.
So most of the time we focus on who is my closest competition. That person is trying to actually mimic what you're doing and mimic your successful strategy.
Right.
If you look a little deeper, you'd actually find brands trying to differentiate themselves by doing different things. The question is, how do they do them? So one is probably they look at, of course, industry reports, right? There's a lot of churn of data that comes out from a McKinsey or many other houses that are capturing consumer trends. So that's one way to look at it.
Right.
The most important one to my mind is to look at consumer emotions.
Consumer?
Immersions.
Immersions, okay. Can you expand on that, please?
Conduct consumer immersions to understand why is someone hooked onto my brand? Why has someone lapsed out of my brand? What is it that the person today is aspirational for? And what as a brand can I do to serve that need? So this is all the information that one can get from a consumer immersion. You can get similar results from social listening. I think we've already addressed this in a large way, but social listening is very important because one, it tells you about your own brand. It tells you about competition set, what people are looking for. Do I have it? Don't I have it? What can I do more? So these are the couple of data points that I would look at as a company to stay ahead of the curve and to go that extra mile to service a consumer need which is inherently there and is shaping.
Wonderful. Mukund, you mentioned one very important thing, and there are certain trends which we are also seeing. See, friends, this is very important. Typically, what Mukund was mentioning about consumer emotions, right? If I look at last 5 years, typical primary research or consumer emotions were a prerogative of multinational companies who believed in consumer insights. As you very rightly said, what are those things which are making the person stick to the product? What are those things which are making the person leave the product? In the last 2-3 years, we have seen Indian companies investing in primary research, which is a very, very encouraging sign. Because, I mean, you worked in all the parameters. Typical Indian scenario is, I know my customers, I know my HCPs, why should I invest in research? But as you very rightly said, consumer immersions, we see companies actually investing in it.
Also, just to add, because you see a lot of companies today which have now gone consumer are typically pharma companies.
Right, right.
In pharma, you didn't need to do this, right? But the good news, like you're rightly saying, is the mindset has opened, and people are now more open to doing this and investing behind it.
Yes, yes.
Because it's, in my mind, very, very important.
Absolutely. You know, this as a lexicon is coming into pharma strategy also. Patient insights, customer insight, patient journey mapping, you know, which were not there 5 years ago. One would rarely see it, but today companies are investing into that. It's not just doing that. So thanks, Mukund. We'll see whether we can come up with a follow-up question to all of you. Now, everything is fine that you have a product. You have a product and there is a customer demand. We talked about mergers and acquisitions. We talked about how companies can stay ahead of the trend. But all that fails, we talk about suppliers. What are some of and supply chain becomes very important. What are some of the strategies which can build up a sustainable customer-supplier linkage? I would want your view on this because you've very successfully done this.
So on the first, when you want to build a very sustainable supply chain and a commercial process, it's like, doing a marriage. Doing a marriage, successful marriage.
Yeah.
If you are not going to do your background checks well, at the end of the day, you're going to rue that you're...
The horoscope.
Not only the horoscope, what we're, in a way horoscope, because yes, we today have, agencies which are actually accrediting all the suppliers.
Right.
From every data point, whether it is from their financial standpoint, it is from, the whole process that they follow, okay? Whether they themselves have a very sustainable pathway in terms of ensuring from, farm to market, whether that process is very robust or not. What are the news, that is buzzing around, which impacts the supply chain? So I think that in the very beginning, you should do a lot of homework. Because when you do that homework, you can ensure that what you are delivering to the consumer is always consistent, okay? So that's as far as, buying some information, getting some accredited information, which will actually give you the confidence that, yes, these are the people with whom. And that's the reason why I, as a company, also believe in working with those who are having strong branded ingredients, who are having, whose whole credibility in the marketplace is so strong that we are able to do the endpoint tracing. Second is that what we can do inside is that, as a company, we also have been practicing the process of auditing,
okay.
and auditing.
Auditing, okay.
So it doesn't mean that I do an audit and after 5 years there is a cycle of doing auditing. We are constantly in touch with the suppliers, okay, whether they are in India, whether they are abroad, okay, where we can do the physical audit, we do the physical audit, where it is, we need to do an online desk audit, we continue to do that. But in some way, we see to it that we are having a touch point at least once or twice a year with all our suppliers, okay? When that supply chain is well audited, then we definitely know for sure that we are getting those parts of the information which will maintain the sustainability. Third important thing is that we are communicating constantly with our partners. I don't call them as suppliers because, you know, if that puts them down way level below. Because the minute
Can I just interrupt you here?
Yeah.
I wish more people accede to what Sriram is mentioning here. We don't label them as suppliers. We label them as partners. It's not wordplay, but there is a very strong intent which goes behind this word.
Absolutely.
Sriram, please continue.
So what is very important is that, you know, whichever companies have worked in the past,
Right.
all of them want to know your growth story. They want to understand what is happening. They want to, you know, participate. And when we allow them that liberty of coming towards you and trying to understand, then they work more on making innovations which make a very stable product. Okay. When we start off, we may still be giving a lot of inputs to them, which helps them make a better product. And that product actually gets a better customer response or a consumer response or a, you know, doctor's response or patient's response, whichever you want to talk.
Right.
So this journey requires a lot of, you know, to and fro of constant communication with the right channel partners.
Right.
Also very important is that, you know, how do we play a win-win game? Okay. Most of the negotiation always starts and say, let us look at the bottom price. But when we work with people, we look at value proposition.
Okay.
So the value proposition is, at the end of the day, what are the elements that come to me from my partners which helps me sell better, market better, okay? Because many of my partners actually bring a lot of qualitative inputs. They bring in a lot of science. They continue to work on science. So this is what is required to make the brands better and bigger. Otherwise, at some point of time, you're going to run out of fuel. And you say that I am like someone else. But the very fact that we keep on investing in that areas gives you that more to leverage, to reach out to them and say, is this more credible? And that's where, you know, we look for such partners. And that's why I feel industry should start looking at it. And we have seen evolution of even small players, you know, when we have edged them, they have actually started working in that particular direction.
That works. That means, so it's not about the size. And when you actually take them as partners and you're communicating them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. We as a company have also supported some of our partners by investing. Okay?
Right.
At some point of time where we felt that, you know, they needed investment support, but I need the standard that I want out of them.
Right.
Okay. The recovery of all those things can be done. Okay. It's a commercial game.
Absolutely.
But very important is, are we ready to invest? Then the partner stands by you because he also raises stall to your quality standards that are required. Another challenge that actually comes in is building transparency.
Yes.
Because what I have observed is that, you know, relatively, okay, in India, we're able to touch people and actually knock their doors, go inside and see what's really happening.
Right.
But when it comes to, you know, international shores, a lot of the information that is going on sometimes remains well within the, you know, boardroom or within close circle. And we get surprises. So in my whole journey, I've learned to make plan B. Okay.
You don't depend only on plan A, you actually depend.
So why the plan B is important, which is a typical pharma generic model, is because you have 3 vendors and this thing and that.
Correct.
But here, it is not that, you know, you do not respect that particular thing, but suddenly the consumers or patients cannot be left high and dry. Okay. And there are examples that I have when one Japanese company suddenly said, "Ye input nahi denge aapko," and this particular patch we are not in a position to supply from next month. I said, how the hell can we survive?
As short as that, but next month I cannot give you supplies.
I cannot supply.
Right.
So I know that my stock is going to dry off in another 2 months' time. How do I sustain? Because the doctors have already got, you know, confidence in your product.
Right.
But this hindsight which we always use, or the method is that we always had an alternative developed, kept ready for that particular. So we are able to bridge that within 90 days and get to the market.
Right.
So this planning is constantly going on because we anticipate. Okay, and by experience of 1 or 2 issues that we have. But at the same time, we ensure that there is a proper communication with our partners. Because I said they are partners. They have helped us to reach where we have. So I'm not going to let them down. So there is a adequate communication, so they also feel confident that yes, we have not taken them for a ride. And very importantly, we still keep them in the system because we have more markets than one market to actually, you know, work with them. And that kind of has brought me back many of my, you know, partners back by saying, okay, yeah, this is a trustworthy company because I had a trouble at the time, okay, I mean, they had to find a solution. But now I'm still with them because they are still with me and they're taking me places. And that is the kind of sustainability that we kind of try to work and build on.
Wonderful.
And I think also we need to keep a little bit of ear to the geopolitics, the regulatory, and so on and so forth.
Right.
In terms of what happens to the ingredients that we are sourcing and whether it will continue to be, but standards that we maintain, even in replacements, are same.
Got
We
it.
don't change any standards.
Got it. There's no compromise on that, obviously.
These are the, few tips that I have in terms of how you can build a...
No, Shriram, it's always a thing, and I mean, I'll be very selfish over here.
Yeah,
I don't sell product, but my company is a service provider.
correct.
So it is very heartening. A couple of things which I take from you, and I believe in this. Number one, it's not about just the price.
Correct.
I think that you mentioned. So for all the sponsors who are who are sitting on the rear side of the hall, what Shriram has just elucidated, that there is a checklist. He talked about the sustainability. He talks about transparency in communication. I think that's a lesson for all of us. The more there is communication, the more there is trust. I mean, you don't need a template to build communication. At the same time, regular audits, not waiting for, oh, why did this happen? Why did this slip up? And last but not the least, I think that particularly resonated, that in case you plan for plan B, and yet, suppose somebody fails, you don't blacklist him, you don't move that partner out, you utilize that partner somewhere else, and you develop that, that it's a long-term thing. And how many of you heard one very important thing which Shriram mentioned? Make your partners visible in the impact of what their products. Share success stories with them. I think it sounds very mushy, but everybody wants to be part of a success. I think that is a part of communication.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Shriram. Thank you so much. Brijesh, actually there are a list of 8-9 questions which I want to ask you.
Okay.
But we cannot ask 8-9 questions because we're running short of time, right? I'll just take a cue from what Shriram was talking about, partners and consistent, supplies. So when I'm talking about going as a marketer, and we are saying about, we're telling the customer has to build or the brand has to build a strong relationship with the customer. What are some of the factors which actually go into developing the customer-brand relationship? Mukund also alluded to this when he was talking about, listening to the customer or something. As a person who's built brands in the consumer sector.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I would put it means if you look at, say, any of, say, the brand success, there is, like a typical brand success, like launch model. So if you look at, say, Procter & Gamble, where I retired from, like a couple of years back, the model speaks of product superiority as, say, the first key metric. And all that we have ended up discussing has got to do with product superiority now. Every company talks of, like product superiority, like there is no other, like their product. But a product superiority in the eyes of consumer, the consumer centricity whereon a consumer perceives your product to be superior to all the competing brands in the category, which are, like sitting in. That's the first and the foremost. The second, I won't delve into the rest, otherwise it's the packaging, it's your brand communications, it's your retail execution, and it's your customer and consumer value equation. Out of these 5 metrics, if you have lost out on 3, your brand would be a failure in the market. You do whatever good that you want to do with the first 2, that you are good with. So if there are, like a problem with one of those, the chances are that 80% of your chances that brand would be a success. And I would go ahead and, like put it, into, like a story, which is again, since it's Nutrify, means like it's Revital. So we need to understand our nutraceutical is operating in which category and what are those category truths before we get to the brand truths. So the category truth for the VMS is that unlike a analgesic, you pop in a paracetamol, your fever goes off, your pain is taken care of. You don't feel that with VMS. If I ask you, do you need a VMS today? Your answer could be yes or no. But if I were to ask you, do you need a paracetamol today? Your answer would be a clear yes or no. You pop in the pill
and post the usage, you find your pain going off or your fever going off, paracetamol has worked, you are convinced that paracetamol works. Now let us take that to a nutraceutical. Your nutraceutical on a VMS, first of all, everyone sitting in this room is, like had a nice good breakfast today morning. You're going to have good lunch, like after some time, and a great dinner. So people who can afford it don't need it, and people who can't afford it, they need it. So it's the poor. Means Revital as a brand, I would go ahead and say that almost 70-80% of our sales used to come from people who were not even, who you would consider middle class or lower middle class. They were really, really poor guys. While the pricing premium, one Revital capsule used to be 16 Neurobion tablets and 10 Pfizer tablets, like both coming from, like MNCs like your Merck and, P&G now. And these brands were, like something to reckon with, MNC brands. And we had Revital, which was, like 10 times to 16 times premium to those brands. And the rural poor was, like consuming the brand. So those are, like the category truths. Now getting on to, like how you go about creating the brand, your product, what Sriram ended up alluding to, that it's like a marriage. Marriage, I would go ahead and give an analogy, sorry for me, like getting into that. Like marriage mein 36 gun milne chahiye.
Right.
Now 36 gun mein, agar, if somebody tells you, no, there is a girl that you need to marry, and girl is, like having long hair, slim, like this height and all, and you go ahead and marry, do you see, like that marriage would be successful? It's, like going to be a disaster.
Wow.
If you get into 36 gun, and that's what I talk on ingredients today, the whole nutraceutical industry, sorry if I'm, like damaging certain, like a very nasty statement that I'm making, we are just saying that it's a girl with, like 3-4 things. So your ginseng extract is a ginseng extract. Oh, fine, it's a ginseng extract. I ask you 500 paracetamols you pick from the market, every paracetamol is going to cure you for your pain and fever. 500 ginseng extracts you pick from the market, only, like perhaps 10 will. And 490, like ginseng extracts would not work. And there is a funda in marketing basic thumb rule that every satisfied tells 3 and every dissatisfied customer tells, like 11. Within 10 purchase cycles, the guys who are doing 10 good quality ginseng extract formulations, they would be killed and decimated because 490 guys who have pumped their product at cheap prices in the market, which consumer has consumed, has convinced that ginseng extract does not work and your whole category is getting killed. And I would say that Revital, the way I ended up using ginseng extract was, like from a European firm, and I picked it versus the Chinese firm at 5 times the price, but I never let that, like go off. And the brand which I picked up in 2006 at 50 crores, I made it the largest brand in the Indian pharma market, guys, at 320 crores. And it was the largest brand in the Indian pharma market, and 10 years out, today the brand is not even crossing 150 crores, what I did in my last quarter and all. You let go of, say, the ingredients, and your brand would be dead. If ginseng extract, like, can everyone call their ginseng extract brand Revital? Answer to that is no. But everyone calls ginseng extract. Your super active, your Dabur, everyone is calling ginseng extract. And somebody, like in the previous sessions ended up saying that we pick brands basis, like ingredients. And if the ginseng extracts are not same at ingredient level, you don't have a brand. And on the other side, I would say there have been, like successful brands like your in Ashwagandha, KSM 66. Your KSM 66 has been a brand by itself, charging multiple premiums, and they are the only ones, like who have been successful in, like creating brands which are based on KSM 66, Ashwagandha, and not just, like any other brand. So I would say ingredients are, like one of the most critical pieces. Till we don't say that ingredients are a brand, only ingredients requiring those 36 gun can say we are a ginseng extract. We have to somehow make sure others cannot use if 36 gun are not getting methanol. So I would say in the pharmaceutical analogous situation would be like we have the nutraceutical DMF, and the DMF, none other can be allowed to use the brand unless, like he is complying with those 36 gun standards and all.
No, I think wonderful. How are we placed for time? Do we have a question? 2 more minutes? 5 minutes? This is not in the syllabus question, but I think I've been provoked with all what you have said. And what you mentioned about social media. Those of you who have seen in the last 5 days a very important, very high-profile skincare brand, has, known for purity, known for this, has recently been getting a lot of negative reviews. It's a cosmetic brand. It is based out of North. The founders are very active on social media. One of the founders also comes on Shark Tank as a jury. And the product has been, the last 5 days, it is almost seeming as customers, consumers are launching a very concerted attack and saying that the ingredients are not, it's overpriced, I'm not getting the sunscreen thing. They have celebrity endorsers also of it. And it just talks about that, the fragility of navigating, and nobody's addressing that. That the customer is voicing their concern. The founders are downplaying it and saying that it doesn't matter. Any comments on this? I don't know what to say on this.
I'll be a little provocative on this.
Right.
Is this an instance of the founder being more in the limelight than the product, than the category, than the ingredient?
Yeah, that possibly. I wouldn't have an answer to that, but yeah, possibly.
The point which I would like to make, since we are not only pharma, we are also on the wellness online space.
Right.
Whether you are a celebrity or otherwise, celebrity makes you that much more vulnerable.
Right.
But the responsibility that you have to ensure that whatever you are delivering to the consumer, okay, every day is consistent. You talked about sustainability, it's about consistency, and which is Brijesh has also kind of reflected.
Right.
So most of these, when we go online and we do e-commerce through a startup, initial objective is to get the numbers. And then people start looking at profitability and saying, let us cut around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this, even in pharma space, we have observed it.
Yeah,
okay.
Obviously.
But what happens is that if you are cutting on the standards, consumer feels the standard immediately. He is the biggest judge. Okay. He will immediately be able to make. You look at Patanjali also. Why not? Initially, everybody was gaga saying that okay, this is something like an Indian innovation, and all these are coming.
Yeah.
But at some point of time, all of us has used this, toothpaste and something, but we never got the satisfaction. Okay, so the myth, the bubble which is there, is about what you promise and what you deliver.
Right.
And that's exactly, consumer is when it suddenly starts as a voice, and you know how online is.
Right.
If there are few dissatisfied, I think it multiplies exponentially.
Yeah, that's what he said. The bad news travels fast. So, Mukul, I want your take on this because you talked about consumer emotions and anticipation. Now, imagine this problem has happened. You are an advisor to that company. What would be your advice that this is something which is happening? How would you tell them to deal with this?
So first of all, the brand that we're talking about and the company that we're talking about is the industry's second fastest growing FMCG player.
Yes.
After Varun Beverages, Pepsi.
Yes.
I know because we are number 3 with Colgate in terms of fast growth, right? So clearly, they are acquiring consumers and they are retaining consumers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be growing that fast. That's number one. Number two, I think from a product standpoint, as Brijesh was also mentioning, they are fortunately or unfortunately in categories where you cannot measure performance. Like he rightly said,
Right.
as a painkiller, I deliver a benefit of relieving your pain, and therefore I signal that I work.
Right.
If I take a toothpaste for sensitivity, same situation.
Right.
But if I take a toothpaste or a sunscreen,
Right.
the person doesn't know, okay, sunscreens, you add certain ingredients to give you warmth to the skin,
Right.
or certain things can be added to give you some sort of a glow,
Right.
to make you feel that there's a difference going on.
Right.
But the problem is the categories that they operate in largely are not ones where you can get a signal that I am working.
Yeah.
Number two. Number three, if you look at the innovations that they have done over the past, while they have been trendy, I mean, they do have certain products which, what I understood from my retail surveys back in the day, they have certain products with onion, garlic, etc., which are apparently very well entrenched, and not only culturally entrenched, but people are taking those products for dandruff and so on.
Yeah.
Right? But the rest of the portfolio is basically a push out. And generally when you're a push out brand or you are dependent on retailers to push out your brand, there is only so much that a retailer can do unless you drive some real innovation and engage people into your brand. I think the challenge when most companies get to a certain size is that they get a bit complacent. I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying in general.
That's a hypothesis.
Right?
That's
a hypothesis.
Yeah.
And you stop engaging with your customers, you stop listening to your customers, and you stop innovating. I think that aspect also needs to be taken very, very seriously, because that is essentially going to be your incremental source of growth. Your NIs are going to be very, very important. And therefore, going back to the earlier question, staying in line with changing, evolving consumer needs is where it comes back full circle.
Right. So, yeah, thank you. So I think we started off with a very valuable lesson that how mergers and acquisitions can help hedge the risk of volatility. And what Mukund, this was told by Abhijit, Mukund, I think gave a very important thing that if you want to stay ahead of trends, don't look at the rear view mirror constantly. Listen to your customer, listen to your consumer, constantly listen to your customer. The point made by Sriram, very simple, like I think the key take homes, and I take it personally for my own, is about engaging and building transparency. Do a win-win, have a win-win situation. Let there be partnership. We hear this too much. You are our valuable partner, but do we walk the talk in that? Everybody wants to be a part of success stories, right? And if you can make your supply chain as an integral part of the success story, they would also feel motivated. I think that's a very valid point made. And communication, whether it's a business relationship or a personal relationship, guys, you will agree that communication is a very, very key part of transparency and building sustainability. The point made by Brijesh, very important, that sometimes what happens is that we feel that the brand is all about the brand name, but what you mentioned, Brijesh, here the ingredient is also part of the brand. Yeah? And that is something which we forget at times. Maybe the complacency which comes in. And I would love to, that what Abhijit mentioned, as an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur myself, sometimes what happens is, if we tend to become larger than life, and the brand takes a back seat, sometimes that can create a disconnect. I think it's a very, very important lesson. So, friends, on this note, I would like to thank all the esteemed panel members. I know how valuable your time is. I'm a consultant, so I can mentally calculate their per hour time. Those of you who have been listening to it, I'm sure you would have benefited it. I definitely benefited from this. Thank you so much for your time, and it's a pleasure to be here with Nutrify C-Suite. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Excuse me. Can you please hear me? There's a lot of disturbance. Excuse me. Well, there's an exciting news for you all. Kind attention, please. Excuse me. I request for a pin drop silence, please. There's an important announcement to be made. Again, I request you for silence, please. Okay, your choice. Well, it was indeed a good session. The lot of people who came here for marketing and networking, they should be listening to it. It's a $1 million session what you had. Thank you very much. Okay, as you mentioned that, yes, we do value it. Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So I would be requesting Mr. Brassy to please come on stage.
Nutrify C-Suite Summit was born in 2022 with a focus on democratizing supply chain for dietary supplement industry. It took off pretty well with 181 international leaders in dietary supplement, the government, the investors, bankers, flew down to Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai in 2022 June, and the entire focus was on how different countries could collaborate to enable faster growth of dietary supplement industry.
And also the Malaysian invited me to share an extract, a compound derived from Malaysian oil palm. Okay, so today my presentation title will be Unveiling Tocotrienol Power in Metabolic Health. Can you help me? Next.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, okay, so I think you have a tough time to see the picture here. So there are a lot of palm phytonutrients from the flesh, from the crude palm oil extracted from the fruits. There are two parts of oil that you can get from the oil palm fruits, the flesh and the kernel. The kernel, they have a similar profile like the coconut oil. The oil from the flesh, we call it the crude palm oil. 99% is fat, 1% is the micronutrient, the phytonutrients, yeah, which is tocotrienol, tocopherols, squalene, carotenoids, phytosterols, coenzyme Q10, and polyphenols and phospholipids. Next slide. So today I'm going to share with you the vitamin E, and also the white tocotrienol from oil palm. So from this slide, you can see the molecular structures of two forms of vitamin E, the tocopherols and the tocotrienol. If you look at their molecular structure, they are very similar. They have a chromanol ring and a thiol, a chromanol ring and a thiol. The difference between tocopherol and tocotrienol is at the thiol. Tocotrienol, they have 3 unsaturated bonds. That's how they get their name, tocotrienols. Okay, in the loose term, we call tocopherol the saturated form of vitamin E, tocotrienol the unsaturated form of vitamin E. Okay, just like fats. Under the fats family, we have the saturated fats, polyunsaturated fats, right? And we know these two fats, they have overlapping biological activity. Say, for example, irrespective, you take the fats from animals, from plant, when it goes into our body will convert it into calorie, right? So those are the overlapping biological activity. Similar to vitamin E, they are nutrients that our body cannot synthesize. So we have to get it from diet. That's why they call it vitamins. And deficiency of vitamin E can cause fertility problems. And that's how they got the name tocopherols. Okay? And another one is they are fat-soluble antioxidants. Next slide. So this slide shows you the unique biological activity that shows on tocotrienol, but not tocopherol. And this is because of the unsaturated bonds at the tail. Quite similar to, the polyunsaturated fats like omega-3, 6, and 9. We know the EPA and DHA, they have unique biological activity over the saturated fats like brain and heart protections. So in this slide, this is extracted from a paper by Chandan San, published in 2007. So tocotrienol have LDL cholesterol lowering activity, is very potent in inhibiting cancer cell, tumor cell. Another interesting is the anti-angiogenic activity. Today, I'll talk a bit on the brain protection and also the liver disease. So other than that, in terms of antioxidants activity, the late Lester Packer from UCLA, that, he has published a paper that shows tocotrienol is 40 to 60 times more potent than tocopherol as an antioxidant. Next slide. So this is a researcher who has done a lot of works on tocotrienol, Chandan San from Ohio State University. He has been receiving funding from the US NIH to study tocotrienol in brain protection. And one of the requirements by the US NIH was to carry out a human tissue distribution study before his phase 1 clinical trial on brain protection to confirm whether the tocotrienol, this compound, can cross the blood-brain barrier, accumulate in brain. So he designed a very robust protocol because normal people like me, I will not allow the surgeon to open my brain and take a biopsy, right? So he designed a very robust study, a protocol, that he worked with different transplant surgeons, okay? Surgeons where they have end-stage disease patients, yeah? Cirrhosis, a brain tumor, and so on. So he published the paper. The surgeon will take a biopsy of the subjects after transplantation or they move on. Then, he collected all those biopsies and, analyzed the tocotrienol level in brain, heart, liver, and cell. And he published a paper in Journal of Nutrition, if I'm correct, back in 2012, that shows tocotrienol transported to vital human organs. And there was an interesting side observation. Okay, one of the cohort, the liver cirrhosis cohort, they live beyond. Okay, next slide. So this is a side observation by the liver transplant surgeon. Okay, and they have a score, they call it MELT score. MELT means Model for End-Stage Liver Disease. It's calculated based on, the patient serum bilirubins and also creatine levels, yeah? So when the score is high, basically they pump up their priority for liver transplantation. So, and they use this score for this measurement. Next slide. And this is how they, this is how they rate a patient. So when the score is below 10, the mortality rate is 4%. And when it's up to 10 to 19% is 27%. So when the score is high, it increases the mortality rate. And when they are beyond 10, they will enroll them on liver transplantation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a slide, the result from one of the subjects. So these subjects, they have a height MELT score between 16 and 18. So it's a gentleman, 52 years old, hepatitis C, cirrhosis, and started taking tocotrienol on September 13, 2006. And then he is on the waiting list for liver transplantation. So after taking tocotrienol, the MELD score start maintaining or declining. You can see he basically, the result basically how long? Nearly 1.5 years, 2 years long, yeah, the result declining. Next slide. And this is the average score between the treated tocotrienol treated groups and the control group. So the dotted line is the tocotrienol supplemented group, the average result of the MELD score, and the line for the placebo. You can see, and 0 means the baseline, when they started taking the soft gel. And you can see by an average, tocotrienol is able to mitigate the progression for end-stage liver disease, cirrhosis. Next slide. So then, that was the first discovery about tocotrienol in liver disease. So a researcher in Malaysia, they carry out another study, a new study, on non-alcoholic fatty liver. Next slide. So this study published in 2013, tocotrienol for normalizations of the hepatic oncogenic response in non-alcoholic fatty liver. It's a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial, and it shows fats in the liver basically is being removed after supplementations of tocotrienol, 200 milligram twice daily, yeah, for a year. So baseline and after 1 year of supplementation. Next slide. So in this study, RCT, they have 64 subjects, hypercholesterolemics. They are above 35 years old. 2 arms, tocotrienol and the placebo for 1 year supplementation. They go through an ultrasound scan before and after supplementation. Next slide. So the researcher reported 50% of the volunteer on tocotrienol clear fatty liver. Clear, which means there's no fats in the liver, meaning clear, fats in the liver, versus 23.5% in the placebo groups, and nearly 67% volunteers on tocotrienol shows improvement, better result. And in this study, they do not control their diet and exercise. Basically, they don't control their diet and exercise. They let them be what they like to take. And very high dose of tocotrienol, baseline and 1 year, it shows improvement of the fatty liver. Next slide. And this is the images taken from the subjects from the treated groups. You can see, they are white color. The dots here are the fats in the liver, mild, and then after supplementation 1 year. I don't use the word cure for supplement, but it's written by the researcher, not me. So it's basically removed. Okay, next slide. And then after that, a group of 2 endocrinologists in the Philippines, they carry out the studies on their patient, And this patient, they are undergone what they call a lifestyle modification. They put them on exercise and a healthy diet, because at the moment, there is no drugs for fatty liver. The only way to tackle fatty liver is to take healthy diet and to do exercise so that you burn the fats in the body, in the liver. And in this study, tocotrienol helps to decrease the liver stiffness amongst NAFLD patients. They lower down the dose to 50 milligram twice daily, 3 months. Next slide. So in this study, they have 67 subjects. So they are all under a healthy diet and exercise program. 36 subjects, they are taking 50 milligram tocotrienol twice daily for 3 months. So baseline and 3 months. They do what they call the fibro scan to check to measure the liver stiffness. Next slide. So this is the result. What they found, those subjects without tocotrienol, the liver stiffness dropped by 21%. but the one with tocotrienol and the exercise, it improved nearly 4 times better. Yeah, and the dose is much lower, 50 milligram twice daily. Next one. So this is my last slide. Besides, tocotrienol for liver health, there are also studies that we collaborated with the late Professor Emeritus Dr. Khalid Kadil. He is also an endocrinologist from Monash University. He actually received a Nutra Champion Award from Nutra Ingredient Asia in 2020. He has published more than 5 papers on diabetic complication. One of the interesting area that he discovered is tocotrienol is able to improve kidney problem, especially improving the creatinine level and also the estimate GFR rate, the filtration rate significantly, and also the after stop taking the product, they see legacy effects on the tocotrienol. If you are interested on this paper, feel free to reach out. I'll be happy to share them with you. And that basically ends my presentation. Next slide. Next slide, please. So that's end my presentation. Currently, Professor Chandan Sen, he's running human clinical study on end-stage liver disease subjects in the US. And then there are researchers in Malaysia, Dr. Jayati from Monash University as well. We are working with her, carrying out a study on PCOS, PCOS, the polycystic ovarian syndrome. These subjects, they are taking low dose of metformin for the insulin resistant and tocotrienol as adjuvants and see whether it can help mitigate the problem better. We are also planning a new study in China for alcoholic fatty liver disease, because in Malaysia is a non-beer, non-alcohol country. We don't have enough subjects, so we carry out the studies in China, and hopefully we can do some collaborations in India. That's end my presentation. Thank you for your attention and time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much. And wish you a good luck for your studies and the research papers to get published. Thank you. So with this, may I request Mr. Yogesh Parikh, Associate Vice President, Tablets India, to please come on stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nutra enthusiasts. At the outset, I'd like to thank Amit and Nutrify for having us here. I'm actually filling in for my managing director, Mr. Bharat Jawar, who was supposed to make this talk but had to go on an urgent overseas trip. So I'm going to talk on the emerging probiotic landscape in India, the journey from it being an adjuvant to therapeutic. Next, please. Next. Next slide. Yeah. So I'm glad to share that there has been a welcome shift. Next. Next. A welcome shift in the management of diarrhea. 25 years ago, antibiotics were mainly used to treat diarrhea, but there has been a welcome shift. Next, please. Today, it is indeed gratifying to note that probiotics are being used as the treatment choice when it comes especially to pediatric diarrhea. Next. So this transformation was largely enabled by the evolution in usage by the medical fraternity. Earlier, 25 years ago, when I started my career with Tablets India Limited, doctors were mainly using probiotics as an adjuvant in gut disturbances. But today you'll be surprised to know there are doctors, there are nephrologists who are using probiotics to reduce uremic toxin load even in chronic kidney disease patients. So that transformation has been done by the medical fraternity. Better clinical outcomes, as seen by the medical fraternity, has driven the expansion in use of probiotics. Companies like Tablets India Limited and other stakeholder companies have kept the flag of probiotics flying high and also played a major role in pivoting the usage of probiotics from just being an adjuvant to making it a therapeutic choice as well today. I'm going to share 4 examples of usage evolution that we have seen in the last 20 years in the Indian probiotic market. The first example, understandably, is the usage evolution in probiotics by a specialty called pediatricians. In 2002, 22 years back, pedia were primarily using antibiotics to manage and treat diarrheal conditions. They also pursued probiotics only as an adjuvant to antibiotics, but not as a therapeutic choice. However, today, due to persistent, continuous scientific dissemination by all companies involved in probiotic industry, it is indeed gratifying to note that pediatricians' first-line treatment choice in managing pediatric diarrhea today is probiotics. The next example is from gynecology. Urogenital tract infections in women can be troublesome, painful, and also can affect the quality of life. Antifungals and antibiotics were being preferred as a treatment choice earlier. In this scenario, our company, that is Tablets India, in 2005 introduced India's first probiotic for women's health. Again, the medical fraternity, that is gynecology, were preferring antibiotics to treat urogenital tract infections, and when we are looking at probiotics as an adjuvant, extensive scientific efforts like conducting large-scale doctor seminars, conducting Indian clinical trials, conducting user trials have ensured that today more number of gynecs are using probiotics as their treatment choice in managing urogenital tract infections, and also many IVF specialists are making probiotics as part of their protocol. The next example is of gastroenterology. I'm sure all of you have heard about a bacteria called H. pylori. In fact, if we do a random test today, out of 10, every individual here, 7 to 8 may be carriers of H. pylori. It's a very common bacteria but can cause very painful ulcers, even stomach cancer. The preferred treatment choice earlier was to give a kit containing 2 antibiotics and an acid suppressant called proton pump inhibitor. In 2008, Tablets India introduced India's first probiotic for H. pylori eradication. When the concept of probiotics was just evolving, we came out with a probiotic for H. pylori eradication. Though the scientific backup existed globally, however, the concept was way ahead of time in India in 2008. However, I am glad that recently multiple companies, and not Tablets India, multiple pharma companies have reintroduced similar concept in India, and today various gastroenterologists are preferring to use probiotics as a treatment choice for eradication of Helicobacter pylori. The next example is the usage evolution in infants. In 2015, Tablets India introduced India's first probiotic for indigestion in infants. Few years back, another company introduced, first time in India, probiotic for managing infantile colic. Today, I'm glad to inform you that both in indigestion and infantile colic, more number of pediatricians are preferring to use probiotics and not going towards digestive enzymes and other carminatives that was earlier used. Globally, established and newer probiotic companies are developing unique probiotics for differentiated areas of application like brain health. There is a probiotic which is available for eyes. Probiotic for skin health is a very well-known concept globally. Probiotic for improving fertilization, which is also an evolving concept right now in Europe. Probiotic for otitis media, ear infection. Probiotics for nose, liver, and bone health. So there are various emerging areas that are coming out of the globe for usage of probiotics. And as we speak, more number of new areas are getting added to this list at a rapid pace. So there is, though the bottom line is there's a lot of interest in probiotics in India today, and the new concepts are getting better accepted by the medical fraternity. 20 years back, probiotics were not being preferred. In fact, doctors used to tell me when I went and launched the probiotic to doctors that India is a curd-eating country, why should I give a probiotic? But today, I'm glad that... Hello? 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 Yeah. Today it is also very pleasurable to note that the Indian medical fraternity is preferring to use probiotics. Not only probiotics, worldwide there are some newer concepts coming like postbiotics, next generation probiotics, metabiotics, and also something known as live biotherapeutic products are gaining momentum globally. Postbiotic is nothing but inactivated probiotic which confers health benefit on the host. Metabiotic, simply explained, is a probiotic derived factor that can affect the microbiome. Next generation probiotics are those microorganisms that have not been currently used for human health benefit. An example of next generation probiotic is a bacteria called Akkermansia mucinifila. Right now, that is the hot cake around the world. That probiotic is the hot cake around the world, and it is a next generation probiotic. US FDA has given approval for live biotherapeutic product, and it defines LBP as a biological product that is not a vaccine, but it can cure or treat a disease condition in human beings. So the Indian probiotic journey, right since the past 4 decades, has been a long one, but it is gaining momentum in the past few years. From 4 companies operating in the probiotic space in 2002, today we have 186 companies operating in this probiotic industry. From 4 brands in 2002, today there are as many as 609 brands being marketed in the Indian probiotic prescription market. From a sale of around 14 crore in 2002 to around 2,500 crore today, I'm sure all of you will agree that the probiotic market has indeed undergone a significant transformative journey. To summarize my presentation, better acceptance and usage evolution is driving the transformation. Advent of newer class of probiotics has the potential to catapult the market to next level. Probiotic market has indeed undergone a significant transformative journey, and I'm sure all of you will agree that the future prospects of Indian probiotic market is exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much. And our next speaker would be Mr. Vinay Bangalore, the CEO, SHMP Inc., and he would be talking about leveraging the dietary supplement markets in Philippines. So I look forward to welcoming you, Vinay. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vinay Panimangalore. I am from the beautiful country of the Philippines. Yes, I look Indian, I am an Indian, but I've been in the Philippines for the last 43 years. So to just give you an idea about the Philippines, I would like to start with the next slide, please. Can you help me with the next slide? This is what the Philippines is. It's a land of beauty. It's a land of the sea, the shores, sand, sunshine for 4 months and rain for the other 8 months. It's a country that is very vibrant, very robust. And as other speakers spoke about it, it is probably in the top 5 of the Asian market for nutraceuticals. Next slide. On the flip side, this is what the other side of Philippines is. The photograph in the corner is a typhoon. We have 26 or 30 of these every year. These are hurricanes of tremendous power, wind and rain, but it makes the country a wonderful place for the nutraceutical markets. Just to give you an analysis and overview in my next slide, this is what the scenario of the Philippines market is. It's part of, Philippines is part of the Southeast Asian group of countries known as the ASEAN, and it's located at the extreme end, bordering on both the Pacific Ocean and the West Philippine Sea. It's an archipelago and consists of over 7,000 islands. So transport between the islands is mainly by sea, land, and air. It's very challenging traveling around, but it is now becoming much more convenient with air services. Population is around 115 million people, and it's an English-speaking country. So doing business in the Philippines is very easy. Can we look at the next slide? Okay, this is what the current market looks like. It's estimated at US dollars 570 to 575 million. In comparison, the current pharmaceutical market is over US dollars 8 billion. So it gives you an idea of what the scope of having the nutraceutical market to improve. The VMS market is expected to reach US dollars 800 million. There's a typo error there in 2030. And this is considering an annual growth rate of 9.32% for the Philippines. Market share of the VMS market, if you look at it, is the OTC products, 43%. This is including the adult and pedia nutraceuticals, vitamins and supplements at 34%. Herbal and traditional medicines at 12%. There is immense potential for India here. The growth factors that we are talking about are just the beginning of some kind of an explosion that can happen, because what we are talking about of 575 is mainly taken over by mostly the multinationals. And in this area where India is growing and it's being looked at by the world as a potential for not just manufacturing, but for making quality products, I believe the Philippines is quite ready for that kind of a growth. Next slide. These are some of the positives that we are looking at. The growing interest in health and wellness, specifically during and now after COVID. Most of the speakers ahead of me have talked about this. It's led to an increase in demand. People have started to realize that COVID did not have any cure, not from allopathic or the pharmaceutical drugs, not from natural products, but now focus after having gone through that COVID time, it's now focused on preventive healthcare. And that's where nutraceuticals is going to take a big place. Aging people, population were the major contributors. There were two segments: the younger population, who are more fitness conscious and have significant disposable income, are also another segment that has contributed. We have a very, very robust population of younger people who are very aware. And with this awareness, growth for the segment that we're looking at is also very, very substantial. The Philippine government is doing its part in bringing awareness and emphasis on proper nutrition, good natural organic vitamins and minerals. The emphasis is also on locally sourced sustainable ingredients and allowing local companies to capitalize on the opportunities. We have a lot of local herbal preparations for cough, cold remedies for children, and this is where we can also move in. Access to information and the prohibitive costs currently imported, which is something that is difficult for me to understand. I come from a pharmaceutical background. Why do nutraceuticals and supplements cost so much compared to the pharma? If we can bring down the costs and give access to very, very affordable nutraceuticals, there is potential for much growth. We cannot compete against the pharmaceuticals of the multinationals and so on and so forth and try to position our product in that category, not for nutraceuticals, nor for pharmaceuticals. We have to be an option which is affordable. Costs are not covered. The government does not give any particular help for nutraceuticals. We have wonderful programs from the government for diseases, but by using what I would call is pharmaceutical drugs. There is absolutely no support from the government in encouraging, except to talk about it in forums. No national health insurance is there, and everything is out of pocket, and that is one of the reasons why sales at this moment are much slower, considering the costs. In spite of this, I look at it as a very favorable environment for the development for the market of VMS products. Currently, what are the key contributors? It's immune system boosters, sleep disorders, stress and relief, aesthetic cures, diabetes control, kidney disease control, weight gain, weight loss. These are some of the areas in which sales are happening. What is missing is nutraceuticals which can be used as adjunct therapy for people with life-threatening diseases like cancer, renal failure, end-stage kidney diseases. Those HIV, for instance, has no supplements. There is nothing. We are giving high chemical treatments by way of drugs, and we are not worrying about the liver damage, the kidney damage. This is where there are segments where I would love to see nutraceuticals coming, not just in the Philippine market, but world over. I'm sure there's a lot of R&D happening, and I'm looking forward to seeing the world change in the next 30, 40 years, or not even that. The faster it happens, the greater the growth of the nutraceutical markets. The key players in the Philippines are, as always, the next slide, please. Okay, these are the key players. United Laboratories, it's a local company, heavily invested in pharmaceuticals, and they have a significant segment for OTC. But then these OTC products they're selling are mainly the vitamins and mineral segment, and they would really look forward to having the kind of nutraceuticals which can go in tandem with the pharmaceutical products that they have. Others that I can think about or talk about: VitaCare, Osana. This is a multi-level marketing, very little promotion except through the internet and from person to person. When you say multi-level, it's literally something like one person getting some others to volunteer, and it's like a pyramid. Then the others, of course, are the well-known GSK, Abbott, Nestle, which are a significant contributor in this area. Regulatory, much has been said about the Food and Drug Authority of the Philippines, the FDA. It's a regulatory body for all segments. The approximate time for registering a product is anywhere between 3 months to 12 months. I'm talking about the usual vitamins and minerals and supplements. But for those with a potential to work significantly well with the pharmaceuticals, the FDA asks for a lot of information. This is very, very important. What was shared by one of the speakers earlier, Samir spoke about regulatory hurdles that can happen in the FDA. They're very particular about clinical studies. Coming from a pharmaceutical background, the FDA looks very, very closely at clinical studies. Just giving papers, scientific papers out of the internet and all are mostly looked at, yes, but not acceptable. What are required are products, your products, to have clinical studies that have been done within your country, which could be India, if elsewhere, but it has to be as much as possible on your own product. Generally saying that it works because it's holistic, it is well used, etc., etc. It has been launched in these countries without any proper post-marketing surveillances. Those don't fly. So regulatory diligence is very important. What are the focus things that I take forward when I invite people to look at the Philippine market? One is, over the years, next slide, and this will be my last slide. Okay, here we go. The need to focus on steps going forward, as I was saying, is very important. Over the years, what have we looked at? Vitamins, mineral supplements that have a status of being used for well-being, energy, adjunct therapy, those kind of things. But a focus, like I said, on R&D for more natural organic ingredients to be developed as a therapeutic or as a treatment for the cures of life-saving and challenging diseases urgently needed. Those that I can think about: respiratory diseases, this, cardiovascular, cancer, neuro, mental health. Mental health is a big challenge in all advancing countries world over. Mental health is now becoming a socially accepted and a disease which needs a lot of attention. Can we use nutraceuticals in this? This is something that we can look at very, very urgently. Only pharmaceutical drugs are available. They're, like I said, long-term disasters for the human body in terms of the damage they do. And in this, the setting with the nutraceuticals is something that is of value. I look forward to forums like Nutrify today. The promoters, Amit and his team, they've done an excellent job in having forums like this. These are probably the venues where, you know, people from different countries, like what I see here. I've seen almost half of the audience is not just Indians, but people that have come from different countries. These are settings where minds can meet, information can be exchanged. These are forums that we need to look forward to. We cannot just say, I want to manufacture in my country, export to 34 countries, and I'm doing well. That is one way of looking at it. But meeting of minds, ensuring that information and knowledge can be across and shared, those are some of the things that is very, very challenging and required. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please do come to the Philippines. We'll welcome you to the Sea, Sand, and San Miguel beer if you're a beer drinker. Other than that, there's much to be done. Together we can grow. Thank you.
I have made up my mind. I'm going to Philippines, and sir has just promised me that he will host me. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And uh, is there any partners content would you like to play? So before we break for a lunch, this would be our last session. And it's a pretty interesting panel discussion. The discussion would be on evolving pathway to robust nutraceutical industry of India. A robust nutraceutical industries towards a responsible nutrition and sustainable nutrition requires a holistic approach that includes sustainable sourcing, eco-friendly manufacturing, stringent quality controls, more importantly, consumer education and active community engagement, and as sir also told about the forums like this. So we look forward, the panel members would be integrating all these elements and make this as the most bright session of the day. So with this, I welcome our moderator, Mr. Arun Lal, Dr. Prabodh, Dr. Harinder, and so Mr. Arun Lal is taking over me, and please invite them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Take care, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Friends who are networking, come, let's sit. A very good session awaits you. Please come, take your seats. We all are hungry, so we need to finish a very good session. Thank you for the silence, in fact. That really looks very good. So let me start with the section, which is very important. We are talking about, thank you, which is evolving pathway to robust nutraceuticals industry of India. Wow. Thank you, guys. So let me introduce, in fact, to be honest with you, we'll hardly take about half an hour, but it will be a very interactive session. We have a team out here, collectively about 100 years of experience, the industry experience that we collectively around have it out here, and gonna give a good perspective of the nutraceutical industry in India. So here, first let me introduce you to Dr. Prabodh Halde, not Mr. Dr. Prabodh Halde. So Dr. Halde has got about 30 years plus experience in various food industry. Currently, he heads the regulatory in Marico. He has mentored more than 50 startups in India. So that's calls for the right experience. Dr. Halde, good. Unless and until I say who we are. So Dr. Halde has represented us in 6 Kodaks meeting. So that shows the regulatory knowledge. That shows the genius of regulatory which he has, and on which basis I'll be asking him the questions around out there. After Dr. Halde, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Nandan Joshi again. Nandan has got about, I call him Nandan because they all are young to me, so I can call them. But nobody else should. He's a doctor. So Nandan has got about 20 years plus experience in the nutraceutical food industry. He's specialized, and that's what he's going to talk about. He's specialized in medical nutrition therapy,
And that's the focus of the session which he will go ahead with. We've got a young lady called Megha Marwa. Megha is basically a PhD from Mumbai University, and she's a PhD in pharmaceutics. She has a diploma in patent law. Like what Dr. Halde is basically an expert in food regulation. She's a diploma holder in patent law, has about 10 years working experience in Japanese company Fiji, which manufactures active, inactive nutrients, both for pharma and nutra industry. Mr. Shirigaru Nakagawa. I hope I pronounced it right, sir. Perfect. So Mr. Shirigaru he's the co-founder and director of Rising Sun India. We just heard about the product by a lot of his colleagues around here. They have launched the Japanese supplement in India, which is soya-based supplement with a global market of about 200 million. And last but not the least, we have got Nazneen Hussain out here. She is an iconic leader in the world of nutrition and dietitian. She is the ex-president IDA Western chapter and a national committee member of IDA, where all the chapters are included around out here. Nazneen has got about 30 years plus experience as dietitian and nutritionist, and probably I've been knowing her for the last 15 years plus, because we've been dealing a lot on nutrition and the nutrition industry for the dietitians and nutritionists, and we've been talking more. She basically works a lot on academicians, and I need her help for working it out and coming out with certificate courses for nutrition and dietitians around out here. So let me ask the questions directly to Dr. Prabodh Halde first. Sir, what do you see the recent developments of nutraceuticals being considered? Well, I'll change my concept. I would want the individuals to talk about their experience, their knowledge for the nutraceutical market. Start with Dr. Halde.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, and I think you're a fantastic host and also the moderator. Thank you for, and would like to thanks to the organizer of, this is something coming to the Taj. When you ask your driver that I want to go to Taj today, he looks at, oh, Taj. So this is like a Mahataj, and we should clap for the entire organizing team. And thank you. I know that people are spending time on networking, but this is also a good discussion if they can attend. I would say that the nutraceutical industry has taken a shape in India when the Food Safety and Standard Authority has implemented the rules in 5th of August 2011. Till that time, we were not very clear where we belong to. So few of the products under pharma, few of the products under Ayush, few of the products under PFA, then it was a PFA, Prevention of Adulteration Act. After 2011, now close to 14 years, we got a home, which is the FSSAI. And there is a difference between nutraceutical and pharmaceutical. I know that a lot of pharmaceutical people are interested here, but let me tell you, you can take the, and my colleague Nazneen is here, omega-3 tablet without even consultation, you can take it, but you don't take crocin. You don't take crocin tablet, let's take a crocin today. Absolutely. We can't do that. So nutraceutical is nutraceutical, it is concentrate of the food for the actives, and it has various types. Now there is a regulation, and because that regulation is governing our industry, let's adhere to the regulation rather than pushing it towards the pharma. So that is my opening statement. I will cover regulatory wise, but let me tell you, nutraceutical industry is like a cream in the milk. If you remove that, there is no value to the food processing industry. It is the cream. And if you just take it out to the other sector, then what is the use of that? These are my opening statements.
Absolutely right. Nazneen, what do you think? The reason why I'm asking, you are the influencer towards our consumers. So what's your perception of the nutraceutical industry and the consumer awareness for that?
Thank you so much for that question. I think our panel theme is evolving. And I think that's a very relevant one because if you see the consumers, initially there was a lot of confusion regarding nutraceuticals. Then there was a stage where there is awareness. Now there is acceptance, but we don't know whether there will be adherence. Okay? So I think that pathway of evolving, and I think it will always be evolving because at some point of time we'll have to kind of look at different things. And as a dietitian who's kind of talking to the consumer, there's a lot of confusion. Because one, that there is a lot of knowledge, but whether that is correct, whether that is adequate, whether it translates into behavior of purchasing and adhering to it, it's still not very clear. So that's my take.
Probably which you as a dietitian is
Consumer,
facing around.
yeah.
Very accepted, very accepted. Megha, what do you think? You've got experience both in pharmaceuticals and nutraceutical ingredients. So what's your perspective with regard to nutraceutical industry?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Arunji, for that question. I think there has been a fantastic start to this panel, and there is a lot that will be spoken about in the few more minutes to come. But as far as my perspective is concerned, honestly, my perspective has changed because I come from a pharma background. But my perspective has changed to the fact being that, I mean, there is a lot of value that nutraceuticals hold in terms of being able to fulfill the demand that your diet cannot. What your food essentially alone cannot, nutraceuticals will help fulfill. And that would basically lead to improved or healthy lifestyle. So also you would be able to age in a healthy manner. So I mean, this is just a beginning, just the beginning of the discussion. So from that standpoint, I feel as we all want to move towards a healthy aging era, I would say from that perspective, I think we're pretty much there. I mean, we're evolving, and that's all. I mean, that's the discussion that's going to be about.
Well said, Megha. Good for a start. Shirigaru, sir, you've come from Japan and introduced your nutrition supplement, which is soya-based, in India. What brings you in India in terms of the market, the nutraceutical market that we have? Because you have already built up a brand which is about $200 million all over the globe. So what's your expectations from India?
I don't have any background of nutraceutical industry. Just only my opinion is like customer's point of view. And to be honest, it is the first time to participate nutraceutical exhibition for my first time. So
please be comfortable,
okay.
sir.
No, it's okay. And I can feel some gap between Japan and India. We Japanese, a company regulated at least 1 year health check measurement. Understand? But so we can understand easily my self-care from the 1 year medical check. But India is not so familiar, this situation. So, and other culture gap we can feel. But we have many good... Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
Please.
Okay, sorry. Our product is, ingredient of our product is natto, very traditional, more than 1,000 year history of traditional food. And the one company found a good efficacy from the natto to disassemble the thrombosis into the blood vessel. So we are very happy to introduce our traditional way of solving the issue in India.
You've got a good USP in terms of a product line which is there, and probably differentiates with regard to whatever the dietary supplements are available in India.
Yes.
Probably you need to upsell or market it much better to get like you rightly said, Indians have a different culture line as compared to Japanese. So probably you need to adopt to the culture around out here and then take it forward. I'll ask you one more question.
Okay.
Let me talk to Nandan. Nandan, you as a medical nutrition therapy expert, what's your opinion on the nutraceutical industry in India? You had asked a very valid question. We'll discuss that also to the team.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for making me part of this panel. I want to just build on what they said is, I think nutraceutical as a tool to bridge the deficiency which a diet cannot fulfill. I think that fact has been established, and I think it is getting more and more stronger. What I am working on currently is what is the role of nutrition as medical nutrition therapy, where you can use the nutraceuticals to bring a health outcome. Now that health outcome can come alone, or it can complement the medicines which are already there. So that is the area where I am currently working on, and I think that is the direction in which we are evolving as well. So I think I'll stop there. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely, we'll take that further. Megha, we are talking about nutrition, we are talking about nutraceuticals. Can you let us know, and particularly our Japanese friends around out here, what is the current Indian nutraceutical size in terms of value terms, and what are its growth parameters? Why should people come to India and sell the supplements around out there? What is the growth parameter?
I think that's a very, very important question to be able to speak about. And of course, I mean, I'm happy to be a panelist with the Japanese guy here, because I'm also working for a Japanese company. So talking about the Indian pharmaceutical, or rather nutraceutical market size, right now, if you see 2023, it was valued at around $4 billion. And it is expected to grow at a CAGR of 15% and reach around almost double, or rather triple value of close to 14 by 2028. So the speed at which we are growing, and also if you talk about the growth drivers, there are many, because it's very difficult to really narrow down to a couple of them. Because when you talk about nutraceuticals, the awareness, if you compare 10 years back and now, is much more. The generation has changed. So there is this generation who wants things on the go. And of course, the nutraceutical industry is able to meet that kind of demand. So that has also led to evolution of different kinds of formats. So also digitalization, social media has played a major influence, because just like Dr. Halde rightly pointed out, I think, I mean, nutraceutical is beyond just medicine. It is more of preventive care.
Absolutely.
Which is why, I mean, these are just, I mean, just to begin with, I mean, these are some growth drivers that I feel would be able to contribute. Also, more from an awareness perspective, where, of course, which could contribute and is not yet there, is quality and testing. Because I think, I believe we have such esteemed panelists here, and believe this to be a very strong point for discussion. When you talk about quality, you talk about testing. Even though nutraceutical as such is basically a combination of nutrition and pharmaceutical, so to say. But to be honest, I mean, when you talk about quality and testing, I think this could majorly drive growth in the positive way, and would leave it open to the panel for further discussion.
Very well said, Megha. Perfect. I'm, on quality and testing, and there is one more which I'm gonna talk to Dr. Halde on is basically regulations. Because that's where probably, I wouldn't say we are lacking, but we are lacking in communication. We have lots of regulations being common from 2016 to 2018 to 2022. I beg to differ a bit. In fact, the Nutra market in India is about 18 billion. The reason behind that is that includes the subsections which has come in the year 22 by FSSAI. So we are now, earlier nutraceutical people used to talk about ingredients. Today, the Nutra market is not only ingredients. It is the dietary supplements, it's ingredients, it's food for special purposes, food for medical purposes, prebiotic and probiotic. So that's the new definition of, and Dr. Halde just recently shared with us the reoperationalization of the 22 gazette which had come in. So here we all are talking about these sub-segments and growing. So you rightly said the CAGR is about 12 to 13%, which we are growing. And as rightly communicated by Amit in his brochures, which is there, the target is 100 billion till 2047. It's very much possible. So, sir, that's the market of nutraceuticals in India. Now, if that is the market of nutraceuticals, what are the challenges that you face when you come to India? What is the, the entry point challenges which you have launching such products in India?
At first, our product, nattokinase, is a kind of to express new value to prevent heart attack and brain stroke. There are no competition in India, in my understanding.
Fair enough, yes, why not?
But so brand new value itself, it's and on the other hand, very hard to expand the image of our healthcare check. That's our hard challenge, I think.
So don't you face any problems with regard to entry levels for regulations?
I think...
because you have to sell an FSSAI product around out here.
Okay, but I didn't relate it to regulated process, so I'm not sure how to proceed. Our product has been listed or other license or other things, but our product is already approved in global, like Japan, China, US, and also we have a Nobel Prize in Europe. So I think this kind of issue we didn't have so much.
Good, very good. I wouldn't like to go ahead on that, but for India, you need to get it approved by FSSAI, because then only you will be able to. And Dr. Halde will talk more about that. My basic thing which I want Dr. Halde to talk about is the new trending news which is coming into the marketplace. Will the nutraceutical products with all these sub-segments be regulated by FSSAI or Central Standard Drug Authority? Dr. Halde, what's your viewpoint?
So thank you for this question. I'm not an astrologer, so I reserve this question answering, but I will tell you what is the facts and what is happening. But what is ahead of the future, even all the surveys also failed. So first, let me thanks to Dr. Meenakshi. She's sitting there and she was working as a director of FSSAI, and then under her leadership only most of the regulation of FSSAI got built in. So the question about the nutraceutical, sir, 2011, the food regulations got implemented, but the nutraceutical regulation came into the force in 2016, 5 years after the normal regulation, because it took that time. And let me tell you, nutraceutical is not a simple thing. As rightly said by doctor, this is not a simple food. food to drug. The journey starts with the food for the nutrition and the taste, goes via nutraceutical, reaches to the drug. Drug is only for the curing the diseases and mitigation, prevention of disease and disorder. Nutraceutical industry started with the nutraceutical regulation 2016 and then recently the operationalization 2022. There are a lot of things which still required some kind of amendments. People are asking for some additives. There were some additives which got removed. Now again the additive got in because of the GMP table got adopted, which yesterday I shared with you. Now, like any profession, there are few people who take advantage of the industry practices. In the clothing, in the media, everywhere. But that doesn't mean that you change the industry like from tomorrow, auto industry become stopping and then goes into the different industry together. No. There are few people and their allegations are selling at the higher price, allegations are making you high claims which without substantiation. I think they are normal thing. It has to be taken care by organizing such kind of conferences, giving the expert opinion, understanding the expert and self-governance. India cannot have a police after every person. We are 140 crore, 1.4 billion. You cannot have 1.4 billion police. It is a self-governance. Thanks to the Nutrify, this is the way to educate. But this is not the way to put it into the pharma and all the problem will be solved. Let pharma solve their own problem. Enough problems are there. Spurious drug is a big problem. So many problems are there. There is a talk going on and there is an inter-ministry committee has been formed. Discussion is going on. Industry is opposing this. We believe that if it goes there, that is more controlled. Your liberty will go, your innovation will go, and you cannot do online marketing. Pharmaceutical is not allowed without a prescription, and taxation is different, and it becomes so much of complications, and now industry has just taken a shape. A baby is growing, baby is just now 6-year-old. It requires hand-holding still next few years. Then baby once become 100 billion, baby will become Baba, and then and if you see the other countries, they are controlled with the food only. There is no example where it's under the pharma.
Absolutely, absolutely right. In fact, an Indian industry has joined together under associations of IPA and SHM, wherein I'm the chairman. I'm the chairman of Food and Nutrition. And we are putting up a representation to the Health Ministry in communicating about why nutraceuticals.
I want to appeal to all the people who are actually sitting and not sitting and standing and eating. You spend so much of money on the marketing and PR.
So,
please spend 1/10 of that in the technical understanding and regulatory and nutrition.
Absolutely.
And only connect with the expert, not the fancy, which only gives you the English, no content.
You are right, sir. In fact, that's why what I wanted to ask Dr. Nandan is what role does evidence generation play in shaping the nutrition brand and in their evolution journey? Because we are talking about quality, we are talking about regulation. We need to talk about evidence generation because that's what the government is asking us, the agencies are asking us. The products which has been launched, what is the evidence we have? It's basically the right product.
No, I think one beauty about all the nutrition products, we call it nutraceutical or nutrition, once they are FSSAI approved, FSSAI does not require a clinical trial to launch a product, right? That's the beauty of it. Currently where we are sitting, I think that's the biggest advantage. Because all of these are already done through a lot of rigorous evaluations, and these are approved under different schedules. Okay, this is allowed, this is not allowed, and at what level you can put it, right? That's already been studied. So I think we already have these things, but why we need new evidence is to show the efficacy. Okay, this product is working in what it is supposed to deliver. Okay, we say that there are vitamin and mineral deficiencies, but does giving a vitamin C at 5 and at a RDA level for 3 months, is it going to increase the actual vitamin levels? Is it actually going to improve the vitamin D deficiency? For that, you need to have evidence. Unless until you don't have evidence, you will not bring the credibility. So I think that's number one, is to show the efficacy. Second, for new ingredients, I think toxicological study and safety studies are very, very important, so that you can very confidently include them in the regulation and then take it forward. I met some of the people who are working on including new ingredients in the regulation and the kind of trials they are doing. So I think all these things are very, very important, both to bring not just consumer, but also the healthcare professions, because healthcare professions ask for evidence. Okay, you're talking about, you're managing currently blood sugar with diabetes, right? And we are talking about a nutrition product which can help you achieve a 24-hour blood sugar control. Currently, we have that claim on our product. Now, that's not a pharma product. We say along with medication, because currently the data says that with all the medications, 7 out of 10 Indian diabetics have uncontrolled blood sugar. So that means medication alone is not sufficient. The second factor is lifestyle. That's where we come into the picture. And that's where you need to take a particular high protein, high fiber kind of a supplement. How twice a day, how as a partial meal replacement. So see, this kind of details are required to make it more credible, for which you need to generate the evidence, show the mechanism of action. This will definitely help the industry grow even further. I think that's my...
Very good view and very well said, Dr. Nandan. 2 more questions. Megha, what is the recent trends defining the Nutra industry?
So, well, I mean, before we go on to the trends part, I'd just like to add to what Dr. Nandan said.
Yeah.
This is basically an important thing for, I mean, because I'm also a part of visiting customers. I tend to interact with people in the Nutra industry. The manufacturers of formulations is what I mean. And here, this is something that that kind of awareness is already there. I mean, at the end of the manufacturer, it is there. But how they basically drive it from B to C, I think that is where we need to really push. Just wanted to highlight this because we're discussing about clinical evidence, and at Fuji, strongly we believe in being able to push the products only after clinically trying it for the particular benefit that we're claiming. And we're kind of, quite there. We have about 70 clinical trials already doing on just a single ingredient.
That's great.
Yeah. And astaxanthin, the real astaxanthin, we're having 70 plus clinical trials on that. Where we concluded 1 clinical trial last year in India, and we're continuing with 1 more now. So, I mean, we're trying to also, contribute responsibly to this kind of nutrition, because there have been cases in the past, in fact, very recent past in Japan, sir, correct me if I'm wrong, where there has been a safety issue, there has been a toxicity issue. We don't really know how well the ingredient is studied, and therefore I just wanted to bring this in and maybe just pass on the mic to Nazneen before we speak about trends.
Thank you, Megha. So I'd like to just draw a small analogy with a story. Okay. So sometime in the army, there's this new admiral which he joins in, and there is a bench like this, and 2 guards are guarding it. And he says, why are you standing there? So he says, it's tradition. So he wants to know about the tradition, so he asks his predecessor, what's happening? And he says, it's tradition. And then he goes on to several people, and then finally he calls one retired person who's sitting somewhere in Darjeeling, sipping his tea, and he says, sir, why is this tradition created? So the colonel then says, oh, is the paint still wet on the bench? And I think this is where we stand today. Whilst not all traditions are wrong traditions, we really need to question. A lot more work needs to be going into what we are doing, what we were doing, what we have to do. Today, if we look at preventive healthcare, there is an absolute need where nutraceuticals can really work. A lot more awareness needs to be done. There is also, so whilst a lot of industries here are making the nutraceuticals, dietary supplements, all great products, But eventually, the dietitians out there know little. It's only very few companies, because Hexagon and Dr. Reddy's have actually invested a lot to educate them. So once the healthcare provider is educated about it, then this translation of knowledge is much nicer and the adaptability and adherence is much higher. So I think one approach is also creating awareness for consumers, also for healthcare providers. The second route is that, this whole, a lot more needs to be prescription based. Because when people are picking it up, and I think toxicology and overdosing is something which we've heard since yesterday, and it's a very, very serious issue. Also, there are many, many products out there, and you don't know what is the efficacy of the product. And to a lot of Indian consumers, they just buy it because, अच्छा मेरे को लेना है omega 3, पर इसका price सस्ता है, पर मेरे को लगता है अच्छा है तो मैंने buy किया. So it really, you a forum like this which can really help.
Absolutely. Quality needs to be communicated and knowledge needs to be enhanced. To all the influencers which are there in terms of nutritionists, dietitians, and the consumers, which basically comes to them for understanding what nutraceuticals is all about. So, we all have spoken about evidence, clinical nutrition evidence. We've spoken about communication. We've spoken about regulations. We've spoken about the Indian market and how easy it is to enter the India market with regard to the competition that existingly we have. You just require the right quality of product to bring it in, which will get it upsold by, we have the influencers around out here, and that can be taken forward. Does the audience have any questions for us? Audience should have questions. Yeah. Yes, sir, please, I'm so grateful. Can somebody give him a mic, please? Thank you.
There has been a move in Canada to force the nutraceutical industry to comply with pharma standards, including pharma GMP. Now, pharma is fully reimbursed by insurance and all that. So they can afford it, they can absorb it. But if they force it on our industry, then our costs will shoot up. And that makes the nutraceutical industry no more cost effective. As it stands now, we're already expensive compared to pharma, right? And I think there's a similar move now in the US with the FDA and potentially in Canada. And, we know the pharma industry doesn't like nutraceuticals. We know this, right? So rather than hit the industry, they're forcing us to comply with their standards. What are your views on this?
I think, interestingly, I was not aware about the Canada and US, what is happening there, but same thing is happening in India. What actually the question, Arun sir, you have asked. And it might be coming from there only. It could be that way. And I like the analogy that because of this, the cost will increase and unnecessarily the burden will go to the consumer.
Absolutely.
So, but we should keep food as a food, nutraceutical as a nutraceutical, pharma as a pharmaceutical. And as Nazanin said, quality, safety, efficacy, these are the intrinsic part of the product and one should not bluff with that. But today is a World Food Safety Day. So I appeal to everyone that today is the World Food Safety Day and all our products should be safe. And if it is not safe, it is not a food.
Very much. Thank you very much, audience. You were really very good and very quiet. It was fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Megha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Nazneen, and thank you, Nandan.
Well, thank you very much. And what I understood is that there's a very thin line difference between healthcare and sick care. And if you want to be on this side of healthcare, adopt nutraceutical. Okay? Thank you very much. And let's break for the lunch. Okay? And we have shortened the lunch time by 15 minutes. So my request would be that we should be back as early as possible. So let's enjoy our lunch. And I hope you all have taken part in hashtag responsible nutrition campaign. Okay, thank you.
Nutrify C-Suite Summit was born in 2022 with a focus on democratizing supply chain for dietary supplement industry. It took off pretty well with 181 international leaders in dietary supplement, the government, the investors, bankers, flew down to Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai in 2022 June, and then the entire focus was on how different countries could collaborate to enable faster growth of dietary supplement industry. The success was very well felt across the world, and it grew from 181 to 380 delegates across the world flying down in 2023. And this led to a major success story, and it was progressing to something very big in 2024, but we felt that there was something missing in that, and we went back to the drawing board. And what we discovered is that we were growing in a path that was designed in 17th century, a summit format. And that's when we decided we'll switch it off. And hence, Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex was born. Sumflex stands for Flexible Summit that will evolve with times. And the motto of Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is networking the networks. In the times of today, it is the net worth of your network that matters, and that's where Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is focusing on. We are talking of returns optimization on investment. We are talking of data-driven, curated meetings between buyers and sellers. We are talking of 150 direct buyers and sellers meeting set across the year. So Sumflex is not about a 2-day event where you come and exchange your business cards, but once you have a curated meetings, the entire system follows up through back-to-back every alternate month till it materializes into business. And this is not just an idea. We prototyped it. And very happy to share with you their success stories with business coming in for IFF, OmniActive, Biogen, CFAM, and so on. Now with this experience, we look forward to 2024, where we expect the entire new generation of Sumflex, which would directly mean networthing the network and what is a business outcome for the meeting at the C-Suite Sumflex. Thank you.
Kapoor has fallen in love with this event, and he says, I will be married for many years to Dr. Srivastava and this event. I feel the same way as him. It's been a great success, incredible networking, great business opportunities.
India is one of our most important markets. From the beginning, to be successful in India, we've had to come here and look for local partners. Very happy this to be our second year involved with the Nutrify event. A really, really strong partner in Nutrify today. We've already seen that partnership turn into additional business for us, and we look forward to continued success.
About 100 billion market. If you dissect the data points, it's very much possible. You're looking at food fortification, you look at traditional medicine. Fortunately, in India, you have Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. There are multiple systems. Then there are home remedies, which we all remember that, you put some kapur in the hot water and you feel better on your stomach ache, which have to have some kind of scientific basis behind it.
This as an industry needs a shape and a form, and we need the government to give it a department or a desk in some form, so that priority is allocated to this industry, and debottlenecking of policies and procedures becomes much easier to do.
Very impressed with the Nutrify Genie. Looking forward to trying that out. I think the people that are in the room, the people that are networking around here are the right folks, and I think the ambitious, but the ambition of making India a $100 billion Nutra industry, these are the right folks to do it. It's going to be ambitious.
About the Nutrify Genie, I see it as a very good opportunity, especially for the players or the Nutra industry, where the label making, label enhancing, and in the formulation, it can be a very useful tool.
It's a great pleasure to see how C-Suite has evolved from the first edition to the second one, and we are very glad to be present here as a startup coming from IIT Delhi's incubation facility, and looking at the platform's growth and the curated audience it has been able to develop. I'm very, very glad to see the opportunities coming for a startup like us, which will help us to grow from the very fancy, from a very small stage of no revenue to probably a medium-sized enterprise sooner than later.
It has been an ecstatic experience, and I must compliment Dr. Amit and the team at Nutrify for putting up this particular show. It was an extremely well-planned show, and the intent of the show, what was there, the content of the show, I think they have fully achieved the objective. For us, specifically speaking, have been 2 wonderful productive days, and I wish all the very best to the team at Nutrify.
Mind-blowing. I have attended many conferences,
science conferences, medical conferences, which is done by big professionals and media management companies and all. Looking into it, this is a very, very extraordinary experience.
Nutrify today might be the platform which will change the course of nutraceutical industry in this country, which is poised to grow for $100 billion industry.
Nutrify C-Suite Summit was born in 2022 with a focus on democratizing supply chain for dietary supplement industry. It took off pretty well with 181 international leaders in dietary supplement, the government, the investors, bankers, flew down to Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai in 2022 June. And then the entire focus was on how different countries could collaborate to enable faster growth of dietary supplement industry. The success was very well felt across the world, and it grew from 181 to 380 delegates across the world flying down in 2023. And this led to a major success story, and it was progressing to something very big in 2024, but we felt that there was something missing in that, and we went back to the drawing board. And what we discovered is that we were growing in a path that was designed in 17th century, a summit format. And that's when we decided we'll switch it off. And hence, Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex was born. Sumflex stands for Flexible Summit that will evolve with times. And the motto of Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is networking the networks. In the times of today, it is the net worth of your network that matters, and that's where Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is focusing on. We are talking of returns optimization on investment. We are talking of data-driven, curated meetings between buyers and sellers. We are talking of 150 direct buyers and sellers meeting set across the year. So Sumflex is not about a 2-day event where you come and exchange your business cards, but once you have a curated meetings, the entire system follows up through back-to-back every alternate month till it materializes into business. And this is not just an idea. We prototyped it. And very happy to share with you their success stories with business coming in for IFF, OmniActive, Biogen, CFAM, and so on. Now with this experience, we look forward to 2024, where we expect the entire new generation of Sumflex, which would directly mean networking the network and what is a business outcome for the meeting at the C-Suite Sumflex. Thank you.
Kapoor has fallen in love with this event, and he says, I will be married for many years to Dr. Srivastava and this event. I feel the same way as him. It's been a great success, incredible networking, great business opportunities.
India is one of our most important markets. From the beginning, to be successful in India, we've had to come here and look for local partners. Very happy this to be our second year involved with the Nutrify event. A really strong partner in Nutrify today. We've already seen that partnership turn into additional business for us, and we look forward to continued success.
About 100 billion market. If you dissect the data points, it's very much possible. You're looking at food fortification, you look at traditional medicine. Fortunately, in India, you have Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. There are multiple systems. Then there are home remedies, which we all remember that, you put some kapur in the hot water and you feel better on your stomach ache, which have to have some kind of scientific basis behind it.
This as an industry needs a shape and a form, and we need the government to give it a department or a desk in some form, so that priority is allocated to this industry, and debottlenecking of policies and procedures becomes much easier to do.
Very impressed with the Nutrify Genie. Looking forward to trying that out. I think the people that are in the room, the people that are networking around here are the right folks, and I think the ambition of making India a $100 billion Nutri industry, these are the right folks to do it. It's going to be
about the Nutrify Genie, I see it as a very good opportunity, especially for the players or the Nutri industry, where the label making, label enhancing, and in the formulation, it can be a very useful tool.
It's a great pleasure to see how CSIT has evolved from the first edition to the second one, and we are very glad to be present here as a startup coming from IIT Delhi's incubation facility, and looking at the platform's growth and the curated audience it has been able to develop. I'm very glad to see the opportunities coming for a startup like us, which will help us to grow from the very fancy, from a very small stage of no revenue to probably a medium-sized enterprise sooner than later.
It has been an ecstatic experience, and I must compliment Dr. Ahmed and the team at Nutrify for putting up this particular show. It was an extremely well-planned show, and the intent of the show, what was there, the content of the show, I think they have fully achieved the objective. For us, specifically speaking, has been 2 wonderful productive days, and I wish all the very best to the team at Nutrify.
Mind-blowing. I have attended many conferences, science conferences, medical conferences, which is done by big professionals and media management companies and all. Looking into it, this is a very extraordinary experience.
Nutrify today might be the platform which will change the course of nutraceutical industry in this country, which is poised to grow for a $100 billion industry.
Kapoor has fallen in love with this event, and he says, I will be married for many years to Dr. Srivastava and this event. I feel the same way as him. It's been a great success, incredible networking, great business opportunities.
India is one of our most important markets. From the beginning, to be successful in India, we've had to come here and look for local partners. Very happy this to be our second year involved with the Nutrify event. A really strong partner in Nutrify today. We've already seen that partnership turn into additional business for us, and we look forward to continued success.
About 100 billion market. if you dissect into data points, it's very much possible. You're looking at food fortification, you look at traditional medicine. Fortunately, in India, you have Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. There are multiple systems. Then there are home remedies, which we all remember that, you put some kapur in the hot water and you feel better on your stomach ache, which is have to have some kind of scientific basis behind it.
This as an industry needs a shape and a form, and we need the government to give it a department or a desk in some form, so that priority is allocated to this.
Kapoor has fallen in love with this event, and he says, I will be married for many years to Dr. Srivastava and this event. I feel the same way as him. It's been a great success, incredible networking, great business opportunities.
India is one of our most important markets. From the beginning, to be successful in India, we've had to come here and look for local partners. Very happy this to be our second year involved with the Nutrify event. A really, really strong partner in Nutrify today. We've already seen that partnership turn into additional business for us, and we look forward to continued success.
About 100 billion market. If you dissect the data points, it's very much possible. You're looking at food fortification, you look at traditional medicine. Fortunately, in India, you have Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. There are multiple systems. Then there are home remedies, which we all remember that, you put some kapur in the hot water and you feel better on your stomach ache, which have to have some kind of scientific basis behind it.
As an industry needs a shape and a form, and we need the government to give it a department or a desk in some form, so that priority is allocated to this industry, and debottlenecking of policies and procedures becomes much easier to do.
Very impressed with the Nutrify Genie. Looking forward to trying that out. I think the people that are in the room, the people that are networking around here are the right folks, and I think the ambition of making India a $100 billion Nutra industry, these are the right folks to do it. It's going to be ambitious.
About the Nutrify Genie, I see it as a very good opportunity, especially for the players or the Nutra industry, where the label making, label enhancing, and in the formulation, it can be a very useful tool.
It's a great pleasure to see how CSUIT has evolved from the first edition to the second one, and we are very glad to be present here as a startup coming from IIT Delhi's incubation facility, and looking at the platform's growth and the curated audience it has been able to develop. I'm very, very glad to see the opportunities coming for a startup like us, which will help us to grow from the very fancy, from a very small stage of no revenue to probably a medium-sized enterprise sooner than later.
It has been an ecstatic experience, and I must compliment Dr. Ahmed and the team at Nutrify for putting up this particular show. It was an extremely well-planned show, and the intent of the show, what was there, the content of the show, I think they have fully achieved the objective. For us, specifically speaking, it has been 2 wonderful productive days, and I wish all the very best to the team at Nutrify.
Mind-blowing. I have attended many conferences, science conferences, medical conferences, which is done by big professionals and media management companies and all. Looking into it, this is a very, very extraordinary experience.
Nutrify today might be the platform which will change the course of nutraceutical industry in this country, which is poised to grow for a $100 billion industry.
Nutrify C-Suite Summit was born in 2022 with a focus on democratizing supply chain for dietary supplement industry. It took off pretty well with 181 international leaders in dietary supplement, the government, the investors, bankers, flew down to Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai in 2022 June, and then the entire focus was on how different countries could collaborate to enable faster growth of dietary supplement industry. The success was very well felt across the world, and it grew from 181 to 380 delegates across the world flying down in 2023. And this led to a major success story, and it was progressing to something very big in 2024, but we felt that there was something missing in that, and we went back to the drawing board. And what we discovered is that we were growing in a path that was designed in 17th century, a summit format. And that's when we decided we'll switch it off. And hence, Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex was born. Sumflex stands for Flexible Summit that will evolve with times. And the motto of Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is networking the networks. In the times of today, it is the network of your network that matters, and that's where Nutrify C-Suite Sumflex is focusing on. We are talking of returns optimization on investment. We are talking of data-driven, curated meetings between buyers and sellers. We are talking of 150 direct buyers and sellers meeting set across the year. So Sumflex is not about a 2-day event where you come and exchange your business cards, but once you have a curated meeting, the entire system follows up through back-to-back every alternate month till it materializes into business. And this is not just an idea. We prototyped it. And very happy to share with you their success stories with business coming in for IFF, OmniActive, Biogen, CFAM, and so on. Now with this experience, we look forward to 2024, where we expect the entire new generation of Sumflex, which would directly mean networking the network, and what is a business outcome for the meeting at the C-Suite Sumflex. Thank you. Nutrify C-Suite Summit was born in 2022 with a focus on democratizing supply chain for dietary supplement industry. It took off pretty well with 181 international leaders in dietary supplement, the government, the investors, bankers, flew down to Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai in 2022 June, and then the entire focus.
I'll get into, so you have been part of the sessions in morning. What has been your best learning so far, or what would you like to share? And you can introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, it was a very nutritious lunch. Thank you so much. So what I've seen here is, I think we are getting, people are getting everything here. See, we do attend a lot of such meetings, but sometimes it becomes too technical, sometimes it is more into only commercial. But you know, here what I see is you have a blend of both. So I think that's what is needed, you know, going forward, because we require both perfectly blended stuff. Like when you have a perfectly blended something, it tastes really good.
True.
So that's what I can call. This is a C-suite is a very sweet spot in the nutraceutical journey. That's what I can call. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. So that's what yesterday I did mention, that it's in a sangam of innovators, R&D professionals, marketers, and that makes very important that how simple content we can present. So we'll go to the last person. Okay, let it be you itself. So you, apart from your session, what has been the best learning? And I hope you enjoyed the food as well.
Now, first of all, thank you. Thank you to Nutrify today for having me here and letting me be a part of this very forum of very, I would say, people who are industry experts as well as dignitaries. A lot to learn, not only from the presentations that have been made, the panel discussions, but also interactions with, you know, fellow colleagues in and around the tables. I think the 2-3 big takeaways for me are clearly some of the spaces that I saw. I mean, there were some presentations, I will not name the molecules because I don't want to edge my competition on what I'm getting into.
Okay.
But I think there were some very interesting concepts which I can definitely take forward, probably in a different form because I'm from the consumer world, as well as an opportunity to network with someone who can be a very good supplier and a partner as part of this journey. So that's what I'm taking back today with me.
Okay, I have a personal question for you.
Sure.
What nutrients your hair gets?
That's a trade secret. I'll have to kill you if I tell you.
Do share it to me. I don't have left out with very few. So let me see if I have any female colleague. Ma'am, hi. Okay, hi. Just you can introduce, I'm just trying to break the ice. You know, people are feeling sleepy. So you can introduce yourself and what brings you here, what has been the most exciting thing for you so far.
Okay, I'm Shipra and we represent Clini Experts. We are regulatory solution provider. So it is my first visit here and it has been an amazing experience. We had a chance to meet the pioneers in the industry, nutraceutical industry. We had great meeting. It's an awesome ambience, connections, innovations, leading to progress, growth, and obviously the entire environment is very overwhelming. That's beautiful to attend this event.
Sure. Thank you very much. So look forward to you welcoming next session as well. Okay, so let's do one thing. We've been talking about sustainable nutrition, and I'll also say that we should have a sustainable moderator wherein the legacy can be passed on to the Gen Z. Okay, so I'm happy to give my mic and the session, the floor to a very young, energetic, a chemical engineer, and more importantly, whatever the people were talking about, the research part of it, the ground research. So Medhavi has done quite a lot of work and she's been sharing it. Some of you people might have read her article also in Express Pharma. So, so Medhavi, I request you to take charge of it. I would be here, okay? And I'm sure that people are going to enjoy more you and your session. And do introduce yourself and do talk about that Gen Z research which you're doing so that, you know, people can understand that even a 20-year-old researcher, what she's contributing to the society. Okay, thank you very much and wish you good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Vishy sir.
So we are curious to know about your research.
I mean, I've not written the paper yet. I'm still working on it. So recently I did a study with 600 participants. It was a simple survey. I had 10 questions. And so the questions were about, you know, health and nutrition, their priorities and what they like the most, etc., etc. So one of the questions is just to, like, you know, catch your attention. So one of the questions were, so by the way, it's for Indian Gen Z, okay? So it's like 16 to 27 years of age, and all of them responded to the survey. One of the questions were, do you believe nutritionists or social media influencers for nutritional supplements? And to your surprise, majority, more than 60% of the respondents had chosen nutritionists and dietitians other than, you know, social media influencers, because a lot of them are promoting fake products more than, you know, genuine products. So yeah, it's still a paper I'm working on. I'm working on data analysis. I think it'll be out pretty soon. But yeah, thank you, Vishy sir, for the introduction. And so we'll move on to the first speaker post-lunch. I'd love to invite Mr. Pratin Vete. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pratin Vete to the stage. As the CEO of Universal NutriScience, Mr. Vete is a visionary leader with over 3 decades of extensive experience in the healthcare and pharmaceutical sectors. His journey from multinational corporations like Novartis and Sanofi to his current role reflects his commitment to advancing responsible nutrition practices. Thank you so much.
So post-lunch session is almost always difficult, especially to keep the attention. And more importantly, after spending 30 plus years in the pharma industry, I joined nutraceutical industry only 18 or 20 months back. So I'm novice in nutraceutical field. So thank you, C-Suite, for inviting me as a speaker. But what I should be doing here is to keep here and learn still. So in my mind, it was always coming that when this session was told to me, that I should talk to you about my dilemmas when I was joining this industry. Like any pharma guy who is joining nutraceutical industry, he would think in a pharma way. And in pharmaceutical way of looking at it, there is always a question mark that are nutraceutical products working enough? So there is a way that the way I would look at it is a pharma way in which I should look at nutraceutical, or is a nutraceutical way in which I should look at nutraceutical? So when I was joining, in the first couple of months, what was going in my mind was understanding Nutra space. And I was thinking in my mind that what is Nutra? So I was checking with people. And somebody told me that Nutra is like preventive and pharma is in the treatment. And I was thinking in my mind that it cannot be. For anything to be working, I should be thinking about working in the treatment area. The second thing which was told to me that RDA limits define what is Nutra and what is non-Nutra. Again, I was thinking that anything which is sub-therapeutic, I will not be able to go either to the patient or the doctors. I should be able to be convinced that what I'm doing is giving the right outcomes. Then I was thinking that is approving authorities define that what is pharma or Nutra. Again, I was thinking that this is not the way. I should not get in my mind entangled with what is approving authorities' way of looking at it. And neither I was looking at whether it is channel of promotion, whether it is to doctor or consumer should come in a way. I should think about two things. Where is my focus? Is my focus is on the disease and or condition? What disease areas I should be focusing on? And the second thing is, am I going to focus in my marketing model on a consumer or a doctor? So these were the early stages. And then when I was trying to understand from where nutraceutical came in, I was told that Dr. Stephen DeFelice is the one who coined for the first time the word nutraceutical. And then I was trying to understand what is that Dr. Stephen DeFelice had to tell about nutraceuticals. And then I realized that what it mentioned over there is any food or food parts that provide medical or health benefit, including preventions and or treatment. So this clarified in my mind that I'm not focusing on nutraceutical only for prevention. I can look at prevention or the treatment, and I'm looking at health outcomes. I also looked at what is government of India has to tell about nutraceutical as a word. And then the thing which came in my mind that government is moving towards evidence-backed nutraceuticals. And there are efforts to streamline the nutraceuticals with the right regulation. Government is promoting nutraceuticals as a part of the health policy. It is supporting the R&D in nutraceuticals and also FDIs in this space. So I was more than convinced that this is the right field to join at the right time. Then as any newcomer in any industry, the Jugalbandi was going in my mind. That what is my old pharma word and what is my new Nutra word and what is that I can carry from earlier word to the new word and what is that I can take it about it. So first thing which came in my mind is the rich disease database of the pharma industry. This database can help us understanding the potential need gaps that can be fulfilled with nutraceuticals. The second, I was looking at giving innovative solutions. So one of the things with a pharma which comes always is safety. So focusing on safety, convenience or duration could be the way in which we can look at nutraceutical. Third thing, we thought that we should be always have respect for regulatory and quality standardization. So because I'm in nutraceutical field, I don't want to compromise on the quality in any which ways. And then we can look at the right distribution network based on the consumer or customer channel which I'm taking in. When I started looking from this window, I realized that opportunities would be significant in nutraceuticals, whichever you look at it. For example, if you are looking at innovative solutions, then in pharma traditionally was looking in osteoarthritis from pain management or later on getting into the operative procedures. Whereas nutraceuticals' traditional focus was on cartilage health. There could be solution, and we are looking at solutions where the pain management apart from the cartilage health can be combined together. And we are looked into the coactin-based formulations which can possibly get into the right combination of pain plus cartilage health. We were looking at safer alternatives. For example, management of PCOS traditionally is done with metformin. But it is a significant question mark, especially if PCOS is with the teenagers. The mothers would not like to give them metformin. So we looked at much safer alternatives in a berberine base, which can give additional benefit as compared to the traditional nutraceutical options which are there, which are the MI plus DC based formulation. So we are looking at a formulation which could be a complete solution with PCOS. Another area which we look at it as a fertility. So in the male infertility, the traditional focus was on erectile dysfunction or possibly the coenzyme based solution. We are looking at now possibly the brain which can take care of the all aspect of the male infertility, which could be ED, which could be libido, which could be the right quality and quantity of the sperms. Even with the female infertility, we are looking at solutions which can give us significant OHM quality improvement. So the focus has to be on the treatment outcome. And when we looked into dosage and duration, multiple opportunities came in. For example, when it comes to osteoarthritis, one of the area which was coming in is the longer duration of the treatment with cartilage health was never given. But we could possibly come with a topical solution with glucosamine which can be given much longer by the doctors. Similarly, we looked into the evening primrose oil which were normally given in the low dose, and now we are looking at whether we should be able to give it the right dosage of the evening primrose oil which can be given for much better health outcomes. So the idea, when we looked at in a pharma way, we looked into the nutraceuticals, we still can focus onto the health outcomes and give a meaningful opportunities for doctors or consumers to get treated. So we looked at possibly 3 options based on what kind of company you are in. If you are a pharma company, pharma major, and having worked in almost every big size multinational or Indian companies, we looked at there are different opportunities which could be there having a nutraceutical products in the big pharma. So there also there has to be a way of creating a Nutra task force with a complete medical, regulatory, legal, commercial to understand that we give a differentiated product with a differential promotion so that we can do justice to the nutraceuticals in a pharma big companies. If you're a pure nutraceutical company, my suggestion is to look into the disease focus, and you need to come with the right innovative dosage formats which can truly improve the customer solutions. And if you're a boutique nutraceutical company, you need to focus on the specific therapy areas where you are working on and give a significant improvement in the health outcomes. So this is the way we thought of creating a nutraceuticals focus specialty company, Universal Nutriscience, in India. So the critical success mantra is, from our point of view, is we need to focus on health benefit, we need to focus on the treatment outcomes, and we need to focus on the safety and efficacy of the product. And fundamental is to invest on the clinical data so that we have evidence to support health outcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your insights. Now we'll move on to the panel discussion. So the topic being unlocking innovation in nutraceutical industry, connecting science, policy, regulatory, and IP for a healthier future. Moderator being Dr. Vaibhav Kulkarni, members being Dr. Narendra Tripathi, Aparna Tandon, Yusra Usman, Rahul Kulshresht, Dr. Megha Marwa, Vivek Singh, Vijendra Kumar KB. Thank you.
this session? Okay, thank you. So we have a very strong panel here with various or varied specialties. When in the afternoon I was having discussion with them, I realized that we can extract a lot of things from them today. As you're aware, our panel heading is Unlocking Innovation in Nutraceutical Industry, Connecting Science, Policy, Regulatory and IP for the Healthier Future. So we all know it is a sunshine sector. We have been hearing this for last couple of years now. We also know that the industry is we will be there is about $4 to $5 billion today. It is going to become, say, in 2025 somewhere around 18. So these numbers are thrown with the 22% growth and all that. But let's see whether these all things after our discussion, whether we are still with those numbers and with those sunshine part and with those growth sector, whether it's a growth sector. So starting with, first of all, let me have a very small round of introduction, very, very quick introduction, because you will know then who they are, and then we immediately jump into the questions. So can I start with very quick?
Yeah, I am Rahul Kulshrestha from Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. I basically take care of research and innovation collaborations in the country, focusing on international collaboration and public sector unit. Chemical engineer by training, having 15 years of experience, mix of industry and government, half in government, half in industry. Last 10 years I'm working with government ecosystem, with international corporations majorly for research and innovation ecosystem. That's about it.
Hey, very short, please, because we don't have time.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Nutrify. Myself, Aparna Tandon. By background, I'm a registered dietitian and have 20 years plus experience in the nutrition field. From last 10 years, I am working as a new product development lead, working on all the nutrition-related formulas, the nutraceuticals, FSDU, FSMP. So we'll be covering all those today.
Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vivek. I'm an IP lawyer with pharma background, working with startups, medium-sized companies, large-sized companies in getting their IP rights protected in India and globally. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Yusra. I'm representing Clean Experts over here. We are into regulatory solution providers as well as into CRO, where we conduct clinical studies for innovative products and efficacy claims and those stuff. We have been in the industry for the past 14 years, and we help companies formulate and develop their products. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I am Dr. Narendra Pati. I am having 25 years of experience. I am looking after quality, food safety, and WT affair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vijendra Kumar. I'm having 18 years of industrial experience, both from pharma and then nutraceutical. For the last 7 years, I've been working for Amway and heading the Botanical Science Division. Thank you.
So great. So we know now the varied experiences with the power-packed session and panel. Going back to you, Rahul, as you deal with or closely work with the government part, would like to know what is the present government focus when it comes to the nutraceutical sector?
Thank you, Dr. Vibhu. When we talk about government perspective, we basically look first from a socio-economic perspective, that the socio-economic group in India, whether really have a equity in nutrition access or not. And when we are talking and discussing about integrating science and policy, it's very crucial because we have a very diverse and complex nutritional requirement. So from government perspective, it's what we are focusing is how we can leverage data, identify deficiency, target the population which really need those kind of requirement because based on the demographic group what we are having. And there are multiple opportunities, like the first one is enhanced child nutrition. And there are many reports which is talking about stunning, wasting amongst the child below 5 years. So that is the area, and government have, there is a mission and a scheme of called as Poshan Abhiyan. So we are analyzing a lot of data coming out of this Poshan Abhiyan. And we can see how this data can be used to identify the socio-economic group or the target group and the nutrient deficient group. That's what the area. Second is the maternal health. It's very, very important for India from government perspective that women health and the maternal health and the nutrition required for the women health. So that's the area where we are focusing on. Third area, what I feel is the food fortification program. And as we can see, there is a lot of micronutrient deficiency, including like iron, because anemia is the biggest challenge for India, vitamins, iodine. And we have seen in the past with the good food fortification program, we have been able to do better. Means there is a study, especially for the maternal health and anemia, that there was a reduction of 10 to 12% of anemia with the pilot group where we have actually had a food fortification program. So that is one of the area where the nutrition can be thought of. Public awareness, especially after COVID, it has become easy for the government, but there are a lot of awareness session is required still in the sector, in the low-lying sector, poor sector, where the people, they do not know about the balanced diet, healthy diet, and a lot of public awareness like Eat Right movement by Government of India has been done. And today we have seen, like, we are talking about responsible nutrition. So can we have such kind of public awareness program? Data analysis is one of the area for equity rights access. That's very important area, that how we can utilize, like in Mumbai and Delhi, they are doing a lot of data analysis, and based on that they are targeting the deficient group and the nutrition sectors and coming out with different kind of program. That's there. Advanced data analysis is also very important. How we can, because data, I'm talking to many of the people, and last 2 days we are talking about data only. That data is missing. How we can combine EHR, mobile apps, national survey, and come out with a strong data and work on those data is very important for that. And there are many challenges from the government perspective also. So definitely data gaps, not only in India, globally we see there is a 45% of lack in policy because of the inconsistent data. So there is, from government perspective, we are looking for the data, we are looking for the socio-economic group, we are looking for the child nutrition and women group. Those are the areas where government is looking.
Okay, so I'll move on to Ms. Aparna. Aparna, what is your view on the present state of innovation? Because I know from your introduction, you are an innovation lady, okay, in the company. So I would really want to know what do you feel is the present state of innovation in this sector?
So yeah, very true. The innovations are now being accepted. People are looking out for new innovative formats, new compounds. I mean, if we see in the past, it was only nutrition is perceived as the milk modifiers. People using milk modifiers and they feel that yes, we are getting the complete nutrition. But over the years, the awareness, you can say because of the awareness, now the consumer is more knowledgeable, they have more access to the information, they do search, they search for what they are eating, what they are consuming. And from the milk modifiers, we have seen the change coming in the consumer acceptability for the different kind of nutrition supplement formats. So previously milk modifiers, then only the capsules of multivitamins were perceived as the nutraceuticals or the nutrition supplements. Now the powdered segments. And over the years, you have seen post-corona, gummies, the mouth melts, the other formats are gaining lot of traction from the consumer. And that's why lot nutrition companies, they are also venturing into different type of formats, because these are like technologies which are promising, and they are actually delivering also more bioavailable nutrients to the consumer. Now the nutrients are available in 2x or 3x percentage, which was not earlier, because the salt forms which were used earlier, they are not 100% bioavailable. The nanotechnology which is being used, the new compounds, so to say, the probiotics, the functional foods, the prebiotics, lot of new nutrient compounds being introduced in the market, and people are actually now looking at the labels and purchasing those particular products which have more innovations. They do the comparisons, whenever they are going and out in the market, and they are comparing what the particular brand is offering me and what this new brand is. And the innovation is also giving them the convenience of consumption. Previously, the convenience was not there. Now the gummy is like, it's easy to consume, easy to carry. The kids also like the taste, because when you introduce any new compound, the taste, the sensory profile of the product also changes. So these new formats gives you an opportunity to provide a solution which is convenient, which is tasty, and which is gonna give you more health benefits. So yes, innovative products are in right now.
Okay, thank you. So, Vivek, we are aware of this data protection issues nowadays coming into the world, and everybody is very, very anxious when you talk about data protection. So in that pretext, I would like to know, what is the present scenario of IP filings in India in general? Basically in general, as well as probably if you have a data for specific to Nutra segment, then you can definitely throw light on it. And also give us an overview of how many companies in this Nutra space are filing for IPs, who are very active, who are very docile, who are very... So in that way, we would like to know what exactly, because see, drug we know, but Nutra part IP, it is very new to the industry also. So can you please throw light on that?
All right, so very interesting question. And in just 2 minutes, I will show the past and present of IP in India. But before I start, let me quickly ask one question. Can anyone let me know the number of patents granted in 2023 and 24 so far? I'm repeating the question. Number of patents granted in 2023 and 24 in India so far. Any guess? Any random number will work.
See, Vivek, people are only aware of
let me then give the number.
Present BJP number 240 or 270.
Right. So now let me give another bigger number. So this year, more than 1 lakh patents are granted in India. Now guess how many patents were granted in 2014, just 10 years back? But how much? It was only 4,000. So in 10 years, from 4,000 to 1 lakh, that is what India has achieved in the IP space. So that was in general. Now let me give you the figures of patents which are filed in 2024 vis-a-vis in 2014. So this year, not this year, last year, in last 1 year, more than 1,000 patents were filed in the Nutra space in India, while this number was only less than 300 in 2014. So in the Nutra space also, the patents are grown 3 times. So that was the number part. Now quickly, in just 1 minute, let me tell you what type of IP applications are being filed by the Nutra companies. So these are primarily 4. In the decreasing order, number one on the patents, trademarks. So trademarks are filed for any coined word. Plus, interestingly, in the Nutra space, the trade dress is very important. So how your packaging is appearing, the color combination, the look and feel of your packaging itself is also protected as a trade dress. And there are many case laws also wherein companies were stopped from using that color combination in the Nutra space. If time would have allowed, I would have given the details. So that is number one, trademarks. Then on the second, it's patents. Patents are being filed for the composition, synergistic compositions, process or method of extracting the active ingredients, and delivery systems, and so on. And then the third is the copyrights. So most of the Nutra companies have interesting or catchy taglines. These should be protected as copyright. Many companies, even the stalls over there, are using mascots to promote your brand. So these mascots should be protected as copyright. And fourth and the last are the design. So if your product has a very unique bottle, a very unique shape packaging, these can be protected as design applications. These are the 4 points, and the broad overview of the IPs, past and present, vis-a-vis type of applications were filed.
Thanks, Vivek. So, Yusra, so you are a regulatory expert here, right, for us? Okay, good. So what do you feel, and what is your present view, basically, regarding the present issue pertaining to product claims made on the nutraceutical products?
See, Nutra industry is evolving now. If you compare, like, in the past 10 years or maybe even earlier, and the current scenario, it has evolved drastically. And so are the claims being evolved. And because of this evolving nutraceutical segment, there are innovative claims as well being developed, wherein the consumers are now more knowledgeable and they know and understand the product portfolios. And they look at the claims before they buy the products. So it has become a usual practice for the industry to bring out some catchy claims to target up their consumer base. Now, with these set of claims, there are efficacy claims, there are manufacturing-related claims, there are disease risk reduction claims, and many more alike. So when we talk about claims, there becomes an important aspect of whether or not they are scientifically backed, right? In the interim of science-backed claims versus the non-science-backed claims or marketing claims, there comes a regulatory implication wherein there or even a gray line which demarcates the absence of regulations in such a case. When they say that there are efficacy claims, so there are certain set of clinical trials being conducted by the companies on the products. However, the guidelines given by the regulators are a bit ambiguous on those matters, or I would say they are underdeveloped. So it becomes an important aspect of developing the regulations in such domain wherein it helps the industry to produce more advanced set of claims which is acceptable to the regulators as well. So this area has a lot many opportunities by the industry feedback that can be held up, as well as by the policymakers. Those particular regulations can be developed, and that's how we can bridge the gaps between the industry and the regulators, is what I think.
So, thank you. So, Dr. Tripathi, one small question. What has kept then, after this hearing what Yusra said, what has kept the Nutra industry shackled?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vaibhav. For this question, we don't find any reason, like the cycling of the nutraceutical sector. But there are definitely number of challenges. Those challenges are basically start from the, like awareness. And if we see, geographically, the industry, those are nearby any metros and industries, people are getting more aware faster. And awareness itself is a very big challenge. Sometimes if we see, like they are deputing us from getting the consultant, and the consultant itself is not aware about the what should do the nutraceutical. But in bound, if you see certain rural areas, far areas, if they are getting the establishment. And one thing is this. Other point is standardization of quality and establishment of the parameters and specification for the product. That is a challenge in the form of the like nutraceutical has supplement, FSU, efficiency. Third challenge is the, we all know that the FSI is very dynamic, definitely, and it must be for the growth. It is good for the growth. But such kind of the dynamism sometimes becomes dangerous for the industry. Like the frequent changes, in the level claim, frequent changes in the regulation, frequent changes in the RDA. These are the basically, although it is supporting to the, it is not, progressively supporting to the industry, nutra industry. Basically, it is supporting to the parallel industry, servicing providing industry. If many times we are changing the label, the label correction, what is happening? We are designing the label, we are spending time, spending time on that, and we are providing its lot to the printer. If it is a pre-printed containers and others, so that line is parallelly growing. But what is getting adverse impact? Adverse impact is it our business pertaining to the growth of the commercial aspect is getting hindered. Third is the stability study itself is also a challenge, since ICS guidelines is the reference, and there are so many times it becomes a talk of the like it becomes the question of debate. Third, next challenge is basically if we talk innovation solution and innovative product, non-specified ingredients, those are not in the basically in the list of the FSI. There is although there is a process, but that process is lengthy. That there is need to look into that, make herself free something. And the product claim, if any specific product with new ingredients is made, is getting prepared, then definitely any inventor, any industry would like to have some specific claims so that industry can get certain advantage. So these are the basically, we can say in the form of the challenges. And definitely in industry is focusing on that. And if we see the approach of authority is also collaborative in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Tripathi. So, Mr. Vijendra, how can Nutra industry effectively raise customer awareness about the importance of nutraceuticals for overall health and well-being?
Very good question. Thank you. If you really want to achieve, because today the reason why we are gathered here, where we are having a vision of achieving $100 billion, right? So only it is possible when our customers really aware about the importance of nutrition. When that consumption really kicks in, then it is possible to achieve this vision. When our facilitator was talking, right now that, $4 billion, is the $4,000 billion is the, sorry, $4 billion is the current, achievement, what we have achieved already as a market. If you really achieve by 2028, $14 billion, it's because of the kind of awareness, people should carry. If I simply take an example, as we know, we have eradicated so much of infectious diseases, right? But what is really causing the challenges is the non-communicable diseases, right? The non-communicable diseases is because of the kind of nutrition. Even Rahul did mention that how many, even though we are $7 billion or 7 billion populations across the world and 140 crore people in India, how many of us are real nutrition deficient? When I serve my food, am I really thinking how much of dense calorie I'm consuming in place of nutrient dense food I'm taking? So these are all really going to help us in the long term, really how I can, whatever the gap is created in the diet, am I going to fulfill that to upkeep my health? And second thing, one is the nutrition, then the very good sleep, and then the exercise. These are the three important components our customers are really be aware now. Because of that, nutraceutical industry is growing, and probably in next 10 to 20 years, we will achieve significantly. Even India itself is the potential market for the nutraceutical along with the globe. Thank you.
Okay, so Rahul, coming back to you, tell me about, we were discussing something and I just came to strike me, what is Manthan and how this can help, industry? What is the Manthan project or Manthan, what we had been discussing? Can you just elaborate a little bit on this?
Okay, so Manthan, basically it means churning of ideas. It's one of the initiative of Government of India, which has been launched by the Office of PSA. And it has been launched 2 years back by one of the division in this office called a Strategic Alliance Division. This platform basically facilitates collaborations between two sides. One is the demand side, which includes all industries, foundations, philanthropists, HNIs, state government, central government, international foundations, international government, embassies. So all of them who comes up with different kind of opportunity for research and innovation. Whether you are looking for R&D partners, whether you are looking for innovation scouting from a startup innovation ecosystem, whether you are looking for some implementation partners, or you are talking about the emerging technologies, you can come on Manthan and basically look for a solution from pan-India research and innovation ecosystem. It's a single point of contact to reach out to all IITs, NITs, triple ITs, ISO, SAIMS, IIMs, ICMR, CSIR, DRDO, plus 1 lakh startup, including Startup India. We have 400 incubators, 7 science and technology clusters, grassroots innovators, even we have NGOs, we have MSMEs, so a lot of them are using this. Last 2 years, we were able to raise approximately about 7,900 crores of funding. It's $950 million of funding in 2 years, with 700 plus problem statement coming from industries, starting from Elon Musk to Gates to Rockefeller to all global players, and in most of the sectors they are there, 20 plus government, even National Stock Exchange, engaging with Manthan to scale up their models for social stock exchange. So it has become a facilitating platform where government is not charging anything. It's a free of cost. They are not taking part in the MOU also. They are not controlling the rights, but it helps you to find the right partner in the country. What nutraceutical industries can do also. One is you can look for a partners. But because when we set up a Nutra task force into 2021, there was 5 points which we were focusing on. And the first 4 points were actually looking for some of the regulatory hurdles which this industry faced. But the 5th point was that we will come out with a 100 billion investment by the industries and the investors. And this is very much required because India, if you talk about, I was just analyzing some of the data, there are 2,411 startups got registered in last 5 to 6 years. 1,000 has been registered in US and the second one, 305 in India. So we are leading in there. Out of the 8.97 billion funding raised by this nutraceutical startups, I'm talking about only nutraceutical, $481 million has been raised. And the second number comes, or the third number after US, UK, India is raising the third investment. Out of 2,300 investors investing in these companies, 230 has been done in India. Out of the top 5 cities in the world where the startups are coming, Mumbai is coming on the second where we are sitting, and the Bangalore is coming on the 5th number. So definitely London is the first one where 61 startup has been done. And our percentage of startups in nutraceutical sectors, comparative, every year is increasing. Like till date in 2024, I was just seeing the 6 startups, out of that 5 are in India. So there is a growing opportunity for the nutraceutical industry. And when we are targeting for $100 billion market, export market, what we are looking for, there is a platform which can help you. And I would request and I would give a call that all of you who are coming from the nutraceutical sector, come together, raise a $100 million investment together and make a pipeline, not only for innovation, but also for the research in the country by utilizing the research and the innovation potential what we have in the country. That's all.
Thanks, Rahul. Taking a leap from what you're saying of $100 billion, increasing this thing. So the next question, Aparna, to you is, okay, we are looking at innovation. We talked about it. Now, if we really want to become a market of $100 billion, we already said, somewhere I read in the document, it is 2047. If we want to become, say, in 2037, okay, accelerate, fast forward, what are the ingredients that will be required? What, as an innovation person, what comes to your mind that we should be doing?
Like he said, a lot of startups are coming, and the startups business, how they are getting the funds is because of their innovation part, that they are coming up with some innovative molecules. And innovative molecules, yes, then we have the FSSAI, we have to see the regulations part as well, whether the product is under the approved ingredient category or not. And parallelly, because see, now the consumer is very much aware. They read the labels. So we have to see that how can we promise the safety to the consumer. So we, as a nutrition industry, as a nutrition person, I would say that any new innovation, whatever new ingredients we are incorporating, we should do a lot of clinical trials, so as to gain the confidence of the investors as well as of the consumer, so that once your product is out in the market, it should sell also, right? It's not that you are giving a unique compound, but because the unique compound is lacking the safety part, it is not getting the right message to the consumer that yes, this is clinically tested ingredient. This is studied in so many number of human subjects, and this has given this promising health results. So such kind of clinical data or clinically tested ingredients, they can give an acceleration to this nutraceutical market, and we can see that we can achieve the target 10 years before into 2037. So
Thanks.
we should give more weightage to the science-driven innovative compounds.
Okay, thanks, Aparna. So now next question to Vivek, to you is, what should Nutra companies keep in mind when they are putting their application for IP?
Okay, so again, 3 points. I have already said the patents or designs or copyright they should file, but now is the next level question, even if they are filing the patents, so what they should do. So if you are filing a patent application and you have a good invention to be covered in that, file a greatly drafted patent application, because patent application or patent law is based upon the barter system. You are disclosing your invention in the patent application. That is what you are giving under the barter system. And what you are getting in return is the 20 years of monopoly. So suppose if you are drafting and filing a poorly drafted application, so what you are supposed to give, you have given. You have disclosed your invention. But what you are supposed to get, the monopoly, you will not get, because your application will be rejected by the patent office. So that is point number 1. One should keep in the mind while filing the patent application. Now coming to the second part, if you are filing the trademarks. So let me quickly give you the example of one Nutra product, Fast and Up. I'm sure you might have noticed over the pharmacies near the billing counter, uniquely packed multivitamin tablets, gummies, I guess. They got the injunction against a competitor because that company was selling a differently named. So their product name is Fast and Up, Charge, and other sub-brands. The other company's brand was Nutronix. But what they were doing, they were using the same color and combination in their packaging. So they were stopped. They were asked to give the damages to this company because they were using the same color and combination. Let me quickly give the example. So here is the bottle. It has a very unique color packaging of dark pink, right? Himalayan is the name. And all the buyers of this product has an impression that one water coming from this particular company is, they may forget the name Himalayan, but they have the color impression in their mind. Tomorrow, if one company with the name Everestian, so instead of Himalayan, they will be naming it Everestian, but they will be using the same color. Consumer will get confused and that company may be stopped. I'm not saying will be stopped, may be stopped because they are using the same color. So while you are doing the packaging and branding of your products, keep in mind not only the name and logo, you can even protect the color combination of your packaging. So these are the two things. There are many other points, but before you will ask me to pass the mic, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So Yusra, looking at all the claims and all that what we have, so we have seen in the present world, after whatever has happened in last 15, 20 days, 1 month, when we have seen that how Patanjali and claims and all that, a lot of things are happening around in that space. So what should be done now? See, because I would say consumer confidence is not very high when it comes to product claims on the products. So what should be done now to gain back their confidence, gain back the customer confidence? We are at very low, somewhere in the middle or low. So, your take on it.
Yeah, see, so first and foremost, the ambiguous statements on the labels and the media ads should be stopped by the industry. That's the first and the foremost thing that can be looked upon. Very recently, there came a regulation or there came a circular from FSSAI citing the statement that 100% fruit juice should not be mentioned in reconstituted fruit beverages. And this has become a very common practice, industry using statements on ingredient purity or maybe ingredient efficacy using ambiguous statements. Let's say the ingredient percentage is maybe 20%, maybe 30%, and they're citing ingredient-led claim as perceived by the consumer to be product-led claim, which should be avoided. I think that can be done for sure. The second one is using fine prints on the product labeling. That again becomes a challenge because anybody who buys a particular product looks at the front of the pack, or maybe sometimes just turn around the pack and look at acha theek hai, isme this particular set of claim is given, and very fine prints at maybe at the bottom of the packaging or maybe at the side of the packaging cites that you need to have X amount of this particular nutrient to achieve that particular target intended efficacy. So that must be avoided because what happens is eventually the consumers are becoming more knowledgeable in those kind of senses. And when they buy a product, they see, okay, I am supposed to get this particular effect after consuming. And then they see the back of the pack over a period of time and they become heartbroken over the fact that, okay, your product has X quantity of this particular nutrient and I'm consuming your product with a trust factor that this particular product is going to give me a X positive effect. And then at the back you're saying that, okay, you need to consume Y quantity to achieve this particular set of effect, which is not being given by your product. So ultimately the consumer trust breaks. So that kind of fine print should be avoided. That can be done eventually. And the third point is, of course, human clinical trials can be conducted on the products. wherein the efficacy has to be proven in, a high number of subjects so that the reproducibility of efficacy can be achieved in multiple, intended audience, maybe, adults and elderly as such. And those statements can be put up in a simplified language, which is easy to understand by consumer, but again, it should mean what the trial was conducted, rather than putting up, again, an advanced set of statement which dilutes the kind of clinical trial being conducted on the product. So I think these 3 points, I'll restrict to them as of now.
Okay. Okay. Because, clinical trials is like, I mean, it depends. I mean, I agree with you, but it's again, we will have to look at how is the time consuming, because people want to go, people have timelines to be maintained for bringing the product to the market. So those all things, factors needs to be considered. But anyway, I mean,
one small point I would like to add over here is using the right set of images. Let's say a product is claiming that my product contains such and such fruits maybe, and then you're saying that I'm putting nature identical or maybe artificial flavor. So that thing again can be put up as a restriction by the companies to gain consumer trust.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Yusra. So, Dr. Tripathi, what would be your wish list from the regulators to propel the innovation that we were talking earlier? What is your wish list?
Yeah, wish list in adherence with the pertaining to the growth of nutraceutical industries. First wish list is the basically standardization. That is the basically we can say in the form of specification methods. And in the form, there is a specific need in India laboratory having the, to facilitate the analysis of banned substances, which is lack. And for in nutraceutical industry, manufacturing the sport nutrition kind of the product, if they want to analyze the banned substance in their product, then they have to take the help of the overseas laboratories, either from Germany or from Singapore or from UK. Like other barrier is like we have to multiple around 400 plus ingredient have been listed. There are the certain range have been defined. Like if any taking the herbs and we want to use for the form of the tablet, there is 1 to 3 gram. So neither 1000 mg and 3000 mg tablet of a single ingredient, if you want to, that cannot be cannot be processed. So their range need to be redefined either in the form of not more than that or not. It should be in the form. It must be not in the form of not more than that. Okay. Second thing is the establishment of the standard for the stability study. Next one is the for the clinical study. These are the wish list which we are expecting from the regulations and regulatory authority. And we also would like to, from the forum time to time, though whatever the dilemma is nutraceutical industry is passing, that need to make clear. We have been touched around the, dozens of the industry, those nutraceutical industry, who has stopped the developmental of the certain category of the products like FSTU and FSMP. Those is the becoming, in the form of the such kind of the products getting. Okay. Yeah, and definitely to propel the nutraceutical industry is very dynamic, and it has been a wide range of the products. We have the along of the diversified. Even though, we have the, along with the, whatever the FSI standard dosage form, there are the some other, if we take the some rituals and we take the some references from which is not taken in the moment generally, but would like to extend it. There is a basically in chapter 15, slok 14, Lord Krishna states that Aham Vaishno Bhutva Praninam Deham from Pranapan Samayuktam Panchvachaturvegam. He states 4 kind of the products like Bhaj, Bhoj, Leh and Josh. These format of the products also can be included in the form of the nutraceutical category. It can be developed and it can be applied in the present categories also.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Tripathi. So, Vijendra, I think the last question for this panel is, in what way does increased customer awareness and education about nutraceutical would contribute to a healthier future for the society? Very crisp, we don't have time, but just your take on it.
See, there are multiple benefits, right, for having awareness on nutraceutical industry, nutraceuticals. But very important thing is that if you don't have it, one of the biggest burden is the economic burden, right? What would be the current healthcare cost in India, right? Because if people have the understanding of this, so then they can really contribute well. Just take the simple analogy, in any household, parents with the 50 years, 60 years of age, what are all the health issues they're having, all the non-communicable diseases or chronic diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular, how many tablets, treatment they are taking, just one family. Just multiply that into across India, what is the healthcare cost we are taking. I don't know how many of you are heard about blue zones, right? Blue zones are the one way people are holistically living by eating the nutritious diet and building the community, and also always maintain the mental well-being. So that is the dream where everyone wants to live that. So yes, with that I want to say that yes, this is the opportunity for all of us to understand what is the basic needs to upkeep our health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijendra, and let me take this opportunity to thank the entire panel. Friends, you must have understood this was a very varied subject matter expert panel, and I think it is not that I hope we have given justice to this entire subject that we had been given. Though you may require more time for discussions, more questions for each of them to be discussed on various issues, but still, I think, thank you. I thank each panelist from behalf of this Nutra Summit or Nutrify Today, CSUT, and thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah.
CFAM is known for its high-quality natural ingredients across the dietary supplement and alternative medicine industries. But what makes us so confident in our product? Trust between the consumer and seller is crucial. So ingredient quality must be backed up by reliable, transparent data and a system to manage it. We have nothing to hide here at CFAM, which is why we have partnered with Tag One to solve this challenge and keep our consumers' trust intact. Data from the first mile, the farm, all the way through processing and distribution is pulled into the Tag One blockchain where information can never be manipulated or altered. By leveraging Tag One, CFAM ensures complete end-to-end transparency across the supply chain.
Executive Director at Nutrify, a leader in science-backed tech-enabled nutraceutical ingredients. As the global liaison for women in nutraceuticals WIN, Shah is dedicated to advancing the mission of promoting responsible nutrition practices, particularly in India. Let's hear from Shah about her insights into leveraging technology and science to develop innovative nutraceutical ingredients and furthering WIN's mission of promoting responsible nutrition.
Thank you, Medhavi, and good evening to everybody. I know I am between y'all and getting out and enjoying your Friday night. So I'm going to make sure that I do a good job of doing this really fast but efficiently for y'all. Just quickly, I want y'all to look around the room and see how many women can you count. And if you can count the number of women in this room, which is a C-suite summit, I think we know the problem in front of us. So I think with that note, I would like to introduce a little about WIN. We have Sam's beautiful picture up here. Thanks, Sam, for being our model. So WIN's mission and vision is to increase gender diversity at the C-suite. And why do you say this is important? Is because when you have a diversified workforce, especially in your leadership position, of course in all other fields as well, you automatically see an improvement in your numbers in whether it's your P&L or your balance sheet. And I think that's been proven across multiple studies. When we do that as an organization, not only does our organization benefit, but also our industry benefits. And I've heard multiple times today that as a country and as an industry within India, we're striving for really big numbers in a few years. So when we talked about what are different ways of acceleration, I think this is definitely one of them. WIN started only 2 years ago in 2022. It's been started by some extremely passionate founding members and sponsors. And within the first year, we were able to form our board of directors. Within the second year, we actually have 25 sponsors. We have 25 partners across the industry, 441 members, and I'm sure these numbers are a little bit out of date because the numbers must be much higher today. And we've also done a publication of our gender diversity report, which is available on our website. And fast forward now to this year, in 2024, we have 91 volunteers, by the way, out of which 7 come from India alone. 7 committees, 4,000 plus LinkedIn followers. So as a member or as a sponsor, when you join WIN, not only do you get an instant gratification of being able to commit and contribute to an amazing cause, but also get the benefit of this exposure. This is our wonderful board of directors. We have Anand, who was here earlier. I don't know if Anand's in the room right now, but Anand is our director at large, and he's at large right now in India. Sorry, it was right there for the taking. Our president's Heather Granato, she was here last year with a few other founding members. So it's an extremely diverse, and if you can see here, we have diversity within WIN at the board as well. And here are some things that our board members have to say and our sponsors have to say. And I think it's extremely important to understand that while our sponsors are, of course, wanting to be thought leaders in this area, a lot of them are doing this out of passion. Their passion for supporting this cause and for understanding what this contributes towards. There are different committees as part of WIN, and one of my favorites is the newly formed mentorship committee. I say newly formed because WIN itself is 2 years old, and I think this formed a little less than a year ago. Within the first year of this getting formed, we have already graduated our first batch of mentees. We actually had the commencement ceremony for this globally last night. And it was immensely gratifying. And just to give you a glimpse into this, we had different individuals apply for becoming a mentor and for becoming a mentee. Now, WIN took an extra step here, where they didn't just leave us mentors assuming we know what to do. We were also provided training on how to coach our mentees. So we were also trained or mentored to be better mentors. And our mentees, again, came from a very diverse background, and the goal for them was to, of course, it started out, their goal exercise was, I want to do better at my job. And by the time the exercise ended 6 months later, they know that they can actually dream much bigger. They have such a diverse group of mentors, leaders that they are now using as role models. We also have the science committee, which is actively working on advancing science within the nutraceutical industry. There have been multiple conferences which we've talked about, clinical studies, how to design clinical studies, and these, especially for women health, and which is a booming topic, definitely in an upcoming area, as the numbers say. And all of this information is, by the way, available on our LinkedIn page, or when you become a member on the resources page. We also have a very vibrant engagement committee that makes sure that we are constantly working towards retaining our members, improving our sponsorship relationships, and also we have a programming committee that looks at how can we be more beneficial towards our members. Like just last month, we had an amazing webinar for the members to help them understand how do they become or make their personal brand better. So there is a lot of active training that happens, and we have a marketing and communications committee that works on making sure that WIN is represented well and everything about it is communicated to its members and its sponsors on a regular basis. Just some pictures from our global events and our participation at these events. Right, I went too far. These are WIN's focus area. I apologize for the small font, but like we said, it is, while we talk about improving gender diversity, our goal is to ensure that the growth of women in science and health research is across the nutraceutical industry. We're increasing the number of women on job corporate boards, leading in C-suites and serving in executive leadership. We expand investment opportunities to women-owned businesses, and we ensure better opportunities for rising female leaders. So while that slide comes up, it's our gender diversity report, which was conducted last year. And there were some fascinating numbers that I would encourage all of you all to go to WIN's website, take a moment and download that report and understand this for yourself. So these were some of the questions the survey set out to answer. And with that now, I want to bring the focus over to India. So when we talk about India and we talk about women in science, this is not something that is necessarily very new or unique, and it's not like we don't have women doing some of these things already. If you look at way back when, we had in 1886, we had our first lady, Anandi Bai Joshi, who obtained her medical degree. We've had a lot of leading women scientists, and that trend continues today. And these are the women that are constantly serving as a role model. And that's a precursor to talking about the gender gap in India. So it's fascinating that while we are working on supporting women in nutraceuticals, India is honestly not that far behind. When we look at the gap in urban India, it was actually ranked higher than the United States and the majority of G7 and G20 countries, which I think is a fascinating fact. The age gap also, there was almost no gap across age groups in terms of views towards women in leadership. And I always quote this, that compared to a lot of other countries, we've had a woman prime minister way back when, right? So for us, this is not something very different or unique, but it is about now building on top of this momentum. And like I said, when we see each other next year, do we get to see more women in the audience than we do today? These were just some other additional insights. So While we talk about this, the share of women as professionals is about 32.9%, so it is lower. Let's try to get that higher. Share of membership in boards is only 17%, which I think is extremely low. You have firms with female majority ownership, only 2.8%, and firms with female top managers, 8.9%. So of course, if I was to subtract all of these numbers out of 100, we know that men make up the remaining percentages. So it is definitely not a very balanced equation. And I always say this, is that when you look at women in nutraceuticals, we would not be a group if we didn't have men in the industry, right? It's otherwise all the same. So how can we get together, and this is not just a group for just women to join. Within this group also we need diversity. These are some pictures from, in fact, our event last year. We are at all of your global nutraceutical events, our group's present. We do little receptions for the group. Again, it's a community, and I think the feeling of being part of this community is amazing. These are some of our newest members of WIN India. We have Dr. Jayashree Ladha. She is a CSO and co-founder at Rudra. We have Komal Baldwa, who's the CEO and founder of Asparis, and she has, in fact, had multiple startups before this as well. We have Maitri, who is the CEO of Lakshya Wellbeing Private Limited, and she is making some amazing products. So the vibrancy of the growing Indian community for WIN is also extremely great, and it would be amazing to see more faces and more individuals here give their feedback. What we have also done is in India, we have created liaisons for various committees in the United States. So in India, we have a liaison for programming, liaisons for mentorship, for communications and memberships, and we are still recruiting for membership liaison and sponsorship liaison. WIN is a completely volunteer-driven organization, and if you look at the progress that has been made in less than 2 years, you can understand the work that the volunteers are putting in. So similar to the work that's happening globally, these liaisons in India also have the opportunity to interact with the global teams, understand what's going on, and be able to communicate back to the Indian chapter, and be able to push that, and also be able to take some feedback and say that, okay, for this market, we think this might do really better. So therefore, it becomes a much more nuanced and a customized approach. There are a couple of projects that I am extremely excited about. We're working on an event repository so that anytime one of our members is attending any event in India, we want to make sure that we are raising awareness for WIN. We're also working on a survey, which is, of course, the results or the survey is yet to be conducted. But the idea is to understand that beyond monetary or financial considerations and things like the maternity leave, are there things that we can do for women that helps them stay and progress in their careers? Because when you look at the numbers, and this was a research study we had cited in our presentation last year, the number of women that take a break from their career and then never enter the workforce back is significant. And I think that's a real loss to the industry. So are there even a small, tiny thing that we can find out and pinpoint? It could be that having a role model, having a mentor in the company, having somebody just follow up and check up on them. Are there small things that doesn't cost a company anything but helps retain that talent? The talent that you've spent time, effort, money, training, grooming, getting ready, to have them not leave the workforce after childbirth or after somebody got sick in their family, which is the case a lot in India. And last but not the least, we're also working on some academic collaborations, because at the end of the day, our future workforce in this industry is going to come from academia. How do we collaborate further with universities to make sure that once a student graduates and they're interested in nutraceutical, they have a path, they understand what are the different ways and they can contribute to the industry, and what are their career choices that they can make. All right, and see, I told you I'll make it easy and quick. That's my contact information. Please take a moment, follow the WIN page. questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the Nutrify Today's C-Suite Sumflex 2024 event to a close, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your invaluable participation and contribution. This event has been a remarkable platform for innovative ideas, insightful discussions, and meaningful connections in the nutrition and wellness industry. I would now like to call upon Mr. Amit Srivastav and Mrs. Priyanka Srivastav to the stage. I would now like to call upon our special partners, N-Gene Bio, Doctors Cook, KG Bio, AWW All We Want, John, Raktim, Madhavi, Babu, Baidyanath, Brijesh, Sriram, Abhijit, Mukund, Brian, Yogesh Pawar, Vinay, Arun Lal, Prabodh, Nandan, Shigeru, Megha Marwa, Nazneen, Pratik, Vaibhav, Narendra, Aparna, Yusra, Rahul, Vivek, Vijendra Kumar, Rajat Kumar, G. Vishwanand. I'd also like to call Dr. Rajiv Sangvi. Okay, now Mr. Amit Srivastav, a few nice words from you.
Sincere thanks. And I would just want to share an important message that, look, Nutrify today has its own business. We do artificial intelligence, but C-Suite Summit is our industry's asset. The growth of C-Suite Summit would be a direct reflection of one unified nutraceutical industry worldwide that is working towards ethical, responsible, evidence-driven nutraceutical business, at the same time enabling cross-border harmonized trade growth. So any input, any advice, feel free to give, because if this asset grows, we all grow together. There are better business opportunities, better deal. And I really hope that you all had a meaningful session yesterday and today, and a meaningful business meetings. And I hope that it really leads to business outcomes. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. And Nutrify Today team, if you can come for a group photo. Sabko बुलाओ ना. Akansha, Sandeep, Sudhindran, Pawan. Avi, you also join in. Pawan, can you please come on stage?
Kapoor has fallen in love with this event, and he says, I will be married for many years to Dr. Srivastava and this event. I feel the same way as him. It's been a great success, incredible networking, great business opportunities.
India is one of our most important markets. From the beginning, to be successful in India, we've had to come here and look for local partners. Very happy this to be our second year involved with the Nutrify event. A really, really strong partner in Nutrify today.